In the vicinity of Hygiene City, within the serene yet desolate realm of Beijing Town, a place typically devoid of visitors, a flicker of vitality now permeated the air. You are quite remarkable, holding yourself in such high esteem. What a wretched locale this is, Tian Yu grumbled, trudging through the overgrown wilderness with a clumsy gait. The thick fog enveloped them, occasionally pierced by eerie, haunting cries echoing through the gloom. Boom crack! A distant rumble of thunder, accompanied by a flash of lightning, abruptly interrupted the complaints of the portly individual. When it comes to shifting blame, you're akin to a steel pipe propping up a frog absolutely magnificent. It was you who accepted the trial sleep assignment, you who posted the advertisement, and you who made the call to arrange it. How is it that you now cast aspersions upon me? The two continued their banter, their pace unyielding. Brother Sean, that's not what I meant, Tian Yu stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment, yet his words faltered as he halted abruptly. Wang Yaoshan followed Tian Yu's gaze, and upon seeing what lay ahead, a cold sweat broke out upon his brow. In the distance, stretching for hundreds of meters, an array of small mounds of earth appeared, varying in height and shape. Some rose sharply like conical peaks, while others were grotesquely flattened, presenting irregular forms. Certain mounds were sparsely cloaked in wild grass, while others lay starkly bare, revealing yellowed soil and dark coffins beneath. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rent the sky, prompting both men to let out a terrified cry and flee. The rain cascaded down in torrents, and the two ran for their lives until they reached a dilapidated temple, where they finally paused to catch their breath. In moments of peril or fright, humans often unleash their primal instincts, instinctively seeking the safest refuge. At this juncture, the two had become drenched to the bone. Wang Yaoshan leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for air, while Tian Yu had half collapsed onto the steps. Hoping to find shelter from the rain under the temple's eaves and perhaps calm their frayed nerves, they were startled by the sound of the temple door creaking open. They exchanged terrified glances, instinctively recoiling. A venerable elder clad in a Taoist robe emerged slowly from within, his face lined with deep wrinkles, yet his gaze conveyed an unfathomable depth. "Fear not, the rain is heavy. Come inside and take refuge," the old Taoist spoke in a gravelly yet gentle tone. Wang Yaoshan, with a hint of caution, inquired, "Who are you? Why are there so many graves here?" The elder sighed. "My identity is of little consequence, but you should not be here. Return whence you came." Tian Yu quavered. "We came because we saw an advertisement for trial sleeping. We had no idea." The elder interjected. "I am aware you refer to the Fuan apartment, correct? That building has been uninhabited for quite some time, less than 800 meters from this temple." As he spoke, he directed them with a gesture. Tian Yu pulled out his phone, glancing at the time. "Brother Sean, I arranged to meet the owner before 8 o'clock, and it is already 7:15. Should we still go?" Wang Yaoshan gritted his teeth. Having come this far, it would be unsatisfying not to take a look. Besides, in this remote wilderness, we won't be able to find a taxi to return to the city tonight. The old Taoist shook his head, then turned back to retrieve 2 umbrellas from the entrance, handing them to the pair. "Young people, you are heedless of advice. Very well, take these." He presented them with 2 yellow talismans. "These may save your lives in critical moments." Hesitant, they accepted the talismans, thanking the elder before hastening toward the Fuan apartment. Following the elder's directions, they encountered no graves along the way. Upon reaching the apartment, night had fully descended, and an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Entering the building, the dim lights flickered incessantly. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened, revealing an empty interior, yet a chill wafted forth. Steeling themselves, they stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, before suddenly shaking violently. Tian Yu gripped the handrail tightly. "Brother Sean, do you think there are ghosts? Stop scaring yourself. It's just one night. Even if we don't sleep, we'll manage. Didn't you bring your laptop? Once we find a power source, we can log in and play. Even if ghosts show up, or even Yama himself, they won't disrupt our gaming. I also brought roast chicken and beef jerky. We won't go hungry tonight." Though Wang Yaoshan harbored his own doubts, he reassured himself that they were the flowers of the new era, the inheritors of communism, destined to vanquish all malevolent spirits. The temptation of earning 2,000 yuan each for the night was simply too enticing. I want to eat beef, as it's too benevolent. The two exchanged banter within the elevator, alleviating much of their fear. Finally, the elevator came to a halt, and as the doors opened, they were greeted by a lengthy corridor lined with tightly shut doors. They located the room designated for their trial sleep, pushing the door open to be met with an icy gust and a nauseating stench, mingled with the putrid odor of decaying flesh. The room's furnishings were in a state of disrepair, and strange claw marks marred the walls. Wang Yaoshan covered his nose. This stench is unbearable. Let's open the window for ventilation. Shouldn't we also inform the client? He proceeded to open the window unceremoniously. Tianyu nodded, pulling out his phone to call the client. I've arrived at the room you specified. Upon connecting, the client's youthful voice resonated through the line. Hello? The room has no water, but there is electricity. I previously mentioned this. There are 2 rooms in total, each of you will occupy one. Should anything unusual occur, you can promptly inform each other. Understood, understood. Rest assured, Tianyu replied mechanically, while Wang Yaoshan wandered around before returning to his side. Let me reiterate, particularly, you should take note of any anomalies you discover tonight. Once you're done, I'll arrange for someone to address it. As for payment, come to my office tomorrow after work, and I'll provide it immediately. I've installed surveillance in the rooms, so you needn't fear. Being first-time trial sleepers, it's only natural to feel nervous. You'll get used to it. Okay. Tianyu had just hung up when Wang Yaoshan pulled him into another bedroom, where they could clearly see the graveyard they had passed earlier through the window. She instructed us to each occupy a room. Which one will you take? Tianyu shivered. Brother Shan, I'd rather not sleep in this room. It feels too ominous. Wang Yaoshan shot him a disapproving glance. Look at you, so timid. He'll take this room. With that, he began changing clothes and arranging the bed. After their meal, with the hours still early, they took out their laptops and commenced playing. As they surfed the internet until midnight, strange sounds began to emanate from outside, echoing in a slow, rhythmic thud-thud. Initially, Wang Yaoshan dismissed it as auditory hallucinations from prolonged screen time, until Tianyu asked, Brother Shan, did you hear that thudding sound? You heard it too? Chapter 2. Do not provoke the reclusive man at this moment. Deep into the night, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, and this apartment, situated in a remote area with scarce human presence, appeared particularly sinister and foreboding. Even the slightest sound seemed to reverberate endlessly in the stillness. Wang Yaoshan inhaled deeply, cautiously making his way toward the window, and then extended a finger to slowly draw back a small corner of the heavy curtain. Peering outside with great care, the world beyond was a pitch-black void, akin to an endless abyss, with only a few dimly lit street lamps standing forlornly at the roadside, casting a glow so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, an abrupt shadow intruded upon Wang Yaoshan's line of sight. A pale hand, as white as snow, struck the window glass without warning, producing a sharp and chilling sound. Despite the barrier of a wall, this sudden manifestation shattered Wang Yaoshan's mental defenses, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a face connected to that hand emerged right after it was devoid of color. Resembling a blank sheet of paper, with hollow, vacant eyes fixed unblinkingly on the interior of the room. Its mouth gaped wide open, yet strangely emitted not a single sound. Were it anyone else in this predicament, they would surely be paralyzed by fear, if not suffer an embarrassing loss of composure. Yet here stood Wang Yaoshan, undeterred. With a sudden shout, he flung open the window. The eerie visage had vanished without a trace, and even the previous thump had gradually dissipated. After this, he leaned out to take a look. Aside from the overwhelming darkness, there was nothing. Calm down, I still maintain that sentiment. That year, with my hands in my pockets, I knew not what a rival was, he muttered. Brother Shan, what are you doing? Came the voice of Tianyu, who was engrossed in his game and had hardly noticed the commotion. It was only when Wang Yaoshan returned to his seat before the computer that he spoke up. It's over, this is all your fault. Look, our base has been demolished again. Upon hearing Tianyu's complaint, Wang Yaoshan was about to respond when Tianyu's phone rang with an unfortunate tone. Wang Yaoshan mentally cursed 1,000 times. Each time he heard that ringtone, he felt an urge to smash Tianyu with his hefty phone. Tianyu's explanation was as mundane as it could get. It was just trendy. Tianyu turned around and muttered softly, "It's the employer." Before answering the call, "Hello, gentlemen. I invited you here for a trial sleep, and I made it quite clear. One room per person, and any special circumstances must be documented. You two have been playing games for hours, and you're quite brazenly doing so under the camera. Tianyu had the speaker on, and Wang Yaoshan could hear everything clearly. He stood up, walked under the camera, waved his hand, and shook his head in disapproval. Enough with the waving. I told you it can be seen. If you two cannot fulfill the agreement, do not blame me for withholding your pay. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan slumped back into his seat, his expression akin to that of a schoolboy chastised by a teacher. The moment Tianyu heard the threat of non-payment, he became excessively obsequious. Bowing and apologizing profusely to the camera, "We'll adhere to your stipulations, one room each, and we'll document everything properly. But let me assure you, we're not playing games. We're using the computer for recording. You can rest assured. All right, I need to rest now. Please adhere to the agreement," the employer said before hanging up. Wang Yaoshan, whose face had flushed with embarrassment, chuckled at Tianyu's remarks. "I feel you're fabricating things out of thin air. Indulging in fanciful imagination. What do you know? This is called intelligence." I am facing away from the camera. She cannot see my screen. A measured rebuttal can demonstrate our earnestness in work. Take a break? Fine, you win. Let us tidy up and return to our respective rooms. If we don't get paid, this trip will be in vain. With that, Wang Yaoshan began to gather his belongings and walk toward the adjacent room. "Brother Shan, I can't bear to part with you," Tianyu said, standing up to help carry Wang Yaoshan's things. "Spare me your sentiments, you creep," Wang Yaoshan retorted. As he reached the door, Wang Yaoshan adopted a serious demeanor and solemnly instructed Tianyu. "Lion Eye, if anything feels off, call me immediately." Recalling the white face at the window and their experiences thus far, Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware that this room indeed harbored some unsettling issues. "I knew you cared for me. I love you, sister." "I have no sister." The two retreated to their respective rooms. Stung by their earlier defeat, Tianyu contemplated another round before sleep, just as he was eagerly anticipating showcasing his prowess. The previously functioning computer screen abruptly turned black. Amidst the darkness, a blood-red mouth began to slowly emerge. It first opened slightly, as if something within was attempting to break free. Then, as the gap widened, two hollow, skeletal-like eyes gradually became visible. Tianyu was taken aback by this sudden horrific sight, his entire body trembling involuntarily, and his throat spasmed reflexively. Overcome with terror, he instinctively tried to rise and flee this dreadful place. However, before he could move, the grotesque face rapidly became clearer and more defined. Eyes, nose, mouth, all appeared in succession. Even the long, lustrous black hair began to sway in an unseen breeze, ultimately accompanied by a chilling and dreadful moan. The entire face fully emerged from the computer screen. What was even more terrifying was that this ghastly visage stretched forth its razor-sharp teeth, lunging directly towards Tianyu's neck, the sharp fangs poised to make contact suddenly. A massive hand, labeled number 48, forcefully pressed down on the ghost's head, pinning it to the ground. Astonishingly, the ghost spoke, "Little beauty, don't be alarmed. I'm not a good person." At this moment, Tianyu gazed deeply into the ghost's eyes. It truly resonated with the saying, "As long as one has courage, the ghost takes a break." The ghost was momentarily stunned. She had never encountered someone like this before. As Tianyu spoke, he began to loosen his belt. "You should leave. This is quite dangerous." The ghost struggled a couple of times, but could not escape Tianyu's grip. "Leaving is out of the question. It's not every day I encounter you. I don't even know you." At this moment, the ghost's initially terrifying visage faded, replaced by a look of utter confusion. "We'll gradually get to know each other. I really like you. Can I have a hug?" "No, help," the ghost cried out in desperation. With a swift motion, the ghost's head vanished into the ground. Sighing in exasperation, Tianyu lamented, "My love once again has flown away." It was proven that one should never provoke a reclusive man, especially a female ghost. Meanwhile, leaving Tianyu behind, Wang Yaoshan arrived at his room, only to hear a sinister, chuckling sound from outside the window. "Not again," he exclaimed. Hastening to the window, he flung it open, but aside from the scattered tombstones outside, there was nothing else. Cursing under his breath, Wang Yaoshan returned to his bed, but just as he lay down, he heard strange noises emanating from Tianyu's room, prompting him to spring up once more. Just then, the walls of the entire bedroom began to surge with black blood in the blink of an eye. the door had vanished from sight. Chapter 3. The old man loses his horse. Wang Yaoshan's eyes widened in terror. Frozen in place, it was not that he wished to remain still. Rather, he felt an inexplicable force holding him firmly in place. Within moments, the once solid walls appeared to have been breached, transforming from a steady flow of blood into a cascading waterfall. The liquid engulfed Wang Yaoshan's shoulders. The pressure of the fluid magnified his fear manifold, making it difficult for him to breathe. Outside, a multitude of restless spirits stood in formation, each face alight with joy. As though eagerly awaiting a feast, they surged into the room, and several powerful, sinister spirits pressed against Wang Yaoshan, ravenously siphoning his vitality. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yaoshan shut his eyes tightly. The memories of the past decade flashed before him like a revolving lantern. He understood that this was a prelude to death. Only at the moment of demise does the brain rapidly replay significant moments of one's life. Am I truly destined to die? At that instant, a surge of purple energy rushed in through the window, enveloping Wang Yaoshan with overwhelming force, causing the talismans in his pocket to radiate with golden light. Although his eyes were closed, the brilliance pierced through the darkness like a flare, compelling him to open his eyes and witness the transformation before him. The vengeful spirits surrounding him were shattered by the golden light. In an instant, he regained his senses, and his limbs began to function normally, yet the suffocating sensation lingered. The black blood continued to pour in relentlessly. At this rate, he would be submerged within 10 minutes. Today had been unbearably stifling. What was all this? Tombs, ghosts, and black blood. Was it not enough? Even if I were to end my own life, I refuse to grant you inhuman creatures such an easy victory. Resolute in his decision, Wang Yaoshan lunged toward the window and leapt into the abyss below. After all, it was a 4-story drop. Even if one survived, they would likely suffer severe injury. However, Wang Yaoshan only suffered minor abrasions and twisted his ankle. Coincidentally, outside the window stood a towering mound of sand, nearly the height of a floor. Coupled with the rain today, the once hard earthen ground had become soft and yielding. He tumbled down like a dung beetle rolling its ball. Landing on solid ground, the previously ghostly shadows that had lined up to pass through the wall now dared not approach him. He had no time to brush the sand off his body. He noticed that the source of the purple aura was that old locust tree. Without a second thought, he hurried towards the small mound beneath it. Grabbing a dry branch, he began to dig, shouting, "I'll make you pay for bothering me." It seemed Wang Yaoshan had linked this purple energy to the vengeful spirits. After just a few digs with the branch, it broke, and as he was about to use his hands to continue, someone handed him a folding shovel. "Thank you," Wang Yaoshan said without lifting his head, but after just 2 digs with the shovel, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Who would be delivering shovels at such an hour? Is this really important? A frustrated exclamation shattered the tranquility of the night. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan was frozen in place. He lacked the courage even to turn around, let alone continue digging. "Don't be afraid. It's me," came a familiar voice. "The talisman I gave you ignited spontaneously. I was worried and came to check." It was then that Wang Yaoshan remembered the illumination flare. Turning his head, he indeed saw the old Taoist. He was at a loss for words, unsure of how to express himself. "Since this object has chosen you, it indicates that you possess extraordinary qualities. Remember to come find me at the temple tomorrow. The talisman I gave you will last for 2 hours. As long as you don't encounter the Ghost King, you will be safe. Don't worry, do whatever you wish." Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, in the blink of an eye, the old Taoist vanished from sight. "Chosen me? Chosen for what? Hey, where did you go? Damn it, don't leave." This day's events were peculiar. But no one was stranger than that old man. An hour later, "I thought you were dead and buried, yet you still found a way to torment me. Just wait, I'll ensure you're truly finished." The lonely souls and wild ghosts stood in a line, fixated on this madman before them. As he spoke, the folding shovel clearly struck something hard, and Wang Yaoshan's first reaction was to wonder if he had unearthed a coffin. When he finally discerned what he had dug up, he chuckled to himself. Surely, this must be a treasure. Exhausted, Wang Yaoshan accelerated his pace, muttering to himself as he fully unearthed the object. It was a quaint jade box. Not large, merely the size of a small travel case, yet it was surprisingly heavy. The texture, the patterns, the craftsmanship. It was an extraordinary find. No one supports my aspirations, yet I tread the snow to the mountain peak. Wang Yaoshan had completely forgotten that he had nearly lost his life just half an hour ago. Clutching the jade box, he dashed towards the entrance of the Fuan apartments, limping for a few steps before setting the box down and returning to the pit he had dug. He shoveled the earth back in, one scoop after another. He had watched enough treasure appraisal shows to know that if caught, he would face at least 15 years in prison. After filling in the hole, he stomped the earth down a few times, feigning nonchalance as he glanced around before swiftly returning to the jade box, seizing it once more and racing back upon entering his room. Wang Yaoshan's greatest concern was whether Tianyu had encountered any misfortune. So he immediately pushed open her door. As soon as he cracked it open, he heard her snoring, sharp and grating like a kettle boiling. It was evident that a reclusive man could always find nourishment and rest. Displaying an extraordinary vitality, back in his room, the space once engulfed in dark blood had reverted to its original state. Wang Yaoshan was filled with joy, bubbling with excitement as he gently placed the mysterious jade box on the bed. His hands trembled slightly, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously reached out to unveil the lid of the jade box. As the lid gradually lifted, a faint glow emanated from within, instantly captivating Wang Yaoshan's attention. Once the lid was fully opened, he beheld a remarkably exquisite fan lying quietly inside the box. Unlike an ordinary folding fan, this one resembled Zhuge Liang's feather fan. Yet, upon seeing it, disappointment and anger welled up within Wang Yaoshan. He had expected that this seemingly heavy jade box contained some rare treasure, or at the very least, gold and silver jewelry. To his dismay, it turned out to be merely a fan. No matter how exquisitely crafted, what good was a fan? Could it be eaten? With this thought, Wang Yaoshan couldn't help but curse, damn it. After a thorough search, he found no trace of gold or silver. However, he discovered something else. A poem inscribed within the jade box. 5 flames, rare treasures called 7 feathers. The firebringer first emerges holding the Liying. Encountering mountains and strange rocks turns to ashes, meeting the sea and frying the dry yields little dew. He picked up the fan again for a closer inspection, noticing 5 seal characters on the handle. There were also faint inscriptions on the fan's surface, but Wang Yaoshan recognized not a single character. If you truly are a treasure, then transform. In this era, who carries a feather fan when they go out? Is someone pretending to be Zhuge Liang? Furthermore, I can't decipher a single word on you. Are you purposely making things difficult for me? Wang Yaoshan, holding the fan, flopped down onto the bed in disappointment. In an instant, he picked the fan back up, astonished and speechless. To his amazement, the uniquely shaped feather fan had transformed into a common folding fan worth 2 yuan on the street. Even more astonishing was that all the words and phrases had morphed into modern text. The handle clearly read 5 flames, 7 birds fan. Chapter 4. The Celestial Realm and Chaos. The 5 flames, 7 birds fan, also known as the 5 fire divine flame fan or the 7 feather fan, is one of the treasures of the celestial teachings, bestowed by the true monarch of Taoist virtue, Qingshu. It is the guardian treasure of the Xiang Cave on Qingfeng Mountain and was later gifted to his grand disciple Yang Ren for protection. Yang Ren had used it to break the plague poison formation and vanquish the plague deity, Lu, among other enemies. This fan, resplendent with colors, emanates divine charm, its majestic aura spreading across the heavens, its profound power suppressing the ancient realms. This treasure fan possesses feathers from the phoenix, the green phoenix, the roc, the peacock, the white crane, the swan, and the owl, combining the 5 flames of fire from the sky. Rock, wood, the 3 fires of Samadhi, and the fire of the human realm, adorned with seals and incantations, with a poem inscribed on the reverse. Although Wang Yaoshan was not a scholar, his sole passion lay in researching ancient Chinese myths and legends, and he was well versed in various deities, bodhisattvas, demons, and even the treasures they wielded. Rubbing his eyes and under the dim light, he carefully examined it again. Indeed, the handle bore the inscription 5 flames, 7 birds fan, and the fan's surface contained charms and incantations, with a poem on the reverse. Who would be bored enough to replicate such an object, to scare people or ghosts? Could it be real? After all, it could transform according to his will. But then he thought, who am I to possess a legendary artifact? Living by the motto of following one's heart and adapting to circumstances, Wang Yaoshan made what he deemed the right choice: to sleep. After all, no amount of speculation would yield answers. It was all mere conjecture. It would be better to wait until dawn and directly ask that old Taoist. Whether it was the illumination flare or the old Taoist mysteriously providing him with tools. It all proved that the old man had great abilities and bore him no ill will, having saved his life in an inexplicable way. Wang Yaoshan's trust and fondness for the old Taoist grew exponentially. After an hour of digging, his body was utterly exhausted. With his eyes closed, he fell into a deep sleep within 3 minutes. Suddenly, the fan emitted a torrent of purple aura that continuously flowed towards Wang Yaoshan. In the end, not only the fan but even the jade box was absorbed into his body. At 7 in the morning, accompanied by Tian Yu's call, Wang Yaoshan slowly opened his eyes, feeling neither the fatigue nor the lethargy he had anticipated. Instead, he felt an unprecedented clarity of mind and an abundance of energy. Brother Shan, did you encounter something strange last night? Tian Yu's inquisitive eyes sparkled with curiosity. It would take more than a couple of sentences to explain. We should split up today. You go to collect the payment from the employer. I need to visit the temple where we took shelter from the rain yesterday. Without you mentioning it, I already know that last night was extraordinary. As soon as I woke up, I saw that the camera in my room had been smashed to pieces. Tian Yu paused before continuing. As soon as I entered your room, I found your camera was just as broken as mine. Can't you give me a hint? Otherwise, I want to know how to explain to the employer. With a helpless expression, Wang Yaoshan succinctly recounted the previous night's events in less than 10 minutes. Tian Yu listened, dumbfounded, as if struck by a spell, frozen in place. Of course, the details of digging up the grave and finding the jade box remained buried in Wang Yaoshan's heart. After finishing his tale, Wang Yaoshan suddenly realized, where's my fan? Just as he was about to search, he immediately halted. Wang Yaoshan felt that the fan had established a connection with his spirit, quietly resting within him. Could it be that I truly stumbled upon incredible fortune, and this is a genuine celestial artifact? After briefly explaining to Tian Yu, Wang Yaoshan set off for the dilapidated temple alone. The journey was silent. And before long, he arrived at the temple's entrance, where the door was tightly locked, the rusted padlock appearing at least 20 years old. Has the old Taoist gone to the market? Wang Yaoshan mumbled to himself, placing his hands behind his head in a feigned relaxed manner as he approached the door and peered through the crack. Little friend, what are you looking at? The voice approached, growing louder. The one who arrived was none other than the elder who had assisted him yesterday. However, he was accompanied by 2 others. One of them was an old man, his hair white as snow yet his face youthful, a neatly trimmed, silver beard resting upon his chest, dressed in a pristine white robe that clearly indicated his affluent background. The other was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, clad in a high-collared administrative jacket, clutching a black handbag. He bore an air of authority tempered with a smile, reminiscent of a minor official accompanying a superior for an inspection, observing the populace with a keen gaze. Old man, you seem quite busy. Should I return later? Wang Yaoshan pondered, wondering if his recent grave-digging escapade had somehow been exposed, or if this elder had reported him. Yet, he recalled the shovel the elder had handed him, which would imply complicity. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man's imposing demeanor was intimidating, prompting him to consider retreating. Enough standing outside. Come in and speak, the elder said, casting a glance at Wang Yaoshan before signaling to the elder behind him. The white-robed elder nodded, and the 4 entered the dilapidated temple. Inside, the temple courtyard housed only an old-fashioned 8 immortals table and 4 benches. As soon as they settled, the elder fixed his gaze on Wang Yaoshan and spoke. Yesterday proved quite fruitful, did it not? How do you know? Wang Yaoshan replied, his mind racing as he realized he had inadvertently confessed before any interrogation had commenced. I am a celestial being. Is it not normal for me to be aware of your affairs? Do you wish to become a celestial being? Although Wang Yaoshan had mentally prepared himself, he found the notion of the elder's divinity rather abstract. The thought of becoming a celestial being seemed as though it could be procured at will, without examinations or trials. My lord, are you conducting a private visit? I will comply with all inquiries. Wang Yaoshan said, his expression earnest as he addressed the middle-aged man, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Wang Yaoshan, I am Hong Jun, the white-robed elder interjected before the old man could speak. I understand. You must be an old Red Army soldier. Are you his superior? Wang Yaoshan gestured towards the middle-aged man, then promptly stood to shake hands with the elder. You should see for yourself, the elder replied, and with a flick of his hand. Wang Yaoshan vanished from his spot. In less than 5 minutes, he reappeared. Now do you believe? Wang Yaoshan nodded, still dazed, and no one could discern where he had gone during that brief interval. Go put it simply. There has been a disturbance in the heavenly realm. Xiao Zhang has gone missing. Wait, who is Xiao Zhang? You are a celestial being. I am not. How am I to know who you are referring to? Wang Yaoshan looked at Hong Jun with exasperation. Xiao Zhang is Zhang Yuren, whom you mortals refer to as the Jade Emperor. The elder waved his hand again, causing Wang Yaoshan to fall silent, producing only muffled sounds. Listen, spare me the trivialities. How can one not bow their head when under a roof? Wang Yaoshan promptly adjusted his posture, sitting upright. With Xiao Zhang's disappearance, chaos has ensued in the heavenly realm. While he was not particularly effective during his tenure, at least the heavenly court appeared unified. Good heavens, Hong Jun reveals a startling truth. The Jade Emperor is but a scarecrow in the rice fields. Wang Yaoshan widened his eyes in astonishment. Now, the once harmonious factions are seizing this opportunity to expand their own power, stirring a tempest of intrigue. Where there is conflict, there is war. Where there is war, there is death. You understand this principle, I trust. Wang Yaoshan nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. Thus, I instructed my disciple to find you. You have successfully passed the test. Moreover, as you have just witnessed, whether you wish to admit it or not, you were once a part of the heavenly court. During this extraordinary period, should you not contribute to your former organization? Of course, we shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. Should you require divine powers or magical artifacts, do not hesitate to request them. You shall not be treated unfairly. After a glance at the elder, Hong Jun signaled, and the elder's hand reached towards Wang Yaoshan. Please, speak plainly. What is it that you require of me? My intelligence is rather pedestrian, and I cannot decipher your intentions. Wang Yaoshan, who was naturally loquacious and fond of gossip, felt he might go mad if deprived of the opportunity to speak for too long. I find your attitude quite reassuring. In truth, there are merely 2 matters at hand. The first is that the conflicts in the heavenly realm are growing more frequent, resulting in an increasing number of deceased deities. I use my divine perception to preserve their primordial spirits and restore them to form. Your task is to care for them, as a caretaker. Wang Yaoshan instinctively covered his mouth upon uttering this, bowing deeply to Hong Jun and the elder. Ha ha ha, do not be anxious. The second matter is that with the heavenly realm in disarray, the underworld will inevitably follow suit. When the underworld is in turmoil, the mortal realm will not remain peaceful either. Occasionally, minor demons and spirits will emerge, I understand. The second task is to exterminate the demons and banish the evil. Indeed, we cannot exclude the possibility of celestial beings from the heavenly court secretly descending to the mortal realm, along with their steeds and small creatures. Your responsibility is to return them, dealing appropriately with those who are malicious and unrepentant. Feel free to express any request you may have. Master, I humbly beseech you to accept my bow. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yaoshan knelt before Hong Jun. Chapter 5. It is actually him. Wang Yaoshan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He would not be easily deceived. Setting aside the fact that Hong Jun was the master of the illustrious figures known as the primordial heavenly sovereign, the supreme old lord, and the celestial master of the heavenly way, the mere casual words he uttered suggested that if the task were truly that simple, there would be no need to seek out an ordinary person with little connection to the heavenly court. Such notions are but the dreams of a fool. The hidden meanings and the challenges at play here were no less daunting than those faced by Jiang Ziya when he vanquished foes to confer titles of divinity. Regardless of how others perceived the situation, Wang Yaoshan knew he must maintain clarity of thought and avoid falling into this seemingly alluring yet treacherous pit. After all, he currently held no status or identity. He could not even hope to capture celestial beings who had descended to the mortal realm, let alone contend with ordinary demons and spirits, as he would only end up being beaten or killed. As the saying goes, without a proper name, one's words fall flat. If he lacked even the title to embark on his mission, every endeavor would likely yield little success. Wang Yaoshan gleaned these insights from his readings of captivating mythological tales. Take Sun Wukong, for instance. Wherever this monkey went, as soon as he requested assistance, most would readily oblige. This was partly due to the great sage's formidable skills and vast powers. However, it was even more crucial that he had the enigmatic Bodhi Patriarch backing him. In the three realms, who would dare disregard the Bodhi Patriarch's reputation? Returning to the matter at hand, since Hong Jun had declared he would entertain any requests, Wang Yaoshan thought it only prudent to express his humble desire to become a disciple. If even this small request were to be denied, it would be akin to slapping his own face. A celestial being who speaks yet cannot deliver loses all credibility. Indeed, as Wang Yaoshan knelt, the expressions of the other two men turned pale. Rise. I accept you as my disciple, Hong Jun declared, extending a hand in a gesture urging him to stand. Master, I am not yet worthy to rise. It is a rare fortune to become your disciple, a blessing accrued over several lifetimes, yet I possess neither spells nor magical artifacts. Even if I wish to dedicate myself to my master and the heavenly way, I would only bring disgrace upon your esteemed name. Should I fall victim to a minor demon, it would be your reputation that suffers. The implication was clear. He would ensure to uphold the master's name in battle. But if he were to perish at the hands of lowly creatures, it would reflect poorly on Hong Jun. Ha ha ha, you clever little rascal. There is no need for such caution. I will teach you spells and bestow you with treasures as my disciple. However, heed this. The 5 Fire 7 Birds fan has already acknowledged you as its master. Furthermore, I shall gift you a set of heavenly armor for your protection, ensuring your life will not be so easily forfeit. Thank you, master, Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, rising to his feet. Although he had never heard of this heavenly armor being bestowed by Hong Jun meant it was likely a divine artifact. With a flick of Hong Jun's hand, the heavenly armor materialized upon Wang Yaoshan. He felt a surge of spiritual energy circulating around his body. Hong Jun continued, this armor not only deflects celestial spells and demonic powers, but also purifies your essence and nurtures your innate primal energy. As you are still immortal, wearing it will greatly benefit you. Additionally, it can manipulate the 5 elements and conceal your presence, ensuring your safety in times of peril, awakening intelligence and transforming yin and yang. It allows you to traverse the mysteries of the cosmos. As the incantation concluded, a divine thought from Hong Jun penetrated Wang Yaoshan's brow. Well, the celestial arts have now been imparted to your consciousness. You must proceed gradually and not expect to grasp it all at once. Your current form cannot withstand such immense energy. Thank you for bestowing me with celestial arts, Master. I will practice diligently and take my time. Good. You are indeed teachable, Wang Yaoshan. I cannot remain by your side for long to guide your cultivation. Should you encounter any issues, seek out Qingsu. My descent to the mortal realm has already transgressed the heavenly laws. So I shall not linger. With that, Hong Jun vanished from sight, leaving the 3 men gazing at each other in astonishment. Come, do not remain in shock. Let us converse properly. How should I address you? Shall I refer to you as the elder priest? Or would it be more appropriate to honor you as the true monarch of Qingshu? Wang Yaoshan smiled, his gaze intently fixed on the 2 figures before him. The esteemed Qingshu Dao Junjuan hastily waved his hands and shook his head, exclaiming, "Oh, Uncle Master, please do not utter such words. It would utterly overwhelm me. I truly cannot bear such a lofty title." His face was painted with a look of trepidation, and a fine sheen of sweat beaded upon his forehead. However, Wang Yaoshan remained unperturbed, retorting, "What of that little gesture you made moments ago to silence me? You know how to steer a car away from a wall. You know when to buy stocks as they rise. And when a stream of snot threatens to invade your mouth, you remember to wipe it away, I dare say. You seem quite capable of managing this situation." He continued to press forward. That 5 Fire 7 Bird fan is indeed your treasure. Yet you have deliberately buried it beneath the locust tree, enticing me to unearth it. I suspect you have calculated that this mere mortal would not fathom how to wield such a celestial artifact. Even if I were to find it, I would bring it to you. This, I believe, is the very reason for our meeting today. Am I mistaken? Upon hearing this, Qingshu Dao Zhenjuan hurriedly clarified, "Uncle Master, you have truly misunderstood me. That precious fan was lost hundreds of years ago along with my unfortunate disciple. Ever since then, I have been ceaselessly searching for its whereabouts. It's just he faltered at this juncture." "Just what? Speak plainly." Qingshu Dao Zhenjuan wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, There's nothing. Except that the connection I once had with the fan has inexplicably been severed, and thus, despite my relentless search. I have been unable to trace its location. Let us then discuss the Fuan apartments. What of the graves and the spirits surrounding them? Uncle Master, this is a chain reaction stemming from the disruption of the heavenly order, which has consequently thrown the underworld into chaos, and no matter where the abnormalities arise, it is the mortal realm that feels the brunt of the consequences. Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow tightly, contemplating the words of Qingxiu. Indeed, as he stated, regardless of how the world may shift, it is invariably the innocent common folk who suffer. With this thought, Wang Yaoshan could not help but let out a deep sigh. Who is this individual? By the way, you have yet to introduce him to me. Before Qingxiu could respond, a man in his 30s suddenly knelt before Wang Yaoshan, bowing deeply in his direction, exclaiming, "Esteemed master, Li Jing presents his respects." At the mention of this name, Wang Yaoshan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he inquired, "You are Li Jing? Li Jing? Could it be you are the legendary pagoda-bearing heavenly king?" For Wang Yaoshan, it might be plausible to be unfamiliar with others, but to claim ignorance of Li Jing would be an egregious folly. After all, Li Jing was renowned as the formidable Grand Marshal of the Celestial Court, the commander of the heavenly garrison. He not only commanded 100,000 celestial soldiers, but also possessed the authority to summon the 4 heavenly kings and the 28 lunar mansions. In response to Wang Yaoshan's astonishment, Li Jing quickly affirmed, "Indeed, it is I." Wang Yaoshan, eager with curiosity, pressed on, "If that is the case, how did you come to be here? When shall you return to the Celestial Court?" At this moment, Qingxiu interjected, "Uncle Master, this tale is rather lengthy. General Li can no longer return, for he is the first immortal to have his physical form reconstituted by the Grandmaster." Though Qingxiu's words were somewhat ambiguous, the perceptive Wang Yaoshan immediately discerned the underlying implication. Li Jing had, in fact, met his demise once. "Oh dear, a child without a mother. This tale is indeed lengthy," Li Jing lamented, rising while gently stroking his smooth chin devoid of any beard, a look of helplessness and nostalgia crossing his face. Seeing this, Qingxiu feigned impatience, saying, "What use is it to sigh and moan? Can you not shorten the tale? Your master is no stranger." With that, he cast a sly glance at Li Jing, noting the latter's woeful expression, and could not help but inwardly rejoice, for he knew that Li Jing had successfully diverted Wang Yaoshan's attention from him, as long as this uncle master did not continue to scrutinize him. Perhaps the earlier events could be easily forgotten. Prompted by Qingxiu, Li Jing hastily recounted, "Indeed, esteemed leaders, that day, I was patrolling the heavens as per usual when, unexpectedly, I was seized by an excruciating pain in my abdomen. In desperation, I sought a place to relieve myself." At this point, Wang Yaoshan could not suppress a chuckle, curiously glancing at Qingxiu. Well, who would have thought even immortals need to visit the restroom? Upon hearing this, Qingxiu quickly donned a sycophantic smile, nodding in agreement. Yet, Wang Yaoshan continued to question, "But wait, how could you misplace a pagoda over a mere bathroom break?" In response to this incredulity, Li Jing, with an innocent demeanor, explained, "Esteemed master, you pose an unknowing query. Who, pray tell, would take a pagoda along when attending to nature's call? Thus, I placed it on the wash basin, intending to retrieve it upon finishing. Yet, when I emerged, lo and behold, the pagoda had vanished. Initially, I thought it a prank by a colleague, so I searched high and low. Half an hour later, I had questioned every celestial being in the court. Only then did I realize the gravity of the situation, and I hastily recited the summoning incantation, but during that brief moment, my connection with the pagoda was severed. Given your position, this should not be the case. Have you offended someone? Oh dear, esteemed master, you overestimate me. I bear no significant title, merely a humble section chief of the security department. As for the legendary Li Tianwang and his 10,000 celestial soldiers, those are merely fictional tales from novels. In truth, the heavenly court is not much different from our mortal realm. Look, we too must complete various assessments like mere mortals. Should one fail to meet the criteria in time, it would not only invite scorn from superiors, but also lead to penalties. If one repeatedly fails to accomplish their tasks, the consequences can be dire, demotion and a reduction of one's divine powers. Witness the case of the Great Spirit, who has now been relegated to a janitor, spending his days sweeping floors and scrubbing toilets. Even if you excel beyond measure, completing tasks with ease, do not expect any rewards. On the contrary, the higher-ups will perceive your capability and continuously assign you more tasks. All under the pretext that the heavenly court does not harbor idle beings. Oh, you certainly have your struggles. This exposition left Wang Yaoshan speechless, transitioning from disbelief to a burgeoning empathy. Though still a student, he had not been oblivious to the realities of life. It appeared that even immortals were bound by duties, unable to act as they pleased. They too had to toil and strive. Suddenly, the sky, once clear, darkened ominously, and with a resounding crack of thunder, a bolt struck near Wang Yaoshan's feet. Master, you are truly benevolent. As the clouds dispersed, it was as if the sky had never changed, save for a small charred pit by Wang Yaoshan's side. Emitting wisps of smoke, Li Jing was unyielding in his responses, addressing every inquiry without hesitation. The once genial Qingshu now assumed a facade of solemnity, returning to the matter at hand. After the pagoda was lost, I knew my time in the heavenly court was limited. Why is that? Is the pagoda considered a heavenly asset? Will its loss incur penalties upon you? Li Jing slowly shook his head. Upon closer inspection, one could see glimmers of tears in his eyes. With a quivering voice, he replied, "No, this pagoda was bestowed upon me by the ancient Buddha of Lamp, and it is my personal property." As soon as he finished speaking, the towering man, standing at a height of 7 feet, broke down into a child's wail, sobbing uncontrollably. Regardless of Wang Yaoshan's inquiries or attempts at consolation, Li Jing continued to weep, refusing to utter another word. Uncle Master, by all accounts, Li Jing should be considered a fellow townsman, correct? In our city of hygiene, are there not any legends or tales surrounding him? Qingshu inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Li Jing paused momentarily, then nodded in affirmation. A spark of inspiration flashed in Wang Yaoshan's mind as he exclaimed, "Neza, could it be that you were sent here by your own son?" This remark struck Li Jing like a dagger to the heart. His cries growing ever more heart-wrenching and deafening. It is known that prior to his ascension, Li Jing served as the general of Qintang Pass during the reign of King Zhou of Shang, and the death of his son Neza was intricately linked to him. Moreover, during the attempt by Taiji Zhenren to resurrect Neza, Li Jing had fiercely opposed the endeavor, which only heightened the animosity between father and son. Eventually, Neza was successfully revived, yet the first act upon his revival was to seek out Li Jing for vengeance, harboring a deep-seated animosity. Li Jing, unwilling to remain passive, sought connections and avenues for assistance. Ultimately aided by the ancient Buddha of Lamp, who gifted him the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to subdue Neza. Only then did the two manage to coexist peacefully. Among the celestial hierarchy, tales of the 3 notorious rebels have long circulated, and Neza's reputation resonates throughout the 3 realms. In the past, many regarded these notions as mere fabrications. However, upon witnessing the current events, it seems they are far from baseless. With Li Jing having lost the crucial 7 treasures glazed pagoda, it is certain that Neza, with his fiery temperament, will no longer tolerate or indulge him as he once did. To some extent, this 7 treasures glazed pagoda is akin to Neza's own father. Stop your tears, you are a grown man. What are you crying for? Wang Yaoshan continued. If your son has dealt you a fatal blow, you have not suffered in vain. At least your grievances with each other have been settled. Furthermore, as you mentioned, if the heavenly court system is so flawed, does this not effectively liberate you? What is so appealing about being a deity? Not to mention that you were merely a heavenly king. Even as a 5-star marshal, what does it amount to? Merely for teasing Chang'e, you were cast down to the mortal realm and transformed into a pig. In comparison, he is far inferior to you. At least you are human, and regarding the giant spirit god you mentioned, is he not now reduced to cleaning the foulest of toilets? Though Wang Yaoshan's words were sharp, each was intended to assist Li Jing in finding solace. Li Jing listened in silence, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, nodding in agreement as he said, "You are right. It is indeed so." At that moment, the typically stern and unyielding countenance of Li Jing, akin to that of a lifeless statue, unexpectedly revealed a rare hint of relief. Though fleeting, this smile was sufficient to convey the stirring of his innermost feelings. Observing this, Wang Yaoshan slightly nodded, expressing his satisfaction. He then shifted the conversation to a more serious tone, stating, "All right, I have acquired a general understanding of the situation. However, there remain numerous detailed issues that I must trouble the two of you to elucidate." Li Jing promptly responded, "Please feel free to inquire. Any knowledge I possess will be shared without reservation, and I shall not conceal a single detail." Wang Yaoshan fixed his sharp gaze upon Li Jing and slowly inquired, "Has the heavenly court always been thus?" Chapter 7. The woes of the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation before he sighed deeply. "Not at all. The heavenly court has also endured a cataclysm." Wang Yaoshan leaned slightly forward, pressing for more. "What kind of cataclysm?" Li Jing, glancing around as if wary of eavesdroppers, lowered his voice. 1,300 years ago, a dark force invaded the heavenly court. This force was exceedingly sinister, capable of corroding the minds of deities, leading many celestial beings to their downfall. At that time, chaos reigned not only in the heavenly court but also in the Western paradise. 1,300 years ago was precisely during the Tang dynasty on Earth, was it not? Could this matter? You have guessed correctly. It indeed relates to the journey for scriptures undertaken by the 4 disciples. Li Jing sighed, and when he met Wang Yaoshan's gaze, he exhibited a fleeting avoidance. Steeling himself, Li Jing continued, "Let me speak frankly. Prior to embarking on this journey, an agreement was reached between the West and the heavenly court. This included the allocation of the 81 tribulations along the way, who would descend to aid, and who would intervene. Everything was meticulously arranged. An exercise, a performance? For whom?" Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Wang Yaoshan found himself utterly perplexed. "For the world to see. If the world does not witness, how can they receive offerings and incense?" "Ah, I had forgotten that you also require achievements. But amidst so many tribulations, how could they distinguish which monsters were allies and which were foes? How did the 4 disciples discern them? You have considered the potential for wrongful killing, have you not? This is simple. There are secret signals. There are secret signals for such matters, with so many minor monsters observing. Did you not consider the ramifications? Not at all. Prior to departure, it was clearly explained that when Sun Wukong encounters a monster, his first words would be, 'Hey, I am the great sage equal to heaven.' Sun Wukong, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. And then what? In Wang Yaoshan's memory, this phrase indeed served as Sun Wukong's opening line upon meeting a monster. Li Jing continued, "Afterward, 2 possibilities arose. If the monster responded, 'Who do you think you are?' Ah, it is merely the stable keeper, then it must not be killed." "Why not?" "Why indeed? The monsters are well aware of Sun Wukong's exact rank. Clearly, he must have been one of their own, previously dwelling in the heavens, arranged to descend. So, what should be done in such a case? Should they fight? If so, how should they gauge their strength? They may fight, but the 4 disciples must not prevail. Then Sun Wukong would seek out his superior, who would commend him and say, 'Let us have him return.' Does his superior not earn merit for that? Have the 4 disciples succeeded in overcoming a challenge?" Wang Yaoshan scratched his head, finding the plan quite comprehensive. "But what if the monster does not respond with that phrase?" Li Jing crossed his arms, his expression turning grave. "If the monster were to retort, 'Humph, who is this monkey? Today shall be your last,' or other similarly hostile remarks, it would signify that this monster is a rogue and must be eradicated with full force." Wang Yaoshan's eyes brightened, realizing the cleverness in this differentiation. Yet what if a monster were to suddenly change its mind or misremember the signal? Li Jing smiled slightly. That would rely on the tightening spell of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Should Sun Wukong misjudge, Tang Song can recite a spell to prevent him from acting recklessly. It all comes back to you. Li Jing offered a wry smile and continued, "Originally, everything was proceeding smoothly. However, a significant issue arose during the incense tallying. After the 4 disciples attained Buddhahood, they did not receive the reverence and worship from the mortal realm. Instead, temples dedicated to Tathagata and Guanyin proliferated, with their incense offerings flourishing. Originally, the incense was evenly divided between Buddhism and the heavenly court, but after the scripture journey, it became a 9-to-1 ratio, sometimes even failing to match the offerings of the latter. How could the heavenly court accept this unequal distribution of incense? Is it related to the fact that this scripture journey was led by Buddhism, which undoubtedly reaps the greatest benefits? Is it solely related to Buddhism? Tang Sang is a disciple of Tathagata. Sun Wukong is a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi. Zhu Wuning is the marshal of the heavenly court, serving under Donghua Emperor. Sha Wujing is the curtain-lifting general, a personal guard to the Jade Emperor. The White Dragon Horse is the son of the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Run. who is a seventh-tier deity in the heavenly court. Count how many from each side originated from? And regarding the final conferral of Buddhist titles, there are 48 Buddhas and 15 Bodhisattvas in the Western paradise. What of Lingji, who was previously positioned before the Bodhisattvas? What of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? They were all expelled from the Buddhist order simply for having close ties with the heavenly court. So it is to say that Buddhism has poached from your ranks, purging your undercover operatives, freeing up Buddhist positions, and then filling them with those they have recruited. It appears they have made considerable sacrifices, yet in reality, they have gained without giving, while simultaneously eliminating their rivals. You have not only gained nothing but are also tasked with accommodating their two bodhisattvas. Truly remarkable. Wang Yaoshan scoffed. Did the heavenly court simply endure this? Li Jing shook his head. Naturally not. The heavenly court conducted a covert investigation and discovered that Buddhism had employed underhanded tactics. They spread rumors among the populace, declaring that only by venerating Tathagata and Guanyin could one truly avert calamities, while the four disciples were merely errand runners. That is indeed quite insidious. How did the heavenly court respond? Wang Yaoshan inquired. Li Jing clenched his fists. The Jade Emperor decided to reconfigure the layout, supporting a new belief system. They initially approached the suppressed old deities, subtly guiding public opinion in the mortal realm, recounting their past merits. Concurrently, they dispatched some celestial officials to masquerade as mortals, revealing instances of certain Buddhist temples exploiting the populace for wealth. It was through this mutual conflict that the dark forces found an opportunity, gradually amplifying the greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, and jealousy among all deities and Buddhas. Yet for such an extended period, has there been no change at all from above? It has been at least 1,000 years. And all the celestial beings have not noticed? A day in heaven is equivalent to a year on earth. While a millennium has passed for mortals, it equates to merely a little over 1,000 days in the heavens. Discovery? What of it? Both sides adhere to the principle of securing the internal before addressing external threats. It is a struggle to the death. Subsequently, your two senior brothers personally descended, lowering their status to serve in the heavenly court. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun? No, Taishang Laojun originally held a position in the heavenly court. It is different now. Yuan Shi Tianzun oversees the Human Resources Department, while Taishang Laojun manages the Public Relations Department. These two departments were not so significant in the past, but in this special period, Yuan Shi Tianzun is responsible for the recruitment of personnel in the celestial realm. Many who have made significant contributions in the mortal world are directly elevated to the ranks of celestial beings. As people understand each other, those who have made substantial contributions will undoubtedly be sincerely worshipped by the populace. This worship will surely lead to an influx of incense offerings. Even more importantly, your second senior brother has been revered as the head of Taoism and possesses a vast foundation among the people in the mortal realm. With him managing the Public Relations Department, the creation of deities and the crafting of legends is a simple task. What of my master? Is he involved as well? Has Buddhism ceased its attacks? Hongjun Zushi has not directly participated. However, with your two senior brothers entering the fray, does it not indicate your master's stance? What precisely are his thoughts? How could we possibly know? It is merely speculation. Buddhism, on the other hand, is employing a strategy of remaining unchanged amidst myriad changes. After all, their incense offerings are currently thriving, and they undoubtedly would not want to overreach. Through Li Jing's explanations, Wang Yaoshan gained a clearer understanding of his own responsibilities. He realized that he and the four disciples were no different, both serving as executors of the same project. Slaying demons and dispelling evil was only meant for those without foundations. Welcoming celestial beings transformed into mortals was solely to enable them to perform good deeds for the people, thereby garnering more followers and offerings for the heavenly court. Yet what precisely is this dark force? Chapter 8. Campus Turmoil. Master Uncle, here is my contact information. At present. I am primarily responsible for promoting the heavenly court's presence in the mortal realm, which includes receiving the various deities who have taken on fleshly forms. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Unlike Li Jing, I have come down of my own volition. Upon noticing that Wang Yaoshan had been silent for quite some time, Qingshu proactively requested his contact details. Master Uncle, what are you thinking about? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. By the way, Qingshu, may I inquire about something? My master has infused my spiritual consciousness with divine powers. How should I cultivate them? That is quite simple. You must focus your mind, contemplating the opening of your spiritual consciousness, and it shall automatically unveil itself. You may choose any technique you desire to learn, but keep in mind that you are still a mortal being. The Venerable Hong Jun has placed restrictions upon you, primarily to prevent you from overexerting yourself and to protect you. The techniques available to you now are the most refined at your current stage. I understand. Let us leave it at that for today. I shall return to the school now. Oh, by the way, what shall we do about the restless souls and vengeful spirits near the Fuan apartment? Aren't you going to take care of them? To speak frankly, there are taboos for deities in the mortal realm, Li Jing, and I currently possess very little divine power, barely sufficient to contend with ghost kings. If we encounter more formidable spirits, our only option is to ensure our own survival. Moreover, it is crucial to note that what you witnessed yesterday were merely minor spirits without prior offenses. We must await the staff from the underworld to take them away. And take this talisman. It is our means of self-preservation. And here is the protective charm you used last night. As long as it is not a ghost king, it guarantees your safety for 6 hours. You truly are too generous. Just look at this pile of talismans. I imagine they could fetch quite a sum. Wang Yaoshan beamed at his companion. Qing Xiu, however, waved his hands dismissively, responding with a smile, "You flatter me. There is no need for such formality between us. Besides, what is this small collection of talismans worth? As long as they are useful to you, that is all that matters." He spoke as he affectionately patted Wang Yaoshan's arm. It was clearly impossible to divert this master uncle's inquiries without a little sacrifice, and Qing Xiu was no fool. Why were there so many deities to choose from in the heavenly court? Yet only this one had chosen to descend to handle affairs. It turned out this individual possessed a remarkable grasp of human affairs, adept and resourceful, truly a master of navigating social intricacies. Regardless of the situation, he could respond with ease and manage matters adeptly. From now on, let us forego the titles of Master Uncle or Master. Since I am the youngest, you may call me Xiao Wang. And I shall refer to you as Old Li and Old Qing. How does that sound? The two exchanged lighthearted banter, showering Wang Yaoshan with compliments that left him feeling somewhat disoriented. What youthful talent! Respect for elders and a broad-minded demeanor. In short, every praise was lavished upon him. Old Li, Old Qing, I shall take my leave now. You best keep your phones on for 24 hours, so that I may consult you should any questions arise. Without waiting for a response, Wang Yaoshan opened the door and hurried back to school. Li Jing called out after him, "Master, Master." But Wang Yaoshan did not hear in that brief span of time. He felt his body growing increasingly formidable under the refining influence of the heavenly armor. As if an inexhaustible strength flowed rhythmically from the crown of his head to his dantian, then coursed back through his limbs and bones, in a perpetual cycle. What once required an hour to reach the taxi stand now took merely 20 minutes. On the way, he received a call from Tianyu. "Brother Shan, I've collected all the money and returned to school, but you haven't come back yet." "I'll be there shortly. Oh, by the way, Brother Shan, there are two things. First, that female employer wishes to see you. I asked her what it was about, but she didn't say. The second matter is that a number of police cars have arrived at our school. Upon inquiry, I learned that Jiajia has died, reportedly from drowning. All right, let us discuss this in detail when we meet. I estimate I'll reach the school in 20 minutes. All right, Brother Shan, I'll wait for you at the West Gate. What could that female employer want with me? Could it be that the camera recorded something it shouldn't have? Before long, the vehicle arrived. The two brothers engaged in their usual playful banter. As noon approached, they decided to treat themselves to a hearty meal. They sought out a nearby hot pot restaurant, eager to indulge. Upon entering the private room, Wang Yaoshan inquired, "How did it go with settling the bill? Did she give you a hard time?" Interestingly, yesterday over the phone, she was quite commanding. But upon meeting, guess what? She turned into a little kitten. Not only did her tone soften, but she also appeared quite lovely. Looking no more than a few years older than us. What woman doesn't he seem beautiful in your eyes? That's hardly useful commentary. Speaking seriously, she did ask about our experiences and whether we had encountered anything unusual. I fabricated a few tales about strange occurrences in both rooms, like pots and pans clattering on their own. She did mention the camera issue. What did she say? She assured me that we were not responsible for the damage to the camera. She was well aware. After that, she handed me the payment and told me she wished to see you when you had the time to call her. Here, take her number. And Brother Shan, right after you visited that room last night, I encountered a female ghost. Is she going to haunt me? You must protect me. Wang Yaoshan had not been idle during the journey. Aside from being interrupted by Tian Yu's call, he had been diligently learning divine powers. A continuous influx of diverse techniques enriched Wang Yaoshan's own spiritual energy. No worries. I'll show you. As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan activated his wisdom eye. Under its gaze, Tian Yu exhibited no abnormalities and appeared quite healthy. Brother Shan, did you notice anything? Ah, calamity looms. Your third eye is darkening, your gaze is lax, and a foul odor of decay emanates from you. There's no saving you now. Stop with your nonsense. Do you really think you're a fortune teller? When you say I'm fat, I get out of breath. Here, this is your shared. As he spoke, Tian Yu retrieved an envelope from his backpack, containing precisely 2,000 yuan. Thank you, my brother. This meal is on me. Now, tell me more about Jiazhe.it. Should have been your treat. As for Jiazhe, I heard it from his roommates. Whether it's true, I cannot say. They mentioned Jiazhe had been acting strangely lately, engaging in activities typically associated with women, like knitting and applying makeup, even wearing wigs. Initially, they thought he might have experienced some sort of trauma that altered his sexual orientation. They questioned him several times, but he remained calm, so they dismissed their concerns. Since yesterday afternoon, Jiazhe has not attended class and did not return to the dormitory at night. The dorm supervisor assumed he had gone home, especially with the holidays approaching, and did not think much of it. Tian Yu spoke rapidly, quenching his thirst with a gulp of beer, before continuing. Who would have guessed that this morning, Jiazhe's body was discovered in the artificial lake to the north? It was reportedly Chen Wan who found him. It's the time. Jiazhe was dressed in women's clothing and stockings, with a horrifying grin on his face, his lifeless eyes staring intensely at Chen Wan, causing her to faint in terror. Did Chen Wan know Jiazhe? That much I cannot say. However, when Chen Wan regained consciousness, she found herself surrounded by onlookers, including patrolling teachers. Only then did she recount the sight of Jiazhe's corpse. But when others checked the lake, they found nothing. Was today's patrolling teacher? Teacher Hao? Given his nature, he must have called the police. Subsequently, the police arrived and retrieved the body. Correct. Indeed, Brother Shan, you truly possess a gift for deduction. You are absolutely right. That is precisely what transpired. If what you say is true, Jiazhe may have died under suspicious circumstances. You mean it was not suicide, but homicide? Homicide? No, what I mean is he may have fallen victim to something supernatural. What on earth, Brother Shan? Has something happened to you? You've always been skeptical of such matters. Have you been possessed by a ghost? Wang Yaoshan initially intended to share the events that transpired, but reconsidered. Who could accept such a shocking revelation all at once? He had unwittingly become a representative of the heavenly court, tasked with slaying demons and dispelling evil. Moreover, Tian Yu had a tendency to gossip. If he were to learn of this, it would soon become common knowledge. At this stage, it was better to keep him in the dark. It would help avoid unnecessary troubles. Let us eat up. Then we can return to the dormitory for some rest. Why now? The copper pot had begun to boil, and the two devoured the meat slices with fervor, finishing 10 plates in no time. Half an hour later, they left the restaurant, patting their full bellies as they meandered back to the dormitory. Chapter 9. The tiger of the normal school. Upon returning to the dormitory, ignoring the peculiar glances of others, they collapsed into their beds and slept soundly until 8 in the evening. Brother Shan, wake up. If you keep sleeping, the moon will shine on your backside. Tian Yu's grotesque, chubby face was a mere 30 centimeters away from Wang Yaoshan. You pervert with that. Wang Yaoshan kicked Tian Yu's thigh with a thud. He was bewildered, as he had gone to sleep fully clothed, yet upon waking, found himself clad only in his underwear. Realizing the danger of this dormitory, he thought to himself, I must move out as soon as possible. Who is the pervert here? You were the one who undressed while sleeping. Everyone was watching. You kept whining about it being too hot. The other two in the dormitory chimed in agreement. What? That happened. Fine then, Lion Eye. I concede my error. Wang Yaoshan recalled that he indeed had a dream in which his clothes caught fire. While recollecting, he hurriedly dressed and went to assist Tian Yu. Shangu, have you been practicing martial arts behind my back? How have you become so strong? A mere shove could lead to a fracture, and in severe cases, to a vegetative state. Have you lost your senses? Kicking you might even send you to a vegetative state. The two were playfully tussling when suddenly, Wang Yaoshan's phone rang. displaying an unfamiliar number. Wang, master, little Wang. It's your old Li Dado. No need, no need. With that, Wang Yaoshan hung up, reflecting on the lamentable incompetence of today's scam callers. Either they mumbled incoherently or spoke with heavy accents. It seemed even stutterers had begun to take up this profession. Just as Wang Yaoshan was about to voice his frustrations, the phone rang again, revealing the same number. Growing impatient, he answered, I told you I don't need anything. You should practice more before trying to deceive people. Just as he was about to end the call, he heard, Master, don't hang up, it's Li Jing. It's Li Jing. On the other end, Li Jing was perplexed. Didn't you ask me to call you little Wang? Why am I suddenly being accused of scamming? Oh, old Li, I didn't save your number this morning, don't take it to heart, alright? Yes, you did leave in quite a hurry this morning. I called out to you for a long time. Did you call for something? Wang Yaoshan found it hard to fathom why Li Jing would need to find him, as if he believed himself to be a caretaker. Master, did someone die at the school? How do you know? Weren't we told there was no supernatural ability involved? How does Li Jing possess such clairvoyance? Master, I initially wanted to get your number, and secondly, to inform you that there are a few spirits in Hygiene City that are best left undisturbed. One of them is at your school. Before I could finish, you ran off. Later, I saw it on the evening news and thought to call you. Please, do not get involved in this matter if you encounter it. Do your best to avoid it. That entity has been cultivating for 200 years and is a high-level ghost king. Even ordinary underworld workers cannot handle her to MY Master, Qingxiu, and I'd barely managed to drive her back together. Please be vigilant. This made the evening news? Understood. I won't get involved. Just call me little Wang. There's no need for such formality, Li Gu. Wang Yaoshan felt a warmth in his heart. Though he and Li Jing were merely acquaintances, Li Jing was considerate of him. Thus, he deemed it fitting to address him as Li Ji. In truth, referring to him as Li Gu posed no loss to himself. According to age, he would be addressing Li Jing as an ancestor. Moreover, what level was he at now to contend with such a formidable spirit? Wouldn't that be courting death? Li Jing was at a loss for words. The call lingered in silence for 5 seconds. Well then, Li Gu, I must go out for dinner. I can't talk to you any longer. Thank you. Wang Yaoshan recognized Li Jing's embarrassment. The old obstinate man, who would even take his own son to peril in pursuit of his so-called truths, was at a loss for how to respond at that moment. After hanging up, Wang Yaoshan and Tianyu set out to find something to eat. Meanwhile, Li Jing remained frozen in a state of bewilderment, maintaining the call posture for a considerable time. Although it was early autumn, the nighttime temperature had not retained the oppressive heat of summer. Especially in the days following a rain, it was quite refreshing. Even a tad chilly as they walked, they arrived at a dimly lit alley, typically bustling with food stalls, yet today it was eerily quiet. How strange, it's usually quite lively here, Tianyu muttered. A sense of unease crept over Wang Yaoshan as he recalled Li Jing's warning. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. Wang Yaoshan became alert, sensing a powerful resentment in the air. The woman in white gradually materialized from the depths of the alley. Run! Wang Yaoshan yanked Tianyu and dashed away. However, the woman swiftly floated before them. Can you see me? She intoned ominously. Where are you going? Shan Gu. We just arrived and haven't eaten yet. What's wrong? Hey, Shan Gu. Wang Yaoshan forced himself to appear calm, replying, It's nothing. I just had a little scare. Tianyu, it's a bit chilly today. Could you go back to the dorm and fetch me a jacket? We'll stay up all night. It's on me. Since Tianyu couldn't see the woman, he should hurry to leave. Every escape counted. Really? Then I'll head back. That IT is indeed a bit cold. Why did it suddenly drop? Tianyu scratched his head, muttering as he turned back. Only one person and one ghost remained, sizing each other up in the narrow alley. The female ghost smiled. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Wang Yaoshan inhaled deeply. What do you want? The ghost gently tossed her long, flowing black hair, which arched gracefully through the air before settling down. She lifted her gaze, locking her eyes on Wang Yaoshan, her ruby lips parting. What I want is not particularly important. The key is that you can see me. You must understand, ordinary mortals do not possess such capabilities. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan's mind began to race. Perhaps it was due to the weak young energy within me. However, the ghost was clearly not fooled by this reasoning. She let out a cold chuckle. Don't try to deceive me, Boyd. I can distinctly sense a unique aura emanating from you. As her fingers drew closer, Wang Yaoshan felt a surge of panic. He instinctively stepped back, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Men and women should maintain their distance. Instead of halting, the ghost playfully winked at Wang Yaoshan, teasingly retorting, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a traditionalist, but I happen to have taken a liking to you. So, what do you propose we do?" Wang Yaoshan's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "Miss, please don't joke. Humans and spirits are worlds apart." The ghost leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "But I don't want to leave you." Wang Yaoshan felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Miss, if you truly like me, then cease to harm others and accumulate some merits." After a moment's silence, the ghost huffed, "I knew you would preach. However, for your sake, I can temporarily hold back." Wang Yaoshan secretly sighed in relief. Only now did he dare to boldly assess the ghost before him. She possessed a delicate beauty, her figure graceful, akin to a night blooming cereus. Her gaze, as clear as autumn waters, seemed capable of piercing through the human heart, rendering one utterly defenseless. If she were human, she would likely be of a similar age to him. Prior to this, Wang Yaoshan had employed a soul-binding spell, which could dispel all illusions and mental captivations. He discovered that she had not cast any bewitchment upon him, allowing him to scrutinize the ghost without fear. The ghost, feeling uncomfortable under Wang Yaoshan's gaze, opened her mouth to speak, but her cheeks flushed. "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll kill you." When she mentioned killing him, her voice had become as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Didn't I just say, no killing? Though you are indeed breathtakingly beautiful, your temper should not be so fierce. If you continue like this, who would dare to marry you? Indeed, I am the king of soft rice and the tiger of normal schools." Wang Dahua, Chapter 10. Reasoning upon hearing this, the ghost widened her eyes. "Does this lady need someone to marry her? I had countless suitors in life, and I didn't even look twice at them." Wang Yaoshan chuckled. "What you say holds truth. Ordinary young men are certainly unworthy of you." The ghost pouted, her arms crossed against her chest, bouncing on her toes. "Men's words are deceiving ghosts. Are you scolding men or yourself? Please, do not be angry." The surrounding air grew even colder. Wang Yaoshan was well aware that living off others was no easy feat. Though he felt fear, he could not show it. He feigned calmness and found a table to sit at. He understood one principle. Should one encounter a vengeful spirit and merely shriek in terror before fleeing aimlessly, there would be no chance of survival. After all, in these times, preserving one's life depended not only on courage and speed, but also on possessing exceptional acting skills. The owner of the spicy hot pot stall regarded Wang Yaoshan with an expression akin to that reserved for a lunatic, continuously sizing up this peculiar new customer. It was hardly the owner's fault. Wang Yaoshan had been performing an imaginary act for quite some time. He gestured animatedly, speaking to the air, while the owner stood by, utterly dumbfounded by this nonsensical spectacle. In his mind, he wished for this odd customer to leave at once. To his surprise, he was the one who ended up with the short straw. Wang Yaoshan remained unconcerned with the owner's strange gaze. He hastily gestured for the ghost to take the empty seat across from him. Since forceful measures had proven ineffective, it was time to try a more gentle approach. He was adept at the art of the charming, warm-hearted gentleman. "Have you ever had spicy hot pot before?" "No, I usually eat people. Oh, your taste is rather unique." Wang Yaoshan understood that the ghost was jesting. Such an outlandish claim would certainly be believed by other monsters. "You are a ghost. You typically consume incense and candles. Why pretend to be something you are not?" The female ghost gracefully floated to the table and settled in. However, just as she had not yet fully settled into her seat, Wang Yaoshan immediately turned to the shopkeeper and called out loudly, "Boss, please bring us 2 of your most luxurious spicy hot pot sets." He then turned back to the female ghost and whispered softly, "Today, allow me to treat you to this exquisite delicacy." "It's on me, 2 luxurious sets." The boss, hastily agreeing, rushed off, eager to escape the presence of this eccentric individual. Seated across from one another, the human and the ghost exchanged glances. "Are you truly unafraid of me? Or is it merely an act?" the female ghost inquired, as she casually removed her stunning head and began to comb her flowing hair. Her piercing gaze remained fixed on his face, fearful of missing even the slightest change in his expression. "Afraid? What would I fear from you? Some may fear animals, but not everyone does. Certain creatures are afraid of humans, yet that is not universal. The ghost smirked, claiming to be unafraid is simply a fade. For with one glance down, she could see Wang Yaoshan's trembling legs. Oh, are you planning to lecture me again? She remarked, pressing her head back into place. No. I merely wish to understand whether Jia's death is in any way connected to you. He deserved to die, she retorted fiercely. He used poison to incapacitate numerous young women, then engaged in unspeakable acts with them, even photographing them as a means of coercion, thereby forcing them to become his long-term outlets for release. Shouldn't he face retribution? As she spoke, an aura of chilling intensity surrounded her, radiating from her body. Suddenly, with a series of explosive sounds, all the streetlights in the alley shattered. Flurries of snow began to fall from the October sky. Wang Yaoshan glanced around at the enveloping darkness, noting that only the little shop they occupied remained brightly illuminated. In an instant, a figure appeared beside Wang Yaoshan. Without waiting for the newcomer to speak, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Boss, another luxurious set, please. What wind has blown in Li Tianwang to this humble stall?" The female ghost observed the towering man beside Wang Yaoshan, her cold demeanor quickly retreating. The newcomer was none other than Li Jing. Faced with the ghost's words, the large man merely grunted before turning to Wang Yaoshan, saying, "Master, you truly do not make things easy for me. I told you it was perilous, yet you refused to heed my warnings." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the ghost opposite him. "Here we go, 2 luxurious sets coming right up. Point 1 is already in the pot, so please hold on." The shopkeeper continued to chatter as he prepared the spicy hot pot. At this moment, Li Jing's eyes were glued to the female ghost, wary of her every move. Meanwhile, the ghost gazed at Wang Yaoshan with a smile. Our protagonist looked at the 2 bowls of spicy hot pot before him. "You two can start eating," Wang Yaoshan said, pushing one bowl towards the ghost and handing the other to Li Jing. Just as Li Jing turned to speak, Wang Yaoshan interjected, "Let's eat first." Li Jing paused, then began to eat on his own. If what you say is true, and he committed such heinous acts, then he indeed deserves to die. However, it is not for you to deliver that punishment. By what right do you claim the authority to end his life? Divine retribution? The vengeance of a vengeful spirit? Or perhaps by invoking the wrath of a deity? Wang Yaoshan pondered, realizing that the female ghost was not without justification. She had her reasons. Since we are discussing reason, let us engage in a proper dialogue. Be my own will. I shall act as I see fit. You claim he deserves death. The ghost, now remarkably calm, appeared almost like a child arguing with a parent. She was no fool. Li Jing had referred to him as master. Master. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Deshang Laojun are the true elders of Li Jing's lineage. While the youth before me is merely a student, could it be that he is the reincarnation of a great sage? It was a possibility. He always enjoyed lecturing her. Though the female ghost could not grasp the full implications of this thought in that moment. One thing was clear. The strength of her opponent should not be underestimated. To resolve matters with violence upon encountering circumstances that do not align with your desires is an act I cannot condone. This realm is not the underworld. It is the human world. The human realm has its own laws and systems. Since you reside here, you must adhere to its rules. The more powerful one becomes, the more imperative it is to abide by the rules. Though unilaterally declare life and death without the judgment of the state and its people, to wield power in a tyrannical manner. This is precisely why the elders sought to eliminate all manner of monstrous beings. The female ghost had never been chastised in such a manner. Bowing her head, tears of blood flowed from her eyes, her shoulders trembling with suppressed sobs. "However, I am grateful to you for possessing a heart that is just and kind. Your actions are not for selfish desires, but rather to avenge the wronged young women. You are, in essence, eradicating evil and indirectly benefiting the people. Please do not cry. Try the spicy hot pot. The flavors are truly exceptional. My friend Tianyu and I come here often." With that, Wang Yaoshan donned a cheerful expression, looking sincerely at the female ghost. Li Jing, seated nearby, was utterly taken aback. What level of wisdom does my master possess? Reflecting on this, he thought to himself that it was no wonder Wang Yaoshan had earned such a title. He faced malevolent spirits without fear and stood tall against those in power. With principles and boundaries, it was even more remarkable that he possessed a benevolent heart. He resolved to follow closely behind Wang Yaoshan to learn from him. Then, I suppose I can be considered a hero of your human realm? May I accompany you? The female ghost, responding to Wang Yaoshan's words, transformed her tears into a smile as she inhaled the aroma of the spicy hot pot before her. What would you follow me for? You ought to report to the underworld, to be reincarnated and reborn. Wouldn't you agree, brotherly? Wang Yaoshan glanced at Li Jing, who was ravenously devouring his food, and smacked his lips in contemplation. Master, actually it's not impossible for her to follow you. He began, slurping his food. It all depends on whether you wish to guide her. Li Jing was oblivious to the fiery glare emanating from Wang Yaoshan's eyes. Li Jing, I have truly misjudged you. I once thought you to be principled and wise, but it appears your mind is filled with nonsense. Allowing her to follow me would surely expose my inadequacies. She only altered her attitude because she heard you call me master. If she were to discover that I possess no real ability and that my powers pale in comparison to yours, would she still listen to me? How could you even consider such a suggestion? At this moment, the female ghost looked at Wang Yaoshan with eager anticipation. Chapter 11 Lu Yu is the concept of guidance. You speak of a term from Buddhism? Is it also referred to as guidance in the heavenly realm? Wang Yaoshan squinted, his thoughts concealed from everyone. It's all the same. In essence, it's about cleansing her malice, transforming from a vengeful spirit into a protector. Finished eating? If you are, then it's time to head back. What is it? Do you require me to arrange your accommodations? Wang Yaoshan looked at Li Jing with irritation. How could this man be so oblivious? So straightforward, without a hint of critical thought. Li Jing, originally worried for Wang Yaoshan's safety, felt reassured upon seeing that the ghost did not harbor any ill intent toward him. He then cupped his hands in farewell to Wang Yaoshan. Just as Li Jing departed, Tianyu rushed in with a bundle of clothes. Shangu, it's freezing. The further we venture this way, the colder it gets. Without a care, he plopped down beside the female ghost. Wang Yaoshan intended to warn him, but it was already too late. The ghost smiled sweetly. So, do you agree to let me accompany you? Having you follow me serves little purpose. It would be far better for you to cultivate on your own. Are you not afraid of my restraint? Not at all. In fact, I find your aura quite appealing. Otherwise, we would not have crossed paths here. Dio, you truly believe I am a heartless monster? I have my own principles and strive to avoid disrupting the normal lives of humans. Except for those who, despite being human, take their existence for granted, commit crimes, and harbor malicious hearts. I will slay one whenever I encounter such a being. Shangu, what is the matter? What are you cultivating? Aren't we supposed to pull an all-nighter soon? The bewildered Tianyu thought the ghost was addressing him. With just one glance from the female ghost, Tianyu collapsed onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. Observing his good friend in slumber, Wang Yaoshan spoke up. Heroine, why don't you share your story with me? We hardly know each other, and for you to want to follow me so suddenly is quite unexpected. My name is Lu Yu, born during the reign of Qianlong. I hail from Haijin, a family of considerable means. Who could have foreseen that a sudden calamity would alter the course of my life? My father, although not an official, belonged to a prestigious lineage. We believed we would enjoy a life of peace and comfort, but treacherous ministers in the court brought ruin upon my family, leading to the sale of our estate and our subsequent downfall. Lu Yu's eyes grew sorrowful as she recounted her tale. That corrupt official destroyed my family and sought to take advantage of me. To preserve my purity, I took my own life with a sword to my throat. In death, I was consumed by resentment, and thus I became what I am today. Wang Yaoshan frowned slightly, a twinge of sympathy welling up within him. Then why do you wish to accompany me? Lu Yu leaned closer. I sense a unique power within you, one that seems capable of soothing the pain in my heart. Being near you brings me warmth and comfort. Very well, since you have been forthright with me. I shall permit you to stay by my side. However, we must establish 3 rules. Firstly, you are not to harm anyone. No matter how wicked they may be, you must refrain from taking action against them. Secondly, despite our differences as a human and a spirit, you must not use any seductive arts upon me. Lastly, should the opportunity arise, you must seek rebirth and not linger in the human realm any longer. If you can agree to these terms, I shall grant you my consent. I can agree to everything else, but I cannot promise you the third point, for the underworld is in disarray. What has caused this turmoil in the underworld? I am unclear on the specifics. I only heard it from the spirit who ventured into my territory a few days ago. I merely interrogated him, and he mentioned that the underworld is currently in disarray. With numerous restless spirits returning to the mortal realm, seems that there are also strange beings and peculiar creatures involved. I couldn't quite comprehend what he said afterward, so I let him go. Very well, as for the third point, it can remain unaddressed for now. Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow. The thought of wandering souls re-entering the human world made his head spin. He was uncertain whether his celestial arts could restrain these malevolent spirits. Sighing deeply, he lamented his predicament. "Oh, you ought to tell me who you truly are now. I am who I am. My name is Wang Yaoshan. I'm merely a student, a candidate for immortality, if you will." "A candidate for immortality? Did Li Jing refer to you as a master, who says he cannot address others as such? He lost a bet to me, hence he persists in calling me master. Have you not noticed that I call him Li Gu?" Upon understanding Lu Yu's intentions, Wang Yaoshan felt a wave of relief. "Regardless of who you are, I must admit that the smile of the female ghost is truly enchanting." Wang Yaoshan harnessed his inner power, and the luminous heavenly armor radiated brightly. "You may attach yourself to it. Are we truly so close? Is that advisable?" As they spoke, Lu Yu's cheeks flushed. "Oh, then very well." With that, Wang Yaoshan prepared to remove his shoes. "No, let us stick to the armor." Lu Yu shot him a playful glare, huffed, and transformed into a wisp of smoke, entering the armor. This armor, like Lu Yu herself, was invisible to ordinary people, so Wang Yaoshan felt no apprehension. "Your spicy hot pot is ready. Please enjoy it. I must begin to close up soon. It's nearly 10 o'clock. The proprietor busied himself with tidying up. Wang Yaoshan dispelled his spell and called out to Tianyu. Laney, do wake up. We ought to return to the dormitory. Look at how drowsy you are. Tonight, we shall not pull an all-nighter. Let us go." "Let us go. Ah, we're not staying up again. When did I even fall asleep? I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I truly haven't rested well, but Brother Sean, I haven't eaten no worries. Look, we have these 2 servings of spicy hot pot to take back to the dormitory." "Very well, let us head back." Along the way, Wang Yaoshan's mind was consumed with Lu Yu's words about the malevolent spirits returning to the world. He realized he must hasten his cultivation. Relying on Li Jing and Qing Su seemed futile. It was better to rely on himself. As the old saying goes, rely on mountains and mountains may crumble. Rely on people and they may abandon you. Attention! There is a presence of ghostly energy ahead, and it is not weak. The sudden interruption startled Wang Yaoshan from his thoughts. "Could you assist me with this? I have mortals with me, after all. You are of the same kind and should be easier to negotiate with. If they harbor no malicious intent, allowing their departure is acceptable. What do you intend to offer me in gratitude? How have I become your bodyguard? Would you like me to buy you some treats? It's a deal." With that, Lu Yu dashed forward in an instant, confronting the ghost. "Go back and tell them to disperse. Those who are meant to reincarnate should do so. Do not provoke further trouble. If anyone disobeys, I shall annihilate them on the spot. For those stubbornly refusing to leave, gather evidence as before, but you must not take personal action against the wicked. Everything must be reported to me. Understood? Yes, I shall comply." The Qingyi ghost turned and departed. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan approached. "How did it go? Did they give you any trouble?" "Certainly not. You ought to consider who I am." A few words were enough to send them fleeing. They were merely a group of harmless little ghosts. "Rest assured, truly, I am grateful to you. Thank you for adhering to my instructions. It puts my mind at ease." Wang Yaoshan had been discreetly using his powers to eavesdrop on the female ghost conversation and felt reassured that his decision was indeed correct. Chapter 12. Tian Xiaoyan's call. The 2 of them, one ghost and one human, ambled back to the dormitory, with Wang Yaoshan harboring his own plans. Initially, he had intended to evade the matter concerning Jia Zhe. After all, he was nothing at present, and with Li Jing having specifically called to caution him, he felt even less inclined to act recklessly. Yet, to his surprise, it was the other party who sought him out. His earlier guise was merely a reflection of his inner trepidation, as this was a being surpassing the Ghost King level. However, upon hearing Lu Yu's experiences and her true sentiments, he confirmed that her following him was indeed the best outcome. Firstly, as a spirit-type creature, her formidable cultivation indicated that she must possess her own fortuity and opportunities. Being able to stand toe-to-toe with Li Jing and Qing Su suggested that she could withstand her inherent fears of her celestial adversaries. There exists a common misconception in the human realm, namely that ghosts fear the underworld's judges. However, this is not the case. What all spirits, essentially beings of a special cultivation state, dread most are the immortals, for it is the heavenly tribulations and penalties that truly terrify them, commonly referred to as thunderous retribution. Moreover, Lu Yu, possessing a righteous heart and a commitment to upholding justice, aiding humanity, was even more commendable. Wang Yaoshan began to count himself fortunate, as a ghost king could likely extinguish him in an instant. Thankfully, he had encountered Lu Yu. "Brother Shan, what are you pondering?" I feel suddenly invigorated. Tian Yu shyly addressed Wang Yaoshan, and of course, this sensation is merely a fleeting revival. You have reached the limits of exhaustion. Do not entertain thoughts of an all-nighter. Hurry back to the dormitory and rest. Wang Yaoshan mused that his foolish companion, amidst the chaos of the world, still yearned to frolic. How naive, however, upon reflection, he could hardly blame Tian Yu. As an ordinary person, how could he possibly access such information? Very well, Brother Shan. By the way, did you call that female proprietor? When I returned to fetch your clothes, she called me again, inquiring why you hadn't contacted her all day. Very well, I shall call her. Wang Yaoshan held no favorable impression of this employer. In fact, he felt a sense of aversion. Had it not been for Qing Sue's assistance, he would likely have met his end at the Fuan apartment. What was the other party's true intention? He had no inkling. He was also unaware of the other party's identity. However, since they had persistently urged him to make this call, it was evident that it was not a simple matter of casual conversation. Wang Yaoshan gathered his thoughts and dialed the number provided by Tian Yu. Shortly, the call connected. "Hello, this is Wang Yaoshan." "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Tian Xiaodian, the employer from Fuan Apartment. The reason I wish to speak with you is to inquire about the specifics of Fuan Apartment, including what you encountered and what transpired. Did Tian Yu not inform you?" Wang Yaoshan, already weary of this employer, had no desire to entertain their inquiries and felt no inclination to elaborate. If you wish to understand the situation, why not experience it for yourself? I have relayed all pertinent information to Tian Yu. Must I recount every detail? I am a candidate for immortality, a disciple of Hongjun Laozu, a senior of Qing Su, and the grandfather of Li Jing. Wang Yaoshan understood that such thoughts could only remain unspoken within his mind. "Mr. Wang, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no disbelief regarding your friend. However, two individuals in separate rooms will undoubtedly have different experiences. To be frank, have you acquired anything or encountered any peculiar individuals?" Tian Xiaoyan's tone was strikingly calm, as if she were merely sharing what she had for lunch that day, which stirred something profound within him. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan's thoughts became as tangled as an unraveling ball of yarn, and his complexion shifted from one of indignation to a sudden pallor. Prior to the call, his suspicions were confirmed. The other party was indeed extraordinary. Why would an ordinary employer inquire about such matters? Shouldn't they be concerned with the condition of the rooms? What had been acquired? Who had been seen? It was evident that the focus was squarely on him. "Let us get straight to the point. Who exactly are you? What do you want from me? Given that you are not an ordinary individual, let us see whose experiences are more remarkable." Wang Yaoshan felt assured enough to speak candidly. "Regardless of what path you tread, surely you must grant my master some measure of respect. It's rather inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Please come to Duxia Building tomorrow and call me upon your arrival." With that, the other party hung up. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade their fate. Wang Yaoshan stared at the phone, now disconnected. "Brother Shan, what is the matter? Is it fortune or misfortune? Let us head upstairs and return to the dormitory to sleep." A silent night ensued. Tian Yu slept soundly, while Wang Yaoshan remained wide awake, like an eternal lamp, unable to slumber. He sat quietly, eyes closed, with a singular thought consuming him: to hasten his cultivation, the arcane celestial arts and techniques, once incomprehensible, began to reveal their secrets through his relentless practice throughout the night. Though he could not yet wield them with the finesse of a true immortal, he had at least grasped some rudimentary understanding. The first rays of dawn streamed through the window, casting light upon Wang Yaoshan's weary visage, as he remained absorbed in his comprehension of the celestial arts. Observing his tireless dedication, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of unarticulated concern. "A night without sleep, how could your body withstand such strain? You must remember that this corporeal form of yours is still merely that of a mortal." Lu Yu spoke softly, her words imbued with genuine care. As she spoke, she subtly channeled her inner energy, gently infusing it into Wang Yaoshan's consciousness, hoping to alleviate his fatigue and stress. Feeling the cool, soothing energy continuously nourishing his mind, Wang Yaoshan slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Lu Yu beside him. Gratitude evident in his expression. "Thank you. Without your assistance, my progress would likely have been far slower. I heard yesterday's call. The other party seems to harbor no ill intentions. Do not be overly anxious. Many matters, in fact, are far more intricate than you could ever imagine. You remain utterly oblivious to the underlying circumstances and the complex web of interests involved. The predicament I currently find myself in resembles traversing a narrow bridge suspended high above an abyss. Any misstep, no matter how slight, could lead to a fall into a chasm from which there is no return. Therefore, regardless of the motivations of the other party, I must maintain a state of heightened vigilance and summon every ounce of my spirit to navigate this situation." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly offered words of comfort. "Do not worry. Do not place too much pressure upon yourself. Remember, you are not alone. I will always stand by your side in support. Moreover, to speak frankly, in the vast expanse of Hygiene City, there are but few who could truly defeat me." Little did they know, Wang Yaoshan, upon hearing this, chuckled mockingly. "Oh, are you suggesting that I should rely on you for sustenance? That would indeed be a form of dependence." Despite his words, there was no trace of anger upon his countenance. Lu Yu, with a playful pout, retorted, "Oh, cease your nonsensical banter. Who has suggested you should depend on me? I merely wish for you to understand that, no matter the difficulties we face, we can overcome them together." Through this exchange, Lu Yu increasingly perceived Wang Yaoshan not only as a man of immense responsibility, but also as one who possesses the courage to shoulder burdens and forge ahead resolutely. Chapter 13. Daxia Building. As the morning sun cast its golden rays, Wang Yaoshan stepped through the gates of the campus. "Xiaoshan, where are you off to so early?" The speaker was none other than his homeroom teacher. Hao Jimin. If one were to reflect upon Wang Yaoshan's journey over the past decade, the individual he holds in the highest regard would undoubtedly be the very person standing before him. Hao Jimin. Years ago, when Wang Yaoshan was still a naive youth, he became acquainted with Hao Jimin, who had moved in next door to IT. It was from that moment onward that Hao Jimin became a guiding light, illuminating Wang Yaoshan's path. Whether offering patient guidance in academia during times of struggle or providing warmth and encouragement in moments of personal hardship, Hao Jimin consistently stood by Wang Yaoshan, helping him navigate through one challenge after another. "Teacher Hao, I am heading to Daxia Building for a part-time job. Be cautious. You must have heard about the situation with Jia Ji. The world is chaotic nowadays, and one must remain vigilant. Rest assured," replied Wang Yaoshan, waving goodbye to Hao Jimin as he gazed at the still empty streets. A sudden impulse struck him. Running to Daxia Building might also serve as a form of exercise. He consciously began to harness his internal energy, channeling it in a cyclical manner. Before he realized it, Wang Yaoshan's speed had escalated beyond ordinary bounds. One could hardly say he was merely running, he was soaring. Passers-by on the street could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. What was initially a 6-kilometer journey was completed in less than 10 minutes. Daxia Building was indeed a landmark of the city, once the tallest building in the nation, completed over a decade's time. With a history marked by developers who came and went, the specifics of the issues remained shrouded in mystery until the Daxia Group took over the construction, finally bringing the abandoned project to a successful conclusion. Wang Yaoshan surveyed Daxia Building with keen interest, particularly drawn to the 2 stone guardian beasts at the entrance. Known as Zhang, this ancient creature is a mythical beast, crimson in hue, agile as a leopard. With 5 tails and a formidable horn, impervious to harm. Zhang was once a malevolent force that wreaked havoc upon the world, causing great suffering to the populace, until the deity Zhu Long subdued it, leading Zhang to accompany Zhu Long in life at Zhongshan. For an extended period, Zhang assisted in maintaining cleanliness around Zhu Long, and under Zhu Long's influence, its ferocity gradually dissipated. However, when Zhu Long eventually descended from the mountain, Zhang remained in search of its master, gradually aiding many people over the years, thus earning the reputation of an auspicious beast. Wang Yaoshan mused that this building was indeed remarkable, guarded by a creature such as Zhang. "Miss Tian, I have arrived," he announced, retrieving his phone, his tone considerably more restrained than the previous day. "Mr. Wang, please hold on for a moment." Upon saying this, the line went silent. Wang Yaoshan pondered the intentions of Tian Xiaotian, wondering why she was now adopting such an aloof demeanor after having summoned him. Who was Mr. Wang's grandfather? The elusive Tian Xiaotian startled Wang Yaoshan, as she had appeared behind him without his noticing. The call had ended less than a minute ago. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Both Tian Xiaotian and Daxia Building were indeed extraordinary. No worries was her habitual phrase. You must be Tian Xiaotian? Wang Yaoshan inquired, still deep in thought. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please, follow me, she replied with a smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Once inside the building, they ascended directly to the 13th floor via the elevator, where Tian Xiaotian led Wang Yaoshan to her office. Wang Yaoshan's gaze scrutinized her carefully. She was clad in a standard business suit, perfectly tailored, gracefully accentuating her alluring figure. However, what truly captivated Wang Yaoshan was not merely her attire but the unique aura she exuded. It was as if she had stepped forth from an ancient scroll, imbued with a timeless elegance. Each subtle expression bore the weight of centuries, radiating grace and poise, in stark contrast. Despite her enchanting beauty, she emanated an air of aloofness that made her seem unapproachable. Her exquisitely chiseled features resembled an icy beauty, instilling a sense of trepidation. Her deep, piercing eyes sparkled like distant stars, making it difficult to meet her gaze. Tian Xiaotian prepared 2 cups of tea, placing one before Wang Yaoshan. Mr. Wang, please feel free, she said as she took her seat at her desk. The cup of tea sat quietly on the table, steam curling upward as if imbued with a mysterious power, releasing an unexpectedly delightful fragrance. This aroma was reminiscent of the mist that blankets mountain valleys at dawn, fresh and subtle, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping across a summer night's lotus pond, bringing with it a sense of tranquility. Even Wang Yaoshan, who typically harbored no interest in tea, found himself drawn to this enchanting scent, his throat involuntarily swallowing as he gazed at the captivating brew before him. Curiosity and longing swelling within. Miss Tian, what matters are too sensitive to discuss over the phone? Wang Yaoshan, suppressing his impulsive urges, inquired candidly as he settled into his seat. Mr. Wang, there is no need for such formality. Perhaps you do not recall, but we crossed paths over a decade ago, making us rather old acquaintances. Despite that encounter being fleeting, it had left a lasting impression on her. We met over 10 years ago? Wang Yaoshan mused incredulously, struggling to reconcile the memory of the woman before him, who appeared to be at least 25 at that time. You were not yet known as Wang Yaoshan, Tian Xiaotian remarked nonchalantly. Sipping her tea, Chapter 14. Mr. Jin. Wang Yaoshan regarded the tea before him once more, a sudden epiphany striking him. Are you Ming Pur? Ah, have you remembered? She replied, feigning surprise. Wang Yaoshan, sharp-witted, had sensed prior to his arrival that Tian Xiaotian might not be an ordinary human but rather a representative of some otherworldly power. He had contemplated the Buddhist and celestial realms but ultimately dismissed such notions. The agents of the Western world had no reason to approach him, and aside from Qing Su, there were few others in the celestial realm who would inquire in such an indirect manner. It was only upon seeing the alluring tea before him, combined with Tian Xiaotian's words, "We met over a decade ago," that he began to entertain the notion of a past life or memories from before his reincarnation. As an ordinary person, how could I possibly recall events from a previous life? Certainly, it was merely a guess. You truly are quite ordinary. As she spoke, Tian Xiaotian suddenly altered her expression. Her originally dark pupils gradually became veiled with a frosty white. The temperature in the room plummeted rapidly. Even the tea that had been steaming moments ago was now coated in frost. With a single wave of her hand, a gust of formidable wind surged towards Wang Yaoshan. After the wind passed, Wang Yaoshan remained seated in his original position. You took too long to make your move. There is no need for further probing. If you wish to uncover my identity, I fear you may not possess sufficient weight. Go summon your superior. This cup of tea, I shall partake of, Wang Yaoshan declared as he lifted the steaming cup before him. The previously frozen condition vanished in an instant. It was not that Wang Yaoshan wielded any extraordinary powers. Rather, Lu Yu had forewarned him that the other party would take action, allowing Wang Yaoshan to prepare in advance. He was confident that his heavenly armor could withstand such a probing strike. And thus, he did not take it to heart. Please wait a moment, Tian Xiaotian replied, donning her previous smile as if nothing had transpired. After speaking, she stood up and exited the room, a quarter of an hour later. The door swung open once more, revealing a young man with a bald head accompanying Tian Xiaotian, both wearing expressions of delight as they entered the room. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan also rose to his feet. Greeting the two with a smile, Mr. Wang, this is our president, Mr. Jin, Tian Xiaotian announced before stepping aside. Mr. Wang, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please do not hold it against me, Mr. Jin said, gently patting Wang Yaoshan's forearm. Not at all, not at all. It is a personal meeting with the King of Earth. What do I have to complain about? Wang Yaoshan replied. Mr. Jin. Wang Yaoshan was well aware of the other party's identity. The King of Earth, originally known as Jin Xiaojue, was a monk from the Silla Kingdom during the Tang Xuanzong era. This monk, named Jin Xiaojue, had journeyed to the Central Plains and devoted himself to cultivation on Mount Zhuhua. He developed a profound interest in Buddhism and ultimately renounced his royal life to become a monk. The King of Earth holds a significant position in Buddhism, being one of the 4 great bodhisattvas. Revered by many, his great vow states that he will not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty, signifying his commitment to liberating sentient beings. Such elementary knowledge posed no challenge for Wang Yaoshan. However, reality diverged from legend. Wang Yaoshan had heard from Li Jing that the true ruler of the underworld was indeed the King of Earth, implying its affiliation with the celestial hierarchy. After the 4 disciples obtained the scriptures, it made sense that the King of Earth no longer held a bodhisattva position. Oh, Mr. Wang, you are aware of my background? Might I inquire about your identity? Is that celestial artifact in your possession? The King of Earth no longer concealed his inquiries, recognizing that the other party was already aware of his identity and remained remarkably composed. Thus, his identity must also lie within the hierarchy. I am a celestial being in reserve. My master is Hongjun Laozu, whom I recently took as my teacher, Wang Yaoshan stated. The celestial artifact you mentioned is indeed in my possession. His series of candid responses stemmed not from a desire to flaunt his status, but rather from an inexplicable fondness for the King of Earth that had existed even before he encountered this realm as an ordinary person. At this moment, that fondness was rapidly intensifying. Mr. Wang, I must apologize for my previous impudence, Tian Xiaotian interjected, realizing the extraordinary nature of Wang Yaoshan's identity. Not at all. Ignorance is no fault. Wang Yaoshan turned to the King of Earth and continued. Let us converse. I have heard from various sources that the underworld is currently in a state of chaos. One of the tasks assigned to me by my master is to assist in cleansing the spirits that have escaped to the human world. Please step outside. No one is to disturb the conversation between Mr. Wang and myself. The King of Earth instructed Tian Xiaotian, who promptly nodded and exited the room. I have finally awaited your arrival. You cannot imagine the immense pressure I face as the supervisor of the underworld. The King of Earth lamented, adopting a countenance of boundless grievance as he clasped Wang Yaoshan's hand tightly. It's all right. Take your time. What precisely is the situation? Wang Yaoshan reassured him as they seated themselves on a nearby sofa. Initially, my role as the King of Earth was smooth sailing, truly a position that bridged both the celestial and Buddhist realms. However, after the Tang monk's journey to the west for the scriptures, I was stripped of my bodhisattva status and reduced to a mere worker within the celestial hierarchy. Why is that? Though Wang Yaoshan had heard from Li Jing about the reasons, he sought further clarification. It is a complex matter. I originally opposed this journey to the west. The Buddha had several discussions with me. Yet I remained steadfast in my beliefs. Moreover, my own responsibilities were considerable, leaving me unable to allocate resources to assist the journeying team. Who would have thought that the incident involving the true and false Monkey King would implicate me? The King of Earth paused before continuing. Why subordinate, Di Ting, can indeed discern which is the true Sun Wukong and which is the 6-eared macaque. However, under my directive, he refrained from revealing the truth and merely directed them to seek out the Tathagata Buddha. Yet that does not involve you. Did we not just redirect the problem? Wang Yaoshan queried, perplexed. On the contrary, there was indeed an implication. The Tathagata sought to eliminate the true Sun Wukong and replace him with the 6-eared macaque to assume his position and attain Buddhahood. That's absurd. Why would that be? The reasons behind this situation were intricate and could not be succinctly explained. It could only be said that Sun Wukong had encroached upon the interests of the Western world. Ultimately, it was only after Bodhi Patriarch intervened that Sun Wukong was spared, and the Tathagata reluctantly killed the 6-eared macaque. Yet that still did not involve you. Why then was your bodhisattva status stripped away? If you would allow me to continue, after the Tathagata's plans fell through, he began to create troubles for me. He suspected I colluded with the Bodhi Patriarch to protect Sun Wukong. But I have never met the Bodhi Patriarch. I merely chose not to participate. Following the successful acquisition of the scriptures by the 4 disciples, the Tathagata dismissed me from my bodhisattva position due to my lack of support for the journey. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the King of Earth's speech, but more so, a sense of resignation. You embarked on your journey at the pinnacle, encompassing both Buddhism and the celestial realm. Did you not consider the consequences of straddling both sides? Despite feeling sympathy for the fallen King of Earth, Wang Yaoshan believed he should have realized this principle much earlier. I had considered it. But I never anticipated that such retribution would come so swiftly. The King of Earth murmured, his head bowed slightly, shaking gently. It's all right. With your disposition and talent, focusing on a singular path will yield significant progress. Now, do tell me the difficulties you currently face. I shall see if I can lend a hand. Wang Yaoshan encouraged, patting the King of Earth's hand. I truly appreciate your kindness. At present, I am confronted with an exceedingly thorny issue. The human realm has seemingly ceased to bear children. What are we to do? He continued, you must understand, should humanity halt reproduction, those lonely souls in the underworld will lose their opportunities for reincarnation. Over time, the number of lost souls in the underworld will swell, accumulating like a mountain. Such a scenario would undoubtedly disrupt the balance between the realms of yin and yang. Even more alarmingly, some of these lost souls have already broken free from the control of the underworld and have banded together to openly defy it. Faced with such a dire situation, I anxiously reported this matter to the Jade Emperor, expecting decisive and effective measures to be taken to resolve this crisis. However, what I never anticipated was that the Jade Emperor would mysteriously vanish at this critical juncture. He has disappeared as if evaporated, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Here I am, caught in a dilemma, trapped between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, the situation within the underworld grows increasingly urgent, and the rebellion of the lost souls intensifies. On the other, the Jade Emperor remains missing, leaving me without clear directives or support. What should I do? A series of unforeseen events left him feeling helpless and overwhelmed. Chapter 15. Awakening the issue you raised is fundamentally challenging to resolve. Wang Yaoshan pondered that whether or not humanity chooses to reproduce is ultimately their own decision, and no matter how others influence or rally them, it will not alter their convictions. Furthermore, the stability of the 2 realms is a matter of such magnitude that he lacks the authority to make decisions or instigate change. A shift in perspective was necessary. Thus, he inquired, you mentioned that some of the lost souls have gathered together, expressing their discontent with the underworld. What is the cause of their unrest? They harbor not just discontent, but a profound resentment. This resentment has not arisen overnight. Rather, it has accumulated over time, gradually coalescing into a palpable force. The King of Earth's expression grew grim, brows furrowed. Some of these lonely souls have endured immense suffering and punishment in the underworld, and they were poised for reincarnation. They were filled with anticipation, only to be thwarted by heartless parents in the human realm who chose to terminate their births. These souls have not even had the chance to glimpse the world of the living and experience the beauty of life, only to plunge back into the dark abyss of death, returning to the underworld. If such tragedies were to occur occasionally, perhaps they could accept it. However, when such occurrences become commonplace, mere assurances from us cannot quell their fury. What measures has the underworld taken? Surely you do not intend to allow these wronged souls to wreak havoc. Measures have been implemented. Primarily, we have extended the duration of the soul's punishment and management within the underworld. By prolonging the timeline, we can prevent these souls from being repeatedly terminated by their earthly parents, thus mitigating their resentment. You have truly borne a heavy burden. Wang Yaoshan's fury had reached a boiling point. He felt that this underworld ought to be abolished long ago. For countless souls to suffer twice, to endure torment anew. What kind of bureaucrats are you in this realm of shadows? Do not be angry. I am left with no choice, he continued. I too wish for them to reincarnate swiftly, but I am powerless. Powerless? He retorted. Those who visit temples to burn incense and pray for children are your most precise clients. Are they not? Why prolong the suffering of souls and falsely attribute it to issues of procreation in the mortal realm? You evade all responsibility, cloaking every problem with excuses. Is this your sense of duty? Is this the Ksitigarbha, who vowed not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty? You mentioned that they go to temples to pray for offspring. All the offerings do not even reach our underworld. Without the incense offerings, who among my subordinates would willingly and diligently carry out their duties? Do you think I relish this situation? Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, he continued, in the underworld, there are millions of messengers of death. To survive, to develop, to ensure proper treatment, I am the primary responsible person in this realm, not you. At this point, the Xidigarba's emotions were evidently ignited by Wang Yaoshan's accusations, and he retorted vehemently. Indeed, power comes with responsibility. If one shoulders this duty, one must possess the courage and resolve to accede as the manager of the underworld. One must not only be accountable to subordinates, but also to the countless souls. Is it sufficient to merely manage the underworld's operations? What about those souls? You are also their primary responsible person. At this juncture, will you still evade responsibility? Remember, the existence of the underworld is for those unclaimed souls, not for your millions of messengers. Wang Yaoshan's words resonated profoundly, rendering the once furious Xidigarba speechless. In the vast, empty room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard as they fell into a prolonged silence. Finally, Xidigarba spoke again. You are right. My perspective was indeed narrow, and I acknowledge my mistake. However, the problems lie before us, and we need strategies that can effect change in a short time. Qingshu, come to the Duxia building. Wang Yaoshan, not waiting for him to finish, dialed Qingshu's number. All right, Master Uncle, came Qingshu's perplexed voice on the line. After hanging up, Wang Yaoshan continued, I can provide you with 3 solutions, all of which must be implemented simultaneously. First, immediately cease the punishment of souls and shift to their placement and management. Second, communicate with Buddhism to accommodate the subsequent demands of those who burn incense and pray for children in the mortal realm. As for how you divide the offerings, I leave that to you. Third, I will personally communicate with those souls who have developed a sense of resistance, which is why I called for Qingshu. I can accomplish the first point immediately. However, the second point seems far too difficult. Will Buddhism really cooperate with us? They could easily enjoy the offerings themselves. Why would they share with us? They can indeed enjoy the offerings. But this is not a one-time transaction. Being venerated by the mortal realm is advantageous for them, yet they do not have the capacity for countless souls. They cannot simply send a celestial being down every time a family seeks a child. If they do not provide results, who would continue to burn incense and bow to them? The mortal realm is not filled with fools. This will lead to a gradual decrease in their offerings. Before Wang Yaoshan could finish speaking, Xidigarba interjected, Are you suggesting that if we approach them now, offering souls to fulfill their devotees' wishes, their offerings will significantly increase? The additional portion would rightfully involve our underworld in the sharing of offerings. Xidigarba's eyes regained their former brilliance. Moreover, resolving the issue of successful reincarnation for souls in the underworld is paramount. Families praying for children are our most precise clients. Once a soul is reincarnated, there will be fewer resentful spirits seeking trouble with the underworld. This time, we should not hesitate to arrange for multiple births. Once the souls successfully reincarnate, the subsequent offerings will continuously benefit the underworld. With increased wealth, we can expand and accommodate more souls, thus overcoming your current crisis. Your role in facilitating this should not be difficult, considering you were once part of Buddhism. You are a great benefactor to our underworld. Allow me to bow before you. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's reasoning, Xidigarba began to kneel. Wang Yaoshan hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm. No. I have long admired you. I hope one day you can fulfill the grand aspirations you have set. Do not kneel before me, kneel before the souls instead. Rest assured, I will center my efforts around them and serve them at all times. The once dim halo surrounding Xidigarba now radiated brightly. Moreover, I still require your assistance for the third point. I need to know where the resentful souls currently reside. I will need your company to meet them, as well as your declaration of intent. After all, the one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it. Furthermore, I have heard from my master that many demons are re-emerging in the mortal realm. Does this matter relate to the underworld? Do not worry. I will stand by you. However, this matter concerning the demons returning to the mortal realm does not significantly involve the underworld. These demons were originally sealed in various locations, but the seals have gradually weakened, allowing some of the more powerful among them to breach the confines. The underworld does not have many vengeful spirits that have escaped control, but the mortal realm has its share. mainly due to our messengers lacking sufficient power to capture them all. I do not shirk responsibility. I am willing to bear it. Xidigarbha lowered his head, expressing his innermost thoughts and the facts of the situation. Master Uncle, Qingshu's voice echoed from afar as he approached. And Xidigarbha opened the door, welcoming him with a smile. Chapter 16. The nuances of human relations. Wang Yaoshan was contemplating how to proceed when Qingshu arrived before him. Master Uncle, you truly neglect your health. Having just subdued the female ghost Lu Yu, you immediately rushed to assist old Jean with the underworld's issues. How can we, your juniors, bear such a burden? He feigned wiping away tears with his sleeve, as if genuinely moved. All right, let us speak practically. Wang Yaoshan understood Qingshu's penchant for theatrics. Changing such behavior in a short time would be quite challenging. I have already discussed the underworld's issues with Xidigarbha, and the solutions are clear. What we lack now is your commitment. After all, the underworld is part of our heavenly system. Wang Yaoshan glanced at Qingshu, who immediately grasped his intention. Master Uncle, what do you command? I will traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation, and no need for you to take any risks. Simply assist Xidigarbha. Later, you may need to accompany me to meet some resentful souls who have grievances. Considering your high standing in the heavenly realm, your presence would facilitate resolution. I thought it was something significant. Rest assured, I am like a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. You excel at empty rhetoric. Wang Yaoshan teased with a smile, then continued, secondly, you must help me investigate which seals in the mortal realm have weakened and which demons have escaped. Compile the information for me. Do not merely scratch the surface. For seals that have not weakened, find a way to reinforce them. We must ensure that demons cannot escape. I have but one demand. There must be no chaos in the mortal realm. Mr. Wang, I am willing to take responsibility alongside the true Lord Qingshu, both as a token of gratitude for your selfless assistance and because we in the underworld bear our share of the responsibility in such matters. Xidigarbha was at a loss for how to address Wang Yaoshan. Qingshu called him Master Uncle due to his lineage, yet Xidigarbha could not simply refer to him as such. Calling him Little Wang or Yaoshan would seem lacking in emotional intelligence, especially after such significant assistance. Wang Yaoshan held no position in the heavenly realm either. After much thought, Xidigarbha decided Mr. Wang would be the most appropriate. Oh, old Jean, your perspective has elevated significantly. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Qingshu chimed in, today, Mr. Wang's teachings resonated like the sound of a great bell, awakening me to profound realizations. His words have imprinted deeply upon my heart, revealing the responsibilities and missions we must shoulder. For long, we have spoken of the so-called three realms as if they were separated by an insurmountable chasm. However, thanks to Mr. Wang's enlightenment, I have come to realize there is essentially no difference among the heavenly realm, the mortal realm, and the underworld. When any realm encounters issues, we cannot stand idly by. Instead, we must step forward and actively address these challenges. For all beings are equal, and every life deserves respect and care. Wang Yaoshan applauded old Jean. He had not expected him to draw such connections. However, with this flattery, Wang Yaoshan clearly recognized the emergence of Qingshu 2.0. Since you now call me Mr. Wang, I shall henceforth refer to you as Mr. Jean or Old Jean. It seems more fitting given our relationship. While focusing on solving your problems, I must ask, is this grand building of yours? Why are there not lions at the entrance, but rather two fierce beasts? You may not know, but this building indeed belongs to me. Consider the name carefully. Dixia Mansion, at the underground mansion? It was at this moment that Wang Yaoshan suddenly realized, indeed, this Dixia Mansion serves as the headquarters of our realm in the mortal world. As for why there are no guardian lions at the entrance, but rather fierce beasts, it is because those two beasts are alive. 30 years ago, these two fierce beasts, having recklessly consumed souls, were captured by me. I subsequently placed them beside the listening spirit, hoping it would gradually influence them. However, they remained unable to curb their insatiable appetite for souls. Thus, I sealed them within stone statues. Master Uncle, do you lack pets? I must say, the older one becomes, the more cunning they get. What is the Jianghu? The Jianghu is not merely a realm of fighting and killing, but a tapestry of human relationships and social intricacies. This human experience is akin to Qingshu. If you fancy them, I would gladly give these two to you. The King of Hell immediately indicated his agreement with Qingshu. Qingxiu, O Qingxiu, how can I commend you? Is this not a veiled way of asking for favors? Though he spoke thus, Wang Yaoshan's heart was already brimming with joy. With the presence of these two fierce beasts, whether capturing ghosts or subduing demons, his endeavors would be significantly safer and more effortless. The King of Hell pondered how he had not realized this sooner, needing the reminder from the esteemed Qingxiu. He immediately cast a friendly glance towards Qingxiu. Master Uncle, Mr. Jin has always felt that these two fierce beasts are unmanageable, consuming souls indiscriminately. Are you not, in effect, assisting him in overcoming his difficulties? How could this lead to accusations of extortion? Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Jin? Indeed. What Brother Qingxiu has said resonates with my innermost thoughts. If one were to say that Wang Yaoshan disliked Qingxiu, it would be difficult to maintain such a sentiment. A deity with such perceptiveness and emotional intelligence is indeed a rarity. Leader, look, it is already mealtime. Should we not dine? Tian Shaoshan remarked at the entrance. I am currently conversing with the leader. Please wait a moment. Wang Yaoshan continued. Mr. Jin, Brother Qingxiu, shall we not proceed to dine together? After all, Mr. Wang has been tirelessly attending to matters in our underworld all morning. What do you say, Master Uncle? I implore you both, let us not be so bureaucratic. Must we approach a meal with such formality? Let us simply dine together. Tian Shaoshan, you should join us. Wang Yaoshan found himself quite exasperated with the two, who wielded their authority over trivial matters while adopting a sycophantic demeanor towards their superiors. Come, please do, Mr. Wang. I must seek your guidance later regarding the specific procedures involved in this operation. Tian Shaoshan, you shall accompany Mr. Wang for a few drinks. As the King of Hell spoke, he led Wang Yaoshan and Qingxiu along the path. Tian Shaoshan followed silently behind the three. Wang Yaoshan, helpless, observed the two as they exchanged pleasantries and gradually slowed his pace, walking alongside Tian Shaoshan. The tea this morning was quite delightful. Mr. Wang, please do not jest with me. I assure you, I am not jesting. What I speak is the unvarnished truth. Just consider that tea. Could it truly be the forgetfulness tea from the underworld? It smells so fragrant that I cannot help but feel a twinge of concern about any adverse effects it may have after consumption. Wang Yaoshan's face was a tapestry of seriousness and curiosity. Ha, you jest. It is merely ordinary tea. If you truly enjoy it, I shall fetch you a couple of bags to take home. In reality, the reason this tea possesses such a captivating aroma is not due to the tea leaves themselves, but rather the extraordinary water used to brew it, which is the unique spiritual dew of our underworld. It is precisely this that allows the tea's fragrance to waft so richly and persistently. Moreover, this spiritual dew not only nourishes the drinker's body, but also helps dispel various ailments, the other party explained patiently with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan could not help but inquire further. How abundant is this spiritual dew in the underworld? Faced with Wang Yaoshan's question, the other party first paused slightly, then responded with a smile. In the underworld, there is a river of the dead. As long as one undergoes specific filtration processes, large quantities of spiritual dew can be obtained. What prompted this sudden inquiry? At that moment, Wang Yaoshan contemplated. You in the underworld are akin to possessing a hidden treasure without realizing it. Just speaking of the tea consumed this morning, if it were sold in the mortal realm, regardless of the price set, it would surely attract throngs of eager buyers, for it offers both an exquisite taste and healing properties. With just a bit of marketing, it would undoubtedly become a miraculous remedy. Chapter 17. Musings over a meal. As the quartet entered the spacious private room, an array of delectable dishes was served almost immediately. Wang Yaoshan, recalling the tea leaves from earlier, spoke up. Old Jin, do you sell your tea in the mortal realm? Sales? Certainly not. Such thoughts have never crossed our minds. What prompted this sudden inquiry? To lead you to prosperity. I gathered that your tea is exceptionally fragrant not only due to the leaves themselves but primarily because the water used is the spiritual dew from the underworld. Consuming this tea not only nourishes the body but also dispels ailments. Is it not? That is indeed true, for our spiritual dew is meant for souls to drink. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Most ailments stem from issues with their souls. Thus, anything that nourishes the soul will undoubtedly benefit ordinary people as well. The King of Hell's eyes widened in realization as he spoke. Are you suggesting we sell our tea to mortals for incense? Wang Yaoshan nodded with a smile. Currently, I can envision 2 methods. The first is for you and Qingshu to devise a means to alter the health conditions of the afflicted, thereby earning incense directly. The second is to market your tea to all, obtaining mortal currency, which would then require special agents to convert it into incense for you. Of course, you may pursue both avenues, considering you have established the Dixia Group and possess the Dixia Mansion. Wang Yaoshan paused before continuing. In doing so, the pressing issue of incense in your underworld can be better resolved. Thank you for your words. I need not elaborate further. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will surely be at your service. As he spoke, Old Jin stood up and downed an entire cup of liquor. Wang Yaoshan also raised his cup, taking a symbolic sip. He had not contemplated other matters, merely wishing for the countless souls in the underworld to thrive. Brother Qingshu, I foresee that my request for your assistance will only increase in the future. I extend my gratitude for your support. The King of Hell raised his cup again and drank. One must not thank me. I act on my master's orders. However, Old Jin, you must express your gratitude to my master. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is the most favored disciple of my master and the most diligent in addressing matters across the 3 realms. Upon saying this, I felt compelled to defend my master. Why should those deities, who meander aimlessly with muddled thoughts, enjoy privileges, while my master, who truly accomplishes tasks, is still attending university and residing in a dormitory? It was hard to discern whether he was tipsy or not. Proceed, and do so immediately. My Dixia Group possesses properties. Arranging a villa for Mr. Wang poses no issue. You two should settle down for a moment. I am quite content with my dormitory. Wang Yaoshan felt a cold sweat break out. How had the conversation turned to his dormitory? No, consider this. You are no longer alone. You have Lu Yu by your side, correct? She is still a young lady, and it would be inconvenient for her to accompany you in this manner. Moreover, my 2 fierce beasts are formidable creatures. Can your dormitory accommodate them? What if they devoured one of your classmates? The King of Hell spoke with such conviction that Wang Yaoshan found himself momentarily speechless. A young lady? I am still a mere boy. As Wang Yaoshan's thoughts raced, he felt the heavenly armor controlled by Lu Yu twist, and soon he was subjected to a series of sharp pains. What does being a boy even mean? The heavenly armor, under Lu Yu's control, began to pinch Wang Yaoshan's side mercilessly. The King of Hell continued, in the future, should we encounter any issues, would it be convenient to seek your assistance directly? It is not feasible for us to enter the school, is it? Furthermore, I have already designated Tian Shaoshan to oversee the spiritual duty. Having her share a dormitory with you is clearly unrealistic. What you say does make sense, but... What? Wait a moment. Tian Shaoshan is going to live with me. Wang Yaoshan nearly became bewildered by Old Jin's remarks. You see, one must carry out good deeds to their conclusion. Delivering the Buddha to the West. No. Why are we bringing up the Buddha again? I shall self-punish with another cup. I am a staunch worker of the celestial court. Before he could finish, he raised his cup and downed it. Qingshu joined in, consuming another cup alongside him. Wang Yaoshan, being pinched by Lu Yu, could only cry out in protest, while Tian Shaoshan shyly lowered her head, and the 2 of them were in a drunken stupor. What is happening here? Unable to suppress his complaints, Wang Yaoshan remarked, no matter how chaotic affairs may be in the mortal realm, they pale in comparison to the disorder of this meal today. No worries. Tian Shaoshan will handle the spiritual duty. Rest assured, she will follow your instructions diligently. I have faith in you. You are my mentor, my idol. As he spoke, the King of Hell slipped beneath the table. In the end, only Wang Yaoshan and Tian Shaoshan remained sober at the table. I informed Mr. Jin that the reincarnation of souls in the underworld requires collaboration with Buddhism. You must remind him that such matters should not be delayed. Wang Yaoshan glanced at the King of Hell's state and realized that the remaining time today was essentially in vain. Tian Shaotian nodded quietly, her cheeks flushed as she lifted the wine glass before her towards Wang Zong. I am uncertain how to address you, so I shall refer to you as Wang Zong. As my boss does, I hope you do not mind. I have been outside the door throughout your conversation with my superior today. What you spoke of not only left me astounded, but also reinforced my boss's description of you as a mentor, an idol, truly deserving of such titles. I raise my glass to you. With that, Tian Shaotian downed her drink and turned her gaze to Wang Yaoshan. If you dare to drink this, do you believe it will not ruin your life? I warn you, do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. I shan't be jealous over such trivial matters, Lu Yu said fiercely, tightening her grip on Wang Yaoshan. Despite Wang Yaoshan's considerable physical prowess, honed through extensive training, Lu Yu was no ordinary woman. She possessed extraordinary strength and skill. Why do you harbor such strong animosity towards her? Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lu Yu's blatant targeting of Tian Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression darkened further. Very well, do as you please. I shall not concern myself with your affairs any longer. With a huff, she released her grip and ceased all movement. Miss Tian, you are too kind. If you have the time, could you enlighten me about the issues at the Fuan apartment? Why was there a need for trial residence? Did you discover problems beforehand? And how did you learn there are celestial artifacts there? Chapter 18. Division of Realms. Tian Xiaotian could hardly believe that the seemingly carefree Wang Yaoshan possessed such meticulous thoughts. Initially, she had held onto a glimmer of hope that her modest cleverness would allow her to slip by unnoticed. Yet, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The very questions she dreaded most had indeed come to light. At that moment, her heart felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss, engulfed by endless confusion and unease. Her mind was a whirlwind, utterly at a loss for how to navigate this unexpected predicament. The excuses and justifications she had meticulously crafted now appeared feeble and inadequate. Silence spread between them like an enormous net, and Tian Xiaotian bit her lip, striving to glean some semblance of opportunity from Wang Yaoshan's expression. A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Yaoshan's face, momentarily diverting his attention. Seizing this chance, Tian Xiaotian took a deep breath and resolved to gamble everything. In truth, I have been concealing something. Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow. Awaiting her elaboration, we in the underworld have a special task, deemed top secret. However, I am willing to risk revealing part of it to you. Have you ever considered why the underworld operates as an independent entity, rather than being subordinate to the management of the heavenly realm? Is it because the heavenly realm cannot directly govern the human realm? The underworld cannot manage it either, only indirectly influencing it. Does the underworld require the support of the heavenly realm? Wang Yaoshan began to list several possibilities, but Tian Xiaotian shook her head at each one. Just tell me directly. I'm exhausted from guessing. He huffed, exasperated as he looked at her. It is not that the underworld needs the heavenly realm, but rather that the heavenly realm needs the underworld. Many issues the heavenly realm cannot address directly require execution by the underworld. This includes the retrieval of celestial artifacts. In this regard, the underworld possesses significant advantages due to our extensive network of information. Upon death, all souls arrive in the underworld, where their lives are judged before being distributed. During this process, we acquire many valuable pieces of information. Even deities come to the underworld after death, but merely as a formality, without any substantial information, unless they have committed grave errors. Furthermore, our myriad of underworld agents can uncover information with ease. The heavenly realm requires the underworld. Then why does the underworld willingly submit? I had only heard that souls arrive in the underworld after death. I had not realized deities do the same. Wang Yaoshan listened intently to every word Tian Xiaotian spoke. Because the heavenly realm's strength surpasses ours, to refuse submission is to invite conquest. This has always been the heavenly realm's stance towards the underworld. How could you ask such a naive question? She laughed as she shook her head in exasperation, raising her glass and downing its contents. In mid-September, a shocking piece of news reached the underworld. An agent reported that a powerful aura of celestial artifacts emanated from the vicinity of Fuan Apartments in Haijin City. This sudden information immediately captured the attention of the underworld's higher-ups, who dared not delay for a moment and promptly dispatched a group of experienced agents to investigate. However, the unfolding events took everyone by surprise. Those agents vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the sea. This plunged the entire underworld into tension, for the murder of an agent is a grave sin across the realms. Upon learning of this, King Dizong's expression grew solemn. He understood the gravity of the situation. If the truth were not swiftly uncovered, it could lead to even greater calamities. Simply put, they feared the celestial artifacts might fall into the hands of demons. After careful consideration, King Dizong decided to assign this task to me. Upon receiving the order, I was filled with confusion. Initially, we speculated that a powerful forbidden force might exist in that area, preventing spirits from approaching. We had learned from past experiences that most celestial artifacts appearing in the human realm come with forbidden arrays. Perhaps the agents had inadvertently breached such an array, triggering the taboo that led to their demise. With this in mind, I led a formidable team towards Fuan Apartments. However, upon arrival and thorough investigation, we were astonished to discover that no such forbidden forces existed. The surroundings were calm, with no hint of abnormality, and no leads regarding the missing agents could be found. The scene before me cast a shadow over my heart. The hope of easily unraveling the mystery had vanished in an instant. Were our previous assumptions entirely incorrect? Then why had those agents inexplicably disappeared? Countless questions surged in my mind, weighing heavily upon me. Wang Yaoshan listened to Tian Xiaoyan's lengthy exposition, nearly succumbing to sleep. But Lu Yu's timely reminder jolted him back to awareness. In truth, she merely pinched him. Whenever Tian Xiaotian spoke, Lu Yu would give Wang Yaoshan a little pinch. And what happened next? Afterward, we stationed agents to patrol the vicinity of Fuan Tower. But we did not allow them to approach the central area point one day. An agent reported spotting a peculiar light emanating from room 402, lasting for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. I hesitated to send our agents to stake it out directly, which is why we issued the trial resident advertisement. You are now aware of the subsequent events. Rest assured, you are our first recruited trial resident, and no one has lost their life due to this matter in the past. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. Were it not for you, I would not have encountered such a unique opportunity. As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan raised his glass and drank deeply. You flatter me. You need not thank me. It is merely due to your own favorable destiny. Celestial artifacts inherently possess sentience. They choose their own masters. Much like young men and women in the human realm seeking companionship, those unsuitable may never even meet, and even if they do, it does not guarantee lasting union. From what I observe, Mr. Wang, your current strength has yet to reach the realm of earthly immortals. Thus, you can only be considered a return to the void in the human realm. At present, you are unable to wield celestial artifacts. Tian Xiaotian silently accompanied Wang Yaoshan in another drink. Her capacity for alcohol far surpassed that of the two sycophants. My cultivation has only just begun. As for the realm distinctions you mentioned, could you elaborate? Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware of his current strength. In the presence of true powerhouses, he felt like an ant, easily extinguishable in a single breath. How can I explain this in a manner conducive to your understanding? Tian Xiaotian found herself quite vexed by Wang Yaoshan's ignorance. What significant endeavors could he possibly be engaged in that had garnered the attention of Hongjun Laozu? Surely, good looks alone could not suffice. Let me clarify. The concepts of foundational cultivation and pills you are familiar with are mere inventions of later generations. You may cast them from your mind. According to the Celestial Realms classification, the human realm comprises 4 levels, ascending from lowest to highest: transformation of Qi, transformation of spirit, return to void, and harmony with Tao. Achieving harmony with Tao signifies the pinnacle of the human realm. The celestial realm is divided into 12 tiers. Earth immortal, like the mountain gods and land gods. Profound immortal, my realm. Heavenly immortal, true immortal, Tai Yi, King Dizong, Deluo, Qingshu Jinjuan, and Juansheng, which further divides into 3 realms: first corpse, second corpse, third corpse, followed by the saint and the heavenly Tao. Tian Xiaotian slightly furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before continuing. As for your master, his cultivation has already surpassed the saint level, though whether he has attained the heavenly Tao level remains a mystery even to me. Oh, and deities descending to the human realm experience a significant reduction in their celestial powers. Take Qingshu Zhenjuan, for instance. His current realm is merely that of a heavenly immortal, roughly equivalent to my strength. However, underworld agents operate in the human realm without restrictions. This is one of the reasons the heavenly realm requires us in the underworld. I haven't done anything, yet I've returned to the void? Where is the void, and how do I return? At this moment, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold of Wang Yaoshan. With a head heavy and clouded, Wang Yaoshan collapsed onto the table. Indifferent to Lu Yu's relentless pinching, remaining unresponsive. When he finally opened his eyes again, the night had already descended. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a young girl's bedroom, adorned in shades of pink and filled with charming cartoon figurines. Where am I? His dazed inquiry yielded no response from Lu Yu. A sudden jolt of realization awakened his mind. It dawned upon him that not only had his connection with Lu Yu vanished, but even the Tian Tong armor gifted by his master had mysteriously disappeared. Xiao Tian's home, he muttered. The plush toys that once decorated the room now turned to face him. as if to answer his questions. Wang Yaoshan let out a yelp and bolted out of the bedroom door. In the dim light, he beheld two stunning women seated at the dining table, exchanging drinks with an array of beer, red wine, and white wine spread before them, clearly having indulged quite a bit. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan shout, both women turned in unison, their gazes locking onto him. The sight was enough to make them gasp and shut their eyes tightly. Reacting instinctively to their alarm, Wang Yaoshan spun around, bracing himself for an unseen threat, and in that fleeting moment, he had entered a state of readiness for battle. A chilling sensation enveloped him, particularly in his lower half. The two women, unable to contain themselves, shouted in unison, revealing that Wang Yaoshan was, in fact, completely naked, swaying as the wind blew against him. After getting drunk at noon, he had been escorted back to Xiao Tian's home. Little did he know that he possessed a particularly poor tolerance for alcohol, as he had been vomiting uncontrollably, and despite efforts to clean up, he continued to retch, leaving his clothes foul and odorous. Xiao Tian, a genuine practitioner of the mystical arts, had attempted to communicate with Lu Yu upon seeing Wang Yaoshan's Tiantong armor, seeking her assistance. Lu Yu, having already contemplated this, was quick to act, for while the armor could deflect attacks, it could not contain the stench of his vomit, almost choking her in the process. After the two women cleaned Wang Yaoshan up and removed his soiled clothing, they returned to the living room with a sense of relief. It was no wonder that Wang Yaoshan was startled upon waking to a room full of dolls, compounded by his inebriated state, leaving him little time to assess his own state of undress. Chapter 19. Subduing Wang Yaoshan. Seeing the commotion, Wang Yaoshan dashed back into the bedroom, indignantly exclaiming, "Who are the real rascals here? You stripped me of my clothes and dare to call me a lecher. Is there no law? No justice?" Just as he wrapped himself in a blanket, the dolls began to chant rascal in unison. "It's all your fault. What a nuisance." Wang Yaoshan glared at the dolls, and before long, Xiao Tian entered the room carrying his freshly laundered clothes. "I only said 2 words, she muttered without looking up. A flush creeping to her ears, before Wang Yaoshan could reach out to take them, she tossed the clothes aside and dashed out of the room. 10 minutes later, the trio, 2 women and a man, sat in the living room, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness as none dared to speak first. Eventually, Wang Yaoshan cleared his throat to break the silence, inquiring about the dolls that had been speaking and calling him a rascal. Xiao Tian glanced at Lu Yu, hesitating before Lu Yu replied with a scoff, "Those dolls are possessed by spirits. Naturally, they would react to what they shouldn't have seen. What about my Tiantong armor?" Wang Yaoshan pressed. "Your armor is now closer to me, as you are merely its host, while I am its spirit. It is me, and I am it. Moreover, had Xiao Tian not reminded me, I would have overlooked this. When you wear the Tiantong armor, you must utilize your heart's power. Otherwise, it will consume your vitality to maintain its protective state. I suspect your clueless master never informed you of this, did he? I thought wearing it would continuously adjust my internal energy, enhancing my divine power. How could it burn my vitality? That's because you haven't activated its protective mode." "How foolish," Lu Yu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Yaoshan. "Wait a moment, aren't you supposed to be against Xiao Tian?" Before Wang Yaoshan could finish, Lu Yu shoved a piece of candy into his mouth. "You told me not to associate with her." Another piece of candy followed. "You can't just keep feeding me sweets." Wang Yaoshan protested, spitting out 3 pieces, his mind racing with confusion over Lu Yu's peculiar behavior. In the daylight, she had been at odds with Xiao Tian, yet now she was calling her Xiao Tianjie as if they were the best of friends. "Wang Zong, I must apologize for my presumptuousness this morning. If my actions were inappropriate, I sincerely hope you can overlook them." Xiao Tian's gentle voice brushed against Wang Yaoshan's ears like a spring breeze, her demeanor markedly different from the coldness she had exhibited earlier. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her humility, Wang Yaoshan waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, not at all. I should be the one thanking you. I truly appreciate your care. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. It's rather shameful for a man to trouble you." So, as he spoke, Wang Yaoshan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Overwhelmed with gratitude for the young woman who had not only taken him home, but had also attended to him so meticulously, at that moment, Xiao Tian seemed to recall something important and smiled, saying, "Oh, by the way, Wang Zong, the key to the villa has now been transferred to me by the King of Hell. If you wish to stay there tonight, it is entirely possible. Additionally, I have brought back your two pets." Upon hearing that the monstrous beast had returned, Wang Yaoshan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? Where are they? Let me see." Xiao Tian walked to the end of the living room and opened the door. And in an instant, two horned dogs dashed out. "Are these the beasts? They look just like dogs." "You're a dog. You're a dog. Your entire family is dogs." The two beasts revealed their true forms, identical to what Wang Yaoshan had seen at the entrance of the Disha Tower. Such impudence from a young man. One of them scoffed. "Indeed, more rude than Xiao Jin." The other chimed in, dismissing him entirely. "Wait a moment, you two. I am Wang Yaoshan, a disciple of the venerable Hong Jun. I have heard that you two have been indiscriminately devouring souls. Is that true? Can you really keep these two in line?" "It all depends on whether you can manage it," one beast questioned, skepticism evident in their eyes. "Are you truly his disciple?" "You don't seem like it," the other remarked. "I agree. Your skills are not even comparable to ours." They whispered to one another. "But he is indeed a disciple of Hong Jun. You both witnessed his arrival in the underworld, did you not?" Xiao Tian's words instilled confidence in Wang Yaoshan, prompting him to sit up straighter, adopting a demeanor befitting a sage. The two beasts scrutinized him anew, and one of them said, "Even if you are a disciple of Hong Jun, our consumption of souls is not your concern." The other chimed in with a grunt of agreement. Wang Yaoshan felt a tightening in his chest but maintained his composure, proclaiming, "The universe has its order, and all beings must adhere to rules. Your actions are a grave transgression. Should you not repent? You risk incurring divine wrath." The beasts exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Divine wrath? We have seen it all during our years in the underworld. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed their eyes. Just then, the air grew cold, and a radiant golden light flashed. "How dare you?" A commanding voice thundered. It was the King of Hell making his entrance. The two beasts immediately cowered, begging for mercy. The King of Hell declared, "What Wang Yaoshan says is true. From this day forth, you must mend your ways, or you shall face dire consequences. Wang Yaoshan is my student, my guiding light. I support his words wholeheartedly and will carry out his commands." With that, he cast a look of deference towards Wang Yaoshan. The King of Hell had once again entered a state of obsequiousness, a sight both comical and undeniable in its sincerity. Wang Yaoshan sighed with relief, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him as he looked at the king. The King of Hell wore a smile that radiated flattery, as if alleviating Wang Yaoshan's burdens was the greatest honor he could achieve. Turning his attention back to the two beasts, Wang Yaoshan sternly questioned, "What do you have to say for yourselves now?" At his words, the two beasts trembled, instantly reverting to their canine forms, meekly lying on the ground and repeating, "Wang Yaoshan, we understand our mistakes. We are dogs, we are dogs." Wang Yaoshan frowned at their antics, exasperated. "Who mentioned anything about being dogs? What I want to discuss is your consumption of souls. Think carefully about it." With that, he shook his head in resignation. After a moment of silence, Wang Yaoshan seemed to perceive that the two fierce beasts were inclined to surrender. Therefore, his tone softened slightly. "Very well, in light of your apparent remorse, I shall not impose excessive punishment upon you this time. Here is what I propose. You will remain by my side for 3 years, serving as my guardians. Are you willing to accept this?" Upon hearing these words, the two fierce beasts nodded eagerly, expressing their willingness to accept the penalty. Observing their submissive demeanor, Wang Yaoshan could not help but chuckle inwardly, while also lamenting the apparent lack of intelligence exhibited by these creatures. When I say east, they insist on going west. When I mention the front gate, they respond with something completely unrelated. It is utterly nonsensical. As Lao Jin arrived so late, Wang Yaoshan pondered whether his old friend had come specifically to assist him in taming the fierce beasts. "Mr. Wang, may I have a word with you?" At this moment, the King of Hell appeared to have shed any semblance of seriousness. Were it not for Tian Xiaotian and the fierce beasts observing, his grin could have stretched from ear to ear. The two moved to a somewhat secluded corner, where the King of Hell lowered his voice, though his excitement was unmistakable. "According to your instructions, I have absolved all ordinary souls from their punishments, replacing them with supervision and placement. To my surprise, their attitudes have changed dramatically. They are now much more cooperative with the workings of the underworld. Furthermore, I have reached an agreement with the Buddhist sect. They have consented to our collaboration, And you will not believe this, they are willing to allocate 40% to the underworld. 40%! Now the souls will have a place to reside. Your compassion is truly boundless. Wait, what is happening to me today, Mr. Wang? I seem to have a bit of a headache. Perhaps I am still recovering from last night's revelry. Please, take a moment to rest, it's quite alright. Lao Jin. As long as it is beneficial to you. Feel free to address me however you wish. Take care. Oh, Mr. Wang, your magnanimity and broad-mindedness are qualities I may never hope to attain in several lifetimes. My admiration for you flows like an incessant river, akin to the overflowing Yellow River, uncontrollable and relentless. Enough, enough. Hurry along with your important matters. It would be prudent for you to take your position more seriously instead of indulging in too many comedies. Wang Yaoshan sighed, leaning his hands on the table. Who would have thought that the ruler of a realm would be so fond of Stephen Chow's films? Do not leave yet, do not leave. With that, Lao Jin transformed into a burst of golden light and vanished from sight. It seems my leader harbors genuine admiration for you. Indeed. Tian Xiaoyan's graceful smile instantly warmed Wang Yaoshan's heart. She was nothing like the ancient depictions of Meng Pu, frail and wrinkled, with hands that seemed dried out by time, instilling fear at first glance. This was clearly a seed of mischief leading the leader into error. Miss Tian Mengpu, from now on, let us drop the formalities and no need to address me as Mr. Wang. Simply call me Yaoshan. May I call you Xiaotian? Regardless, we can consider ourselves friends, yes? Certainly, I could not wish for more. Hey, I am still here. Did you really think I was invisible? Lu Yu's tone dripped with jealousy, instantly shattering Tian Xiaoyan's shyness. Before Wang Yaoshan could speak, the two fierce beasts chorused, Yaoshan Jinren, we are hungry. Chapter 20. Just feed us. Wang Yaoshan smiled helplessly and turned to Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu, saying, it seems we must first address the hunger of these two. The group followed the fierce beasts to an ancient restaurant. As they entered, a chilling aura enveloped them. However, the two fierce beasts were unusually excited, charging straight for the kitchen. Yet, the kitchen was devoid of any staff, and flames inexplicably ignited on the stove, causing the water in the pot to boil spontaneously. Just as everyone was in shock, a ghostly voice echoed, you should not be here. This is a restaurant at the boundary between Yin and Yang. Do you not see the sign that forbids the living from entering? If the living wish to enter, they must leave something behind. Tian Xiaotian stepped forward, saying, we mean no offense, if we must leave something. I offer you a bowl of special soup. With that, she produced a bowl of soup exuding an extraordinary aroma. After a brief pause, the voice responded, ah, it is the esteemed Mengpu. I apologize for any offense. Your soup is far too precious for me to accept. Why so pretentious? I brought him in. What can you do about it? Lu Yu's fiery temper could not tolerate such discrimination against her kind. I must insist. This is our rule. Please do not make this difficult for me. Very well, if the proprietor here does not welcome me. We shall take our leave. Xiaotian, what sort of place is this? Although the atmosphere was still somewhat tense, the bond between them appeared to strengthen. The three exited the establishment with the fierce beasts. This is the Yin Yang Hotel, akin to our realm's half-step. It is a mirror of the human world, where immortals, demons, and spirits can all reside. Furthermore, once you check into the Yin Yang Hotel, regardless of how many enemies you have outside, they cannot pursue you here. Why is entry forbidden for the living? Wang Yaoshan tilted his head, observing the tireless fierce beasts, his mood inexplicably lifting. It is for the safety of the living. Consider the first floor. What a mix of gods, ghosts, demons, and foxes. For those beings, harming a human is as easy as having a meal. And if you venture further, you will enter a lawless area. Though I am a minor official in the underworld, not all demons will accord me any respect. Therefore, I believe we should head back without delay. Tian Xiaotian expressed her concern, her worry not unfounded. It was known that this was a peculiar place where Yin and Yang intersected, often referred to as a lawless zone. Here, even the highest gods and the benevolent Buddhas, as well as the rulers of life and death, had little power over this domain. Thus, such a unique area often concealed unforeseeable dangers, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible calamity. For the sake of protecting the living, then why establish it in the realm of the living? Is this not an exercise in futility, akin to removing one's trousers to fart? Wang Yaoshan muttered, casually observing the playful fierce beasts, voicing his inner thoughts. Just then, he was about to suggest that they return along the original path when he noticed that the two fierce beasts, who had been walking steadily beside him, abruptly halted. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, like leaves in the autumn breeze. Seeing this, Wang Yaoshan felt a surge of foreboding and quickly followed the terrified gaze of the fierce beasts ahead. To his shock, a mysterious and terrifying shadow gradually emerged in the distance. As time passed, the shadow became clearer, eventually revealing itself to be an enormous white deer. This deer resembled a small hill, its majestic form exuding an imposing presence, sporting a human head and a pair of enormous crimson wings that seemed capable of overshadowing the sun, emanating a chilling aura. Especially notable were its gigantic eyes, akin to copper bells, now fixated on the two fierce beasts with a glint of greed and ferocity. Meanwhile, thick, viscous drool dripped from its gaping maw, splattering on the ground and creating small splashes. This does not seem like an ordinary deer. The only deer capable of cultivating a human head, aside from the legendary Lu Shu, is the mount of the Antarctic immortal, Tian Xiaotian said, her brow furrowed. Lu Yu whispered, "What should we do? Can we defeat it?" At that moment, the once quiet white deer suddenly raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound seemed capable of piercing the heavens, shaking the entire forest. In the next instant, it charged at them like a bolt of lightning. Wang Yaoshan's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Lu Yu, come back." Almost simultaneously, Lu Yu, in perfect synchrony with Wang Yaoshan, transformed into a streak of flowing light, donning a shimmering suit of divine armor that adhered seamlessly to Wang Yaoshan's form. Wang Yaoshan swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as radiant, multicolored beams of celestial magic shot forth from his hands, hurtling toward the ferocious beast with great force. Yet, unexpectedly, despite the impressive appearance of these spells, they proved to be no more than a tickle to the formidable creature. The brilliant orbs and the resounding thunderous strikes merely grazed the deer, causing no significant harm, let alone impede its relentless charge. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaotian, refusing to be idle, furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes locked onto the galloping white deer. Her fingers danced rapidly, weaving intricate and mysterious seals. Simultaneously, her cherry lips parted as she softly chanted an obscure incantation. With her incantation, ancient symbols, reminiscent of butterflies in flight, gracefully soared toward the white deer. The deer, feeling the sting, halted abruptly and suddenly spoke. "Do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me?" Enraged, it lunged at Tian Xiaotian. "Who you are is irrelevant to me. Who am I? And you still remain oblivious? My master is the venerable Hongjun Laozu. What say you? Are you now intimidated? You initiated the provocation, and now you wish to assert your status. Pray tell, what manner of being are you?" Wang Yaoshan's eyes widened in fury as he glared at the strange deer. Loudly rebuking it in verbal sparring, Wang Yaoshan had never known defeat, he mused. It would be one thing to refrain from discussing status in my presence, but should you insist on invoking your pedigree to subdue me? That would be decidedly foolish. One must understand that, when it comes to status and position, few individuals across the vast expanse of the universe can rival my standing. Even those who might be considered my equals are but a handful, and they are all my senior brothers. Furthermore, it is due to Wang Yaoshan's steadfast adherence to the principles of respecting one's teacher and honoring the way that he harbors a sense of reverence for his master, Hongjun Laozu, which prompts him to exhibit a modicum of humility. Were it not for this, he would boast unabashedly, for even if he were to claim to be second only to one, it would not be a mere exaggeration. After all, in terms of background, he possesses ample reasons to be proud. Hongjun Laozu has only 3 disciples, the eldest, Yuan Shi Tianzun, the second, Taishang Laojun, and the third, Tong Tian Jiaozhu. I have encountered the first 2, both of whom now serve in the heavenly court, while Tong Tian Jiaozhu has not been seen for a millennium. The white deer paused its assault, gazing at Wang Yaoshan in bewilderment, pondering if this fellow could truly be so foolish as to impersonate a disciple of Hongjun Laozu. One must wonder, would the master himself descend with retribution for such an affront? Surely, his numerous disciples would not let you off lightly. Tian Xiaotian felt a sense of relief wash over her as she retracted her offensive. What need is there to invoke status? Would that not be a grave blunder? In the presence of Wang Yaoshan, one could only speak of strength. To mention status would be tantamount to courting disaster. As this thought crossed her mind, she began to smile with glee. Since you appear to be so well versed in the matters of the heavenly court, you must surely be the steed of the Antarctic immortal. I shall refrain from bullying you further. Are you acquainted with Qingshu? Wang Yaoshan regarded his counterpart with unwavering confidence, unfazed by the disdainful glances directed his way. As he spoke, he prepared to make a call. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan? That is a triviality, for he is a junior brother of my master. How could I not know him? In fact, I ought to refer to him as Shirshu. The white deer raised its head, basking in its own self-importance. Qingshu, I shall send you my location. You have 10 seconds to arrive. Wang Yaoshan concluded the call with no time for response, then commenced a countdown. Shirshu, Shirshu, what brings you to this chaotic place? Just as Wang Yaoshan counted down to 5, Qingshu's voice resonated from nearby. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Wang Yaoshan. The white deer was left aghast. For the newcomer was none other than its own Shirshu, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. What further dismayed the white deer was that Shirshu addressed it as Shishu. Do you recognize this deer? Wang Yaoshan wasted no time. Getting straight to the point. It initiated an attack on me. It even claimed you are its Shishu. It is you who emboldened it, and it dares to belittle my master. Complaining is indeed an art. You wretched creature, do not linger. Do you wish to be obliterated? Qingshu's eyes blazed with fury, shedding any semblance of servility. One might mistake him for a high-ranking official, given his demeanor. Upon hearing this, the white deer fled like smoke. Wang Yaoshan pondered to himself, something seems amiss with Qingshu today. Normally, with Qingshu's sycophantic nature, he would have surely taught the deer a lesson to appease me. Why then is he merely instructing it to leave? Surely, it cannot be because this is your senior brother's steed that you show it such favoritism? No, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Though these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Yaoshan chose not to voice them. At that moment, Tian Xiaotian also bowed her head, seemingly deep in thought. Shirshu, what brings you to this perilous place? It is filled with beings best left undisturbed, and you have yet to attain the celestial level. Should you wish to cultivate, I can recommend a splendid location. One that not only enhances your proficiency in spells but also augments your moral standing. What proficiency are you referring to? Have you been playing too many games? I was brought here by these two monstrous beasts. They claim to be hungry, so Xiaotian and I accompanied them in search of sustenance. Oh, so you refer to her as Xiaotian? It seems Lady Mengpe is also present? I must apologize, Shirshu, you truly care for your subordinates, as well as your pets. In truth, there is no need to feed them souls daily. Then what should I feed them? Wang Yaoshan glanced at Qingshu, then at the blushing Tian Xiaotian, and replied with a hint of annoyance, a bit of dog food will suffice. Did not Dizong Wang inform you? Chapter 21. The loss of children. I went through great lengths to bring these two close, only to feed them dog food. If they are to have dog food, could I not order a couple of dishes instead? Why have you become so inept? If they do not lead me to the demons plaguing the mortal realm, when shall I complete the task entrusted to me by my master? Wang Yaoshan thought, perhaps I should feed you instead, for after consuming it, you might gain some intelligence. Shirshu, you have been tirelessly attending to various matters day and night. I am merely concerned for your health. Furthermore, you may be unaware, but your master is already aware of your efforts to assist Dizong Wang earlier today. He expressed his approval thrice, indicating he is genuinely inclined to pass on his mantle to you. Qingshu spoke with sincere flattery, and Wang Yaoshan felt an urge to kick him. These actions were not for the sake of praise from others. Rather, it was his own conscience propelling him forward. Brother Qingshu, there is no need for such formality between us. If you truly care for me, then expedite the completion of my task. After all, there are too many suffering beings, and the sooner we capture these demons, the sooner everyone can enjoy a life of happiness. I thank you in advance. And he prepared to bow to Qingshu. Yet, Qingshu dared not accept such courtesy and quickly sidled up to Wang Yaoshan. Wrapping his arms around his, anxiously he exclaimed, Shirshu, I shall certainly assist you. However, your current strength leaves much to be desired. If we take too large a step, we risk a fall. Moreover, Shirshu, you have not rested at all these past few days. Just yesterday you returned home only to deal with a female ghost, and today you addressed matters in the underworld, correct? These are your accomplishments. You have been far from idle. Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow. His gaze distant as if lost in contemplation. At that moment, Qing Shu spoke again. Shu Shu, did you know that even upon becoming an immortal, there are still holidays? They too require rest to restore their energy and adjust their state. Consider it. Is that not reasonable? Sure, Shu. Sometimes a little flexibility can yield unexpected rewards. If one remains taut, that string is bound to snap. Would you not agree? You make a fair point. Very well, let us proceed as such today. But I reiterate, chaos must not reign in the mortal realm. Wang Yaoshan reflected upon the deeds he had undertaken, yet they were all voluntarily undertaken matters. There had been no such occurrences while he was merely a prospective deity. The only encounter he had actively sought was with the deer this very night. Ah, indeed, Sure Shu, you and Miss Tian should return home first, for this place is rife with dangers. I shall take my leave for now. Do keep in touch with that. Qing Shu vanished without a trace. Wang Yaoshan approached Tian Xiaotian, and together they walked back, the moon hanging round and bright above. Before Tian Xiaotian could speak, Lu Yu dashed out from the Tian Tong armor. Wedging herself between the two, a tired old retort. What does it matter whether it is round or not? Do you wish to transform? With that, she shot a disgruntled glance at Wang Yaoshan. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Tian Xiaotian chimed in. Did we not transform just this afternoon? They say 3 women make a play, and you two are no less than 3. Indeed, they say women, but I am a female ghost. And I can easily stand in for 2 women. Sister Xiaotian is Ming Pur, and she could represent 4 women without issue. That makes a total of 6 women, 2 plays and all. A person. A ghost, a grim reaper, plus 2 pets. They returned home with nothing to do. Just as Wang Yaoshan thought to order takeout, he was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Tian Xiaotian called out, coming. Both were puzzled as to who would visit at such a late hour. Good evening, I am Qi Wan, captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team in Hygiene City. May I inquire if Wang Yaoshan is present? Within a minute, 4 or 5 uniformed police officers entered the premises. I am Wang Yaoshan, S1 with no guilty conscience. There was nothing to fear from the knocking of ghosts. Having done nothing wrong, what was there to dread? Good day. We suspect your involvement in a significant child trafficking case, and we require your cooperation in our investigation. Please accompany us, Qi Wan stated, producing a summons with an official seal. Holding it before Wang Yaoshan for a brief 10 seconds before retracting it into his bag. Surely there has been a mistake? I am but a student. How could I be involved in child trafficking? Mr. Wang, please do not be alarmed. We are not accusing you, merely requesting your cooperation in our investigation. Do you understand? Please come with us, Qi Wan patiently clarified. Just as Tian Xiaotian was about to reach for her phone to make a call, Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware of her status as a senior executive at Hygiene City's Dixia Group, which granted her remarkable connections. However, this was not the moment for such a call. Wang Yaoshan shot her a sharp glance, laden with a sense of warning, effectively silencing her. Simultaneously, he engaged in a silent dialogue with Lu Yu in his mind. This situation appears rather strange and unusual. Therefore, you need not accompany me on my journey. Please remain here for the time being and keep company with Tian Xiaotian. No, I must accompany you, and why, dear aunt? Do listen to reason, I assure you. Nothing will happen to me. There is no cause for concern. After all, I have done nothing wrong. Furthermore, the reason I wish for you to stay is primarily so that you can inform Tian Xiaotian not to disclose this matter to anyone, including the King of Hell, Lao Jin. Do you understand? Are you suspecting them of wrongdoing? No, I harbor no suspicions against anyone. Just do as I say. Upon finishing his words, Wang Yaoshan followed Qi Wan out of the room. Lu Yu obediently approached Tian Xiaotian's side point. 20 minutes later, Wang Yaoshan arrived at the office of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team. Qi Wan, glancing at the report in front of him, inquired, Mr. Wang, where have you been today? I only went to the Duxia building today, he replied. Think carefully. Did you not visit any other places? Qi Wan asked with keen interest as he observed Wang Yaoshan. No, unless you count taking the dog for a walk in the evening. But I couldn't tell you the specifics of where I went. How very coincidental. Your final location is the site of numerous missing children cases. That has nothing to do with me. You can't implicate me in child trafficking just because I visited that place. Can you? It seems you've been quite prosperous these past few days. Qi Wan shifted the topic, no longer mentioning the child cases. I am not sure what you are referring to, Wang Yaoshan responded. Puzzled. How could a mere penniless wretch like me be prosperous? Is this card ending in 6840 yours? Yes, it is my card. Exactly. This card received a transfer of 2 million this afternoon, and furthermore, the ownership of the villa in the A3 area of the western suburb was changed today, with the new owner being your name, as verified by us. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback. How could his card hold such a sum, and how could the villa be registered under his name? Oh, the villa gifted by Lao Jin, Tian Xiaotian had mentioned it to him the previous night, but he had paid it little mind at the time. Regarding the transfer issue, I am not certain. The villa was a gift from General Jin of the Duxia Group to me. To be honest, although Wang Yaoshan guessed that the 2 million was most likely transferred from Lao Jin to him, he refrained from making any unfounded speculations without tangible evidence. Oh? Why would the Duxia Group gift you a villa? Because I assisted them with a project proposal. Wang Yaoshan thought to himself that Qi Wan was relentless in his inquiries. Captain Qi, I can call General Jin of the Duxia Group and have him come here to clarify the matter. You need not question me further. I truly have done nothing wrong. Qi Wan fell silent for approximately 5 seconds and then said, Very well, of course, you are welcome. The Duxia Group is a significant taxpayer in our city of Haijin, and General Jin has always been supportive of our work. Then please, may I have your phone? Wang Yaoshan indicated the phone sealed in a plastic bag. Qi Wan, showing great audacity, handed the phone to Wang Yaoshan. Typically, such an action would violate protocol, and no one would allow Wang Yaoshan to speak with Lao Jin. Even if a witness were to be summoned, it would be done through the criminal investigation team using official lines. Lao Jin, I am at the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team. Please come over for an inquiry. Mr. Wang, he attempted to speak further, but the other side had already hung up. What is this about? Lao Jin was equally baffled. Within 15 minutes, Lao Jin entered the interrogation room accompanied by a burly middle-aged man. Dressed in plain clothes reminiscent of an administrative jacket worn by Li Jing upon entering, he unleashed a stream of harsh words upon Qi Wan, the severity of which was palpable. Lao Jin, filled with guilt, looked at Wang Yaoshan with a hint of embarrassment and said, Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize. Initially, I intended to settle that payment privately and discreetly, but who would have thought that this matter would become so convoluted, leading to misunderstandings among the criminal police? Thankfully, everything is now resolved, and we can return home. Upon hearing Lao Jin's words, the imposing figure stepped forward, extending his right hand to Wang Yaoshan with a warm smile. Comrade Wang, I genuinely apologize. General Jin has already informed me of the entire sequence of events. I never imagined that such a remarkable individual as yourself would exist in our city of Haijin. Merely based on those 2 brilliant project proposals, you have enabled the Duxia Group to ascend to new heights. In my opinion, when it comes to selecting the top 10 youths, few could compare to you. After this, the burly man firmly grasped Wang Yaoshan's hand, his eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation. I haven't even introduced myself. How forgetful of me. My name is Li He, and I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team at the Haijin Public Security Bureau. With a beaming smile, Li He gently patted Wang Yaoshan's form. It's quite all right, Captain Li. If there are no issues on your end, then that's good. Wang Yaoshan replied, his tone icy. However, I have a few questions I would like to pose to you. Chapter 22. Donation for Identity Change. Oh, Mr. Wang, please feel free to voice your questions. Li He, having encountered numerous unexpected incidents to reach his current position, remained unfazed. Adapting to varied situations was not difficult. It merely depended on whether the individual had the requisite capability. Fortunately, Wang Yaoshan's connection with Lao Jin allowed Li He to listen attentively. A subtle shift in Li He's expression did not escape Wang Yaoshan's notice. Being merely a university student, he questioned why he should pose inquiries to someone of Li He's stature. However, this matter had crossed Wang Yaoshan's threshold of tolerance, and he could not be overly cautious. Captain Li, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no objections to our work system. I merely wish to understand the case's details. I just overheard Captain Qi's inquiry and gathered that it pertains to child disappearances. As a citizen, I wish to assist our national agencies in solving the case promptly. Would you be so kind as to share the specifics? Wang Yaoshan had been educated since childhood to uphold the principle of valuing the people, particularly women and children, who deserved special care from the state. Given the gravity of the situation, a person with a clear moral compass like Wang Yaoshan could not stand idly by. Moreover, he bore another identity, a celestial reserve. And he believed that investigating worldly affairs with the combined power of the 3 realms would yield better results than solitary efforts. The greater the ability, the higher the identity, and thus, the more impactful contributions one could make. This, observing Li He's hesitation, Wang Yaoshan did not wait for him to finish speaking and eagerly interjected, "Captain Li, just a short while ago, I discovered that my account had inexplicably accrued a sum of 2 million. Had it not been for Captain Chi's inquiry, I might not have realized it so quickly. I later learned it was the payment from General Jin. Go be frank, with my limited capabilities, I do not deserve such a substantial amount. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to donate 1 million from this windfall as a personal contribution to our criminal investigation team." Wang Yaoshan paused momentarily before continuing. "The rationale behind this decision is twofold. Firstly, I wish to assist those police comrades who have been injured in the line of duty. After all, they combat crime daily, facing unimaginable dangers and challenges, often at the cost of their blood or even their lives. Our ability to live safely relies on their unwavering protection and sacrifices. Thus, when I received this unexpected fortune, my immediate thought was to do something for these brave brothers. Secondly, it stems purely from my gratitude towards our criminal investigation team. Over the years, our team has consistently upheld principles of justice, integrity, and efficiency, solving countless major cases and contributing significantly to societal peace and harmony. As a member of this team, I feel immense pride. Therefore, since I have the opportunity to offer my humble assistance, I feel it is my duty to do so. Of course, regarding how to utilize this donation and related follow-up matters, it is entirely up to you, as the leader, to decide." Although this might come across as flattery, much of it reflected Wang Yaoshan's genuine sentiments. As Li He listened to Wang Yaoshan's speech, he raised his hand several times, only to lower it again. It was evident to any discerning observer that he was striving to maintain his composure. Once Wang Yaoshan finished speaking, Li He excitedly grasped his hand and said, "Wang, first and foremost, thank you for your recognition of our work. On behalf of our criminal investigation team, I express our gratitude for your generous donation." He was about to bow in appreciation. Wang Yaoshan and Lao Jin quickly stepped forward to assist him. "Captain Li, there is no need for such formality. We are not strangers. Mr. Wang is well known as a model youth, always supportive of our work, doing his utmost to help," Lao Jin remarked. Having spent the afternoon with Ching Su, how had he improved his skill of seizing opportunities so remarkably? Li He understood Lao Jin's implication and spoke. "Originally, we adhere to principles that prevent us from disclosing specific case details. However, for someone like Comrade Wang, who possesses such intellectual depth, we can take a special route. We will designate you as a temporary staff member solely for this case." "Ha ha ha, what wonderful news, Mr. Wang. What do you think?" Lao Jin gazed at Wang Yaoshan, his face adorned with a sycophantic expression. "Of course, that's perfectly fine." Wang Yaoshan nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Wang, Captain Li, my group has numerous matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. You both should rest early. After all, work is never-ending." Lao Jin truly exemplified the notion of indifference when it did not concern him. He was quick to exit. There was no sense of camaraderie, yet Wang Yaoshan reconsidered. After all, Lao Jin was the master of a realm and undoubtedly overwhelmed with responsibilities. The fact that he came at Wang Yaoshan's beckoning was a tremendous favor. He resolved not to desire anything further. "Very well, Mr. Jin." Wang Yaoshan extended his hand and shook hands with Lao Jin. As Lao Jin turned to shake hands with Li He, he promptly exited through the door. Once Lao Jin departed, merely 10 minutes elapsed. "Mr. Wang, do you think it's time for us to head home as well? It is indeed past 10 o'clock, and we ought to rest." Wang Yaoshan glanced at his phone and confirmed, "Ah, indeed. I have troubled you for far too long." With that, the two made their way outside. "Mr. Wang, I will have the temporary work certificate ready for you by tomorrow. You may come to collect it at your convenience. I apologize for the inconvenience." "Captain Li. Do not mention it. I must thank you for your support of our work. It is only right," Wang Yaoshan replied. "Then, Captain Li, we shall meet again tomorrow." He and Li He exchanged a handshake before Wang Yaoshan turned and stepped out into the night. As Wang Yaoshan walked quietly along the path home, he tilted his head slightly, allowing his gaze to ascend to the infinite, profound night sky. The night enveloped the world like a vast and mysterious black satin, adorned with countless twinkling stars. These stars sparkled like resplendent gems, emitting a faint yet enchanting glow. Some stars shone alone, akin to solitary dancers gracefully waltzing across the heavens. Others clustered in groups of 3 or 5. As if whispering the universe's hidden secrets, they varied in brightness and distance, weaving a magnificent tapestry of the starry night. Yet, This enchanting sight did little to dispel the gloom that weighed heavily upon Wang Yaoshan's heart. Nor did it alter the sorrowful expression etched upon his face. In the depths of night, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the myriad events of the day, particularly the missing children, which felt like a heavy boulder, suffocating him and filling his heart with boundless desolation and grief. This was not due to an overly sentimental disposition or a general pity for others. Rather, it stemmed from his profound hatred for human traffickers. He understood all too well that the abduction of a child could lead to the complete devastation of an entire family. Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu were staring blankly at each other, their expressions filled with concern. The sound of Wang Yaoshan's knock broke their silence. Tian Xiaotian quickly leapt from the sofa to open the door. Upon seeing Wang Yaoshan, she immediately embraced him without uttering a word. "Do not worry, nothing has happened." Wang Yaoshan gently patted her back, offering her silent reassurance. "I know nothing is amiss. I have dispatched my underlings to follow you all the way. I am aware of your every move, including your situation in the criminal investigation team. What I fail to comprehend is why you chose to walk back instead of taking a cab after it was all over. There's something troubling you?" Chapter 23. Speculation. Wang Yaoshan pushed Tian Xiaotian away, his face darkening as he approached the sofa. "Hey, what is the matter with you? Isn't it just a case of a missing child? Do not look so despondent. Regardless of what you encounter, we can always find a way to solve it together." Lu Yu observed Wang Yaoshan's demeanor, her heart aching. The once vibrant young man now appeared as if he had aged significantly, devoid of any vitality in Lu Yu's eyes. She even noticed a hint of dark energy lingering at Wang Yaoshan's brow, although she dared not confirm it at that moment. "All right, I understand." Wang Yaoshan forced a smile. "Xiaotian, I wish to inquire about a few matters." His once clear eyes were now bloodshot, fixated intently on Tian Xiaotian, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Could it be that these consecutive disappearances of children are merely ordinary incidents occurring in our realm?" Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaotian froze momentarily, slowly raising her head, yet unable to meet the fervent and anxious gaze of Wang Yaoshan. After a brief silence, she hesitantly replied, "Well, it cannot be so definitively categorized. You must understand, every child, before their birth, is but a soul in the underworld. Thus, in a sense, we in the underworld possess a certain degree of regulatory power over these children." However, Wang Yaoshan was evidently unsatisfied with such an answer. His brows furrowed deeper, his tone growing increasingly serious. "Xiaotian, you should be well aware that my inquiry does not pertain to that level of meaning." Faced with Wang Yaoshan's relentless questioning, Tian Xiaotian appeared flustered. She instinctively bit her lip before summoning her courage to softly respond, "Yaoshan, I sincerely hope you can remain uninvolved in this matter. Please, do not delve too deeply, will you?" A bitter smile crept across Wang Yaoshan's face as he slowly shook his head. That smile seeming to be forcibly conjured, he clenched his jaw tightly, as if trying to shatter his own teeth to suppress the tumultuous emotions raging within, lest they betray themselves upon his countenance. Yet, upon hearing Tian Xiaotian's answer, despite having anticipated it, Wang Yaoshan couldn't help but shudder slightly. This answer aligned almost entirely with his previous speculations, piercing his heart like a sharpened blade. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Tian Xiaotian, pleadingly asking, "Could you share the reasoning with me? Even just a fragment would suffice. Or perhaps, disclose some of what you know?" Yet, Tian Xiaotian gently shook her head, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and fear. She whispered, "I truly cannot divulge this information. It is not that I do not wish to speak. I genuinely care for your well-being. Can you not relinquish this pursuit? I beg of you." "Very well, go and rest. Lu Yu should also retire for the night. Although you are a female ghost, those dark circles under your eyes are becoming increasingly pronounced. At this rate, you may find it hard to marry when you return." Wang Yaoshan jested with a smile, seemingly casting aside all his troubles in an instant. "Nonsense. I do not have dark circles. You take that back?" Lu Yu playfully retorted, "I am the most beautiful." With that, she lunged at Wang Yaoshan, pinching his ear. Tian Xiaotian was taken aback, startled by Wang Yaoshan's sudden shift in demeanor. "Yaoshan? She stammered, as if she had much to say but could not find the words to express it. "Do not worry, Xiaotian, I have decided to heed your advice. Rest assured." "Really? All right, I will go rest now. You should retire early as well." Lock the door tight. Should I lose control in the middle of the night and sneak in? It would be you who suffers, he teased. Then come on in. The moment you enter, you will hear them calling you a rogue. Tian Xiaotian laughed, gradually beginning to trust Wang Yaoshan through their conversation as she made her way to her bedroom. With all the lights extinguished, Wang Yaoshan found himself alone in a room with two ferocious beasts. Lu Yu also entered the celestial armor. Speak. You may have deceived Tian Xiaotian, but I am not so easily fooled. Lu Yu pressed against Wang Yaoshan's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Will you also find this peculiar? Not just peculiar. From what I gathered through Tian Xiaotian's words, I sense that this matter transcends mere earthly concerns. It likely involves the three realms, Lu Yu confidently asserted. It merely based on her words. That alone does not constitute proof, does it? At most, it could only be considered your subjective conjecture, Lu Yu. Adhering to the principle of resorting to force when debate fails, pinched Wang Yaoshan's side once more. All right. You win. Please stop. Wang Yaoshan pleaded helplessly. Upon seeing his surrender, Lu Yu ceased her assault, pouting, then tell me directly what you have discovered. Very well. Allow me to elaborate slowly. After nightfall today, for some inexplicable reason, the white deer suddenly launched a ferocious attack against us. Upon uncovering its true identity, I hastily summoned Qing Su for assistance. However, to my surprise, the usually obsequious and sycophantic Qing Su behaved quite unusually this time. He did not utter a single reprimand, but merely drove the white deer away with minimal effort. While it is his senior brother's steed, he would not be so biased. He must be one of the informed parties, undoubtedly concealing something from me. Moreover, when I later went to the criminal investigation team for questioning, I learned an astonishing piece of information. Numerous children had inexplicably vanished from the area where we encountered the white deer. What is even more bizarre is that this location happens to be in a precarious state of neglect, neither governed by any party's authority nor cared for by anyone willing to take charge. That leaves it solely to the human realm for management, which has led to a series of child abduction cases. Is this all mere coincidence, or is there someone with ulterior motives at play? With that, I sought out Lao Jin, the king of the underworld, at the criminal investigation team, expecting him to at least inquire about the situation. Who could have imagined that this illustrious figure would exhibit such disinterest in the events unfolding today, displaying not even the slightest inclination to partake in them? Instead, he seemed wholly preoccupied with thoughts of swiftly departing from the detective bureau. As a tangled web of occurrences converged, this led to the conclusion you mentioned, namely that the three realms are implicated in this matter, if not directly aware of its intricacies. Tian Xiaotian's words have also provided me with validation. However, I am still at a loss regarding the identity of the mastermind behind this. The only certainty I possess is that, regardless of who it may be, they shall be made to pay the price. Wang Yaoshan articulated his thoughts in one breath, and for a moment, his mind found a semblance of tranquility. Then, according to your analysis, that deer must be the principal culprit, correct? Regardless of whether it is or not. I shall seek out Qingshu tomorrow. It is far better to confront matters face to face than to engage in baseless speculation. Chapter 24. Far-reaching implications after a night devoid of conversation. At 5 in the morning, Wang Yaoshan departed from Tian Xiaotian's residence, sprinting towards the outskirts. He had not slept that night. In fact, sleep eluded him. He deemed it more beneficial to utilize this time for cultivation. And by dawn, he sensed a notable advancement in his abilities. In merely 20 minutes, he reached the exterior of Qingshu's Taoist temple. Knocking was out of the question. With a surge of his legs, he gracefully descended into the temple, akin to the lightness of a character from a drama. Master Uncle, what brings you here so early? It turned out that Qingshu had been waiting in the courtyard all along. Oh, you are unaware of my purpose? Then why were you waiting here so early? Do not feign ignorance. Are you truly oblivious to my reason for seeking you? Speak candidly. Do not make me exert unnecessary effort. Wang Yaoshan squinted, as if Qingshu's every action lay within his control. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's inquiry, Qingshu's previously obsequious demeanor transformed into a look of bewilderment. Master Uncle, what matter are you referring to? If Qingshu were to participate in a drama or film, he would undoubtedly win awards, at the very least, several Best Actor titles. Wang Yaoshan chose not to dance around the subject any longer. What do you mean by child case? If you continue to feign ignorance, do not blame me. With that, a feather fan appeared in Wang Yaoshan's hand. unmistakably the Wuhua Qichin fan. Last night, he had not been idle. He not only practiced his techniques but also perused numerous texts. This knowledge informed him that for mortals to wield immortal artifacts, the simplest method is to infuse them with one's heart's blood, thus creating a resonance of souls. Thereafter, one may summon and utilize the artifact at will. Of course, immortal artifacts operate under specific principles. Without understanding these principles, one can only harness a third of the artifact's original power. Even at a third, the Wuhua Qichin fans might is ample enough to vanquish most formidable beings at the Shinxian level. Master Uncle, I say, it was all the doing of that white deer. Out of consideration for it being my brother's steed, I let it off the hook yesterday. And what of those children? Where are they now? Who is to bear the responsibility? Wang Yaoshan was not particularly concerned about that. His primary interest lay in the well-being of those children. Were they still healthy? Were they still alive? Master Uncle, stop stammering, speak plainly, and do not dilly-dally. Wang Yaoshan shouted impatiently, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes wide with evident frustration. Clearly, he had lost his last shred of patience. Qingshu, frightened, trembled and quickly wiped the cold sweat beading on his forehead, stammering, all right, Master Uncle, I shall speak. Have you ever considered why my brother is able to live such a long life? After uttering this, Qingshu paused momentarily, taking a deep breath as if to calm his nervousness, before continuing, furthermore, there is the issue of the vengeful spirits appearing in the realm of Dizong, as well as the success rate of reincarnation. All of this is intricately connected to this matter. This revelation, Wang Yaoshan's heart jolted. Although he had somewhat prepared himself mentally, the stark reality of these events laid bare before him was still overwhelmingly shocking. Could it be that the old Jin he had just assisted yesterday would turn against him today, brandishing weapons? Such a drastic contrast was truly difficult to accept. Summon the king of the underworld. I wish to question him in person. Be swift. Observing Wang Yaoshan's fury, Qingshu, not lacking in perception, promptly brought the king of the underworld before him within a minute. Old Jin, let us converse, without allowing the king of the underworld to speak. Wang Yaoshan directly inquired. Wang, I know what you wish to ask, but this matter is of great significance. I can only state that I had no involvement in the organ trafficking of those children. Is there truly organ trafficking involving children? With a sudden gasp, a jet of crimson blood erupted from Wang Yaoshan's mouth, shooting upwards like an arrow before raining down like a deluge. His body swayed as if a candle in the wind. On the brink of collapse, that moment, he teetered on the edge of an emotional precipice. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to confront the truth of the situation, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Those once innocent, lively children had met with such a tragic fate. Their spark of life extinguished so ruthlessly, instantly dissolving into nothingness. What was even more intolerable for Wang Yaoshan was the realization that those who typically perched high above, preaching righteousness and morality, bore the most grotesque and sordid truths beneath their pious facades. The justice and kindness they espoused were but a hypocritical veneer, concealing the boundless darkness and malevolence lurking beneath. Wang, you have deeply disappointed me. Is it truly necessary for you to act in this manner? If you drive yourself to death, how will you uphold justice? How will you vanquish demons? As he spoke, the king of the underworld waved his left hand, enveloping Wang Yaoshan in a clear stream of spiritual energy. Wang Yaoshan's once crimson eyes gradually returned to normal, his fierce expression calming. You speak the truth? Old Jin, tell me, aside from this Antarctic immortal, who supports him from behind, speak freely. I can bear it, Wang, I shall speak. Old Jin inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Yaoshan's resolute and composed face. Recalling Wang Yaoshan's earnest teachings from the previous day, guilt surged within him. Indeed, how could he harbor even a hint of deception? At that moment, Qingshu, standing by, incessantly gestured at old Jin, his anxious demeanor silently imploring, Do you not see my master uncle's current state? With everything at stake, why are you still rambling? Yet, old Jin remained undeterred, fully aware that some truths could no longer be concealed. Old Jin, feel free to speak without any reservations. My sole desire now is to thoroughly unravel this matter. Wang Yaoshan summoned his last vestiges of strength, straining to gaze at old Jin, his voice now faint and frail. Upon hearing this, old Jin gritted his teeth, finally mustering the courage to say, "Wang, it is actually one of your senior brothers, known as Yuanshi Tunzian." No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Yaoshan's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, rendered momentarily immobile. Following this, he felt a tumultuous surge in his chest. His chi rushing upwards to his head. In an instant, the world spun around him, his legs buckled, and he collapsed in the courtyard. Chapter 25. The truth outside. Night had fallen, however, the light in this room was exceptionally bright. Wang Yaoshan slowly opened his eyes, but his gaze could not focus. Everything appeared hazy. He vaguely observed the small room, now filled with people. The one closest to him was an elderly man, whose kind demeanor seemed to illuminate the very atmosphere. As time passed, akin to the morning sun dispelling the dense fog, clarity began to emerge. At last, he could discern everything around him. The familiar faces, all filled with concern, materialized before him. Seated beside the bed was the venerable Hongjun Laozu. His hair white yet his visage youthful, exuding an ethereal presence, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes reflecting profound worry and affection. Behind Hongjun Laozu, Qingxu was quietly wiping away tears at the corners of his eyes. Beside him stood the resolutely Jing, his lips pressed tightly, striving to suppress his emotions, though his trembling shoulders betrayed his sorrow. Further along, the king of the underworld, old Jin, stood silently beside Li Jing. His eyes closed, murmuring incantations as if reciting some arcane scripture. Due to the distance, Wang Yaoshan could only hear a faint buzzing sound, unable to discern the words old Jin was uttering at that moment. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian stood side by side at the bedside, their eyes glistening with a hint of red, as though they had just weathered a tremendous emotional upheaval. Particularly, Tian Xiaotian, whose eyes usually resemble a serene and frigid deep pool, are now filled with an overwhelming sense of concern. The gaze that was once as tranquil as still water now mirrors the tumultuous waves stirred by a raging tempest. Each thread of anxiety and unease vividly emanates from her eyes, evoking a profound sense of compassion in those who behold her. This worry is not a fleeting emotion, but rather a deep-seated attachment rooted in her heart, enduring and unyielding. "Master." Wang Yaoshan struggled to part his lips. Letting out a faint, weary call, he exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to rise from the bed, yet his heavy body felt as if burdened by an immense weight, rendering him utterly immobile. Though his mind incessantly commanded him to get up, his exhausted body seemed to have completely lost its responsiveness to his will. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Making another effort, however, each attempt only intensified his feelings of helplessness and despair, leaving him with no choice but to lie there in resignation. "Yaoshan, you must be utterly exhausted. There is no need to observe formalities with your master. Just rest comfortably." Hongjun Laozu looked at his disciple with deep compassion and addressed the others. "Yaoshan is fine. You may leave for now. I have some words to share with him." Lu Yu was about to speak, but was pulled out the door by Tian Xiaotian. The remaining few complied with this eminent figure's call and orderly exited the room. Once the others had departed, Hongjun Laozu waved his hand, and Wang Yaoshan felt as if the once burdensome weight on his body had lifted, filling him with renewed vitality. Just as he was about to speak, Hongjun Laozu gestured for silence. With another wave of his hand, he cast 4 barriers within the bedroom, isolating the space from the outside world and severing the flow of yin and yang. It became impossible to approach or even hear the conversation within, ensuring that their dialogue would remain untouchable by prying ears. With a sigh of relief, he began, "Disciple, you have endured much. I understand that your path has not been easy, but this is not the end. It is merely the beginning. I wonder, if given the chance, would you choose to remain an ordinary mortal, free from the burdens of the 3 realms?" Wang Yaoshan was momentarily taken aback. "Master, have I disappointed you?" He gazed at the elder with a face full of guilt, rendered speechless. "No. You have been with me the shortest time, and I have invested the least in you, yet you are my proudest disciple. Then I can answer you. I do not wish to die. It is not out of obsession, but there are far too many people and matters that require change," Wang Yaoshan declared, his gaze unwavering as he looked at his master. "Even if it cost you your life, would you not regret it?" "I do not regret it," Wang Yaoshan replied resolutely. "I trust you, for I can clearly sense your unwavering determination and lack of remorse in your eyes and actions." However, do you realize how perilous today's events were? In that fleeting moment, you nearly descended into madness. Had it not been for Qingshu's relentless search for me, and if Dizong had not poured all his magical power into dispelling those surging resentments before my arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Master, there is no need for such pleasantries. I know what you wish to inquire about. Your senior brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun, did not partake in this matter I have investigated, and he did not instruct the big-headed figure to commit such vile acts in the mortal realm. The allegations of child organ trafficking mentioned by Dizong are indeed the work of mortals themselves. These individuals have been marked, and Dizong can provide you with their detailed information later. However, the big-headed figure did indeed send Bai Lu Tongzi down to seek out certain special children for alchemical purposes. Master, allow me to finish. What I desire most is not for you to achieve great success or to alter the entire three realms. What I wish for you is to understand that your own life is far more precious. Merely over a trivial matter, and before you had even grasped the truth, you were on the brink of losing your resolve. Can a heart filled with vengeance and bloodshed truly dictate your spirit? This is not righteous indignation. This is foolishness. Furthermore, your tendency to heed only certain voices is alarming. Fortunately, Qingshu and Dizong have treated you with utmost sincerity. Had you encountered someone with ulterior motives, you would have met your demise countless times over. Alas, not everything seen by the eyes is true. In the future, when faced with events, you must remain calm, think critically, gather evidence, and validate your claims. Do not make hasty decisions, and allow for all possibilities. With a heavy sigh, Hongjun Laozu continued, the big-headed figure deserves punishment. Bai Lu should also face consequences. I have conferred with your two senior brothers, and you are to carry out their execution to resolve the demons within your heart. Your senior brothers have brought gifts and letters for you, which Qingshu will deliver shortly. Upon hearing the words master, Wang Yaoshan leaped into Hongjun Laozu's embrace, tears streaming down his face as he finally grasped the elder's heartfelt intentions. At your age, still acting like a child. Alas, when I think about it, I have no right to criticize you. For I have been an inadequate master. I have taught you nothing, but merely imparted my powers into your consciousness. You are exceptional and intelligent, forging your own path step by step without doubt or hesitation. I am proud to have you as my disciple. Listening to Hongjun Laozu's encouragement, Wang Yaoshan cried even louder. Though merely a span of 2 or 3 days, his experiences had been more tumultuous than the average person's entire life. One misstep could lead to death. Thus, he fought to suppress his emotions, desperately stifling all fear, cowardice, and sorrow, pretending to be a formidable being capable of confronting all challenges, feigning that he was extraordinary. Yet, he forgot that this suppression was akin to slowly ingesting arsenic, capable of shattering the psyche of any adult. Let alone an 18-year-old youth, he dared not confide in Qingshu or Li Jing, for he was their elder. He hesitated to tell Lu Yu, fearing she would worry about his condition. He could not disclose his plight to Lao Jian, as he feared it might leave him confused as well. He refrained from revealing his struggles to Tian Xiaotian, for he knew she would be distressed on his behalf. He hesitated to confide in his good friend Tian Yu. Understanding how beautiful the life of an ordinary person could be. Chapter 26. Reaping what you sow. Before long, Wang Yaoshan's cries, which had surged forth like a flood, gradually subsided. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous heart. After a moment, he finally managed to compose himself, returning to his usual poised and understanding demeanor. Then, having regained his composure, Wang Yaoshan approached Hongjun without a hint of hesitation. He respectfully knelt before him, clasping his hands above his head, bowing deeply in earnest reverence. After bowing 3 times, he slowly raised his head, looking at Hongjun with sincere and resolute eyes, and spoke, Master, I pay my respects to you. Indeed, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I have one important matter to discuss, and I implore you to enlighten me. At this moment, Hongjun Laozu was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Why had he suddenly decided to pay his respects? Just as he intended to step forward to assist him, he saw Wang Yaoshan's bright, lively eyes twinkling with mischief, a playful smile gracing his lips, revealing an expression that was difficult to decipher. Upon hearing his tone, Hongjun felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Alas, a long, heavy sigh escaped Hongjun Laozu's lips. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. There was no escaping it. He understood that his clever disciple was not kneeling out of reverence, but rather to seize something. The last time he knelt, he had received the secrets of the celestial realm and the heavenly communication armor. This time, it was only natural that he would come to claim an artifact. With a flick of his finger, he dispelled the original 4 barriers, allowing those outside to hear the conversation within. Disciple, rise. Speak of your matters while standing. Hong Jun feigned ignorance, encouraging Wang Yaoshan to stand up. Wang Yaoshan sprang to his feet, his bright eyes shimmering with excitement, fixed intently on Hong Jun, a smile of both eagerness and slight distress playing on his lips. He could hardly contain himself as he exclaimed, "Master, I have truly been perplexed by something these past days. It concerns which type of divine power I should cultivate. I can never seem to find the one that truly suits me. The main issue is that you bestowed upon me too many spells from the celestial realm. Moreover, although I possess the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, no matter how hard I try, I cannot unleash its full potential." At this moment, Hongjun Laozu paced leisurely within the room, hands clasped behind him. He listened to Wang Yaoshan's exposition, and after a while, he gradually halted, realizing, is he not seeking an artifact from me? He turned to face Wang Yaoshan. His expression serious as he spoke. The matter of divine powers is not something that can be chosen casually. You'll find a power that suits you. You must consider your own character and disposition. You are now at the harmonization realm? Your progress has been commendable. You have yet to reach the true immortal realm, and with your current level, you cannot even summon the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. Do not expect to unleash its full might yet. Master, Wang Yaoshan spoke, raising his right hand to summon the precious fan, gazing proudly at his mentor. What is this? Is it refined with the blood from your heart? At this moment, Hongjun Laozu's emotions were exceedingly complex. On one hand, he felt a sense of pride that his disciple was striving for improvement, a source of comfort for any master. Yet, on the other, he lamented that his disciple was too eager for success. Only a true immortal would possess 3 drops of heart's blood. The heart's blood was not merely an external manifestation of one's essence. Its significance extended far beyond merely imbuing magical artifacts. It was crucial for preserving one's soul at pivotal moments. Even if an immortal's physical body were to be destroyed, the existence of their external manifestation would prevent total annihilation of both form and spirit. How could this foolish disciple so casually? No wonder he nearly lost his life today. Alas, it is all fate. Master, you are aware that I am but a mortal. How could I not strive with such a heavy burden placed upon me? Perhaps to you, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan is trivial, yet it is my sole means of offense and my lifeline. If I were to cower within the heavenly communication armor when faced with difficulties, I would never fulfill the task you entrusted to me. By the time my hair turns gray, the 3 realms would hardly have changed. If that were the case, the suffering souls of the gods and people would only multiply. This is something I cannot bear to witness. It is the fault of the master. I failed to consider thoroughly. I should have refined this 5 Fire 7 Birds fan as your life-bound treasure from the very beginning. Hongjun Laozu shook his head, filled with self-reproach. With a flick of his finger, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan soared from Wang Yaoshan's hand to hover above his head, striking 3 times. Wang Yaoshan, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, pondered, what is the meaning of this? Why strike my head? Is this a lesson akin to the teachings of Bodhi Laozu and Sun Wukong, practicing spells at the witching hour? No, my master has never engaged in such frivolous antics. He is always straightforward. Lost in these thoughts, he felt the precious fan above him channeling a continuous flow of vitality and energy, warming his entire being. That drop of heart's blood has returned to its rightful place. You are prone to reckless actions. It is now your life-bound treasure. With another flick, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan radiated brilliance and gracefully floated back into Wang Yaoshan's hands. Thank you, master, Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the newly transformed 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, unable to conceal the fervor sparkling in his gaze. A smile crept up at the corners of his mouth, rising higher and higher, a joy he could not suppress. That moment, Wang Yaoshan exuded an unparalleled aura, as if all darkness and malevolence lay crushed beneath his feet. He stood tall and proud, his posture straight as a pine tree, radiating an unprecedented vigor. This state reminded one of the lines. With feather fan and silk cap, in laughter and conversation, the masts and sails turned to ashes. He mused inwardly, humph, with the 5-fire 7 birds fan in hand, not to mention that little white deer. Even if its formidable master were to come personally, what would I have to fear? With this thought, Wang Yaoshan's confidence swelled, envisioning himself wielding the precious fan, vanquishing his foes with overwhelming force. Just then, the previously tranquil 5-fire 7 birds fan emitted a hum, vibrating incessantly in Wang Yaoshan's grasp. The more he tried to control it, the more it trembled, until both the man and the fan shook in unison. Unbeknownst to him, countless golden specks of light swirled beneath his skin at an astonishing speed. These golden dots, seemingly drawn by a mysterious force, converged and merged, gradually forming a surging stream of golden energy. This stream flowed within him like a spirited dragon, radiating brilliant light wherever it went. The glow seeped through his skin, enveloping Wang Yaoshan in a faint golden aura, rendering him akin to a sacred and inviolable golden statue. "Master, what is happening to me? Look at this fan. It won't listen." As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan found himself being tugged back and forth by the fan, involuntarily darting around, while the golden light within him threatened to burst forth. My disciple, the loss of the horse may indeed be a blessing in disguise. This risk taken today is worthwhile. In just 3 short days, the merits accumulated are sufficient for ascension. Indeed, that incident in the underworld suffices, Hongjun Laozu remarked, stroking his beard, a radiant smile upon his face. Though his disciple was often impatient and lacked adaptability, it was precisely this untainted aspiration for the path that had drawn him closer to the Tao of heaven, or perhaps he had never even considered seeking the path. He merely wished to aid those in need. This purity allowed him to gain recognition from the celestial order so swiftly. Suddenly, the sky above Hygiene City darkened ominously, thunder rumbling with varying intensity. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan returned to normal, and the 5-fire 7-birds fan was absorbed back into his being. "Master, do you mean to say that I am about to ascend? Will I still be human?" Wang Yaoshan blurted out unexpectedly, leaving Hongjun Laozu at a loss for words. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, Hongjun Laozu declared, "Yaoshan," producing a token-like object from his robe and tossing it to Wang Yaoshan. "You are about to face the thunder tribulation. This item will be useful to you. Do not fear. Just proceed with confidence." "Understood," Wang Yaoshan replied, resolutely raising his head, barely glancing at what his master had given him before hastily stepping into the courtyard. The group of 5 awaiting him, upon hearing the thunder and seeing Wang Yaoshan emerge, felt their previously settled hearts twist with anxiety once more. "Old Jean, did you report our master's feats to uncle? Is that why the thunder tribulation has come so hastily?" Qingshu said, visibly enraged, jabbing a finger at the elder Jean, muttering incessantly, clearly in a foul mood. He genuinely feared that his master might not withstand this thunder tribulation in his current state. Old Jean retorted without hesitation, "Qingshu, do not slander. Our master is a great benefactor of the underworld. If I did not report his accomplishments truthfully, would I claim all the credit for myself? What kind of person would that make me?" With that, Old Jean shot a fierce glare at Qingshu, his expression conveying, "You truly lack discernment." At that moment, Lu Yu, her face etched with concern, stood nearby. As a sole entity, she was particularly vulnerable to the lethal forces of the impending thunder. Nevertheless, she bravely suppressed her fear, steadfastly remaining in place. Wang Yaoshan, equally anxious, gazed at Lu Yu, his heart tightly knotted, fearing that his tribulation would inadvertently harm her. Just then, Tian Xiaotian waved her hands gently, conjuring a powerful barrier that completely sealed Lu Yu's essence within. She then turned to Wang Yaoshan, offering him a reassuring glance, as if to say, "Do not worry. Lu Yu will be safe." Chapter 27. The celestial beings in this vast, boundless, and enigmatic world, does fortune truly fall from the heavens? Such seemingly absurd occurrences indeed exist. An ordinary recluse, devoid of background or distinction, found himself facing an astonishing thunder tribulation merely 2 days into his cultivation. It is crucial to note that thunder tribulation represents one of the most formidable challenges on the path to immortality. Cultivators may spend their entire lives without reaching the void return stage, let alone facing thunder tribulation. What immense fortuitous circumstances and unprecedented luck must one possess to gain such favor from the Tao of heaven? It is almost unimaginable. The The pivotal role in this extraordinary event was played by Hongjun Laozu, who accepted him as a disciple and bestowed upon him the primordial qi. This qi is the embodiment of the Tao of Heaven, and it is precisely through this extraordinary power that Wang Yaoshan has advanced rapidly along his cultivation path, achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. One could assert that without the generous gift from Hongjun Laozu, Wang Yaoshan might still be an inconspicuous recluse, lost in the virtual world. Having encountered opportunity, seizing it becomes paramount. Grasping the chance signifies facing challenges, and through challenges, one can continuously progress. This is an immutable truth of the Tao over countless eons. Wang Yaoshan took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He slowly made his way to the center of the courtyard and sat down, as if the entire world had shrunk to just him. He activated his mental method in alignment with the spiritual energy circuit of the heavenly communication armor, pure energy visibly coursing over his body. Though it was deep into the night, the sky was not shrouded in darkness. The impending thunder tribulation, laden with overwhelming pressure and destructive power, illuminated the night as brightly as day. Brilliant bolts of lightning streaked across the sky like dancing silver serpents. Deafening thunder reverberated through the heavens. As if tearing the very fabric of existence apart, a resounding blue bolt of lightning struck decisively down upon Wang Yaoshan's head. The hearts of the other 5 felt as though they were being mercilessly squeezed by an unseen hand. Losing their former resilience and composure in that fleeting moment, they felt their hearts drawn upward by a tremendous force, surging toward their throats, as if they might leap out from their mouths. It is essential to note that none among them had ever personally experienced a thunder tribulation. Let us first speak of Qingxiu. He is, after all, a being of the earth immortal. Despite his profound cultivation, he has never encountered such a terrifying trial of lightning tribulation. Then there is Li Jing. Although he was bestowed with divinity only after his ascension to immortality, he too remained untouched by the perils of thunder. As for the venerable Lao Jin, he attained his exalted position as a Buddha only after his physical form perished. Having amassed a great deal of merit, thus he too has not faced the dangers of thunder tribulation. And what of Lu Yu? She is a female specter, inherently filled with dread at the sound of thunder, trembling and losing her composure at the mere rumble. Even Tian Xiaotian, the Ming Pe, while not as fearful as Lu Yu in the face of thunder, still feels an involuntary instinctive fear deep within her heart when confronted with celestial might. Yet Wang Yaoshan exhibited no change in expression. He felt as if he existed in an isolated realm, with no one around him. Initially, he harbored some concern, for it was his first encounter with such an unprecedented experience. However, upon the first strike of the lightning tribulation, he realized that this could be a splendid opportunity for growth. The lightning not only caused him no harm but rather infused him with a pure energy that surged into his being. He gradually savored this essence, feeling it assist him in a profound transformation. In the midst of his enjoyment, a resonant voice accompanied by the second strike of azure lightning echoed, "What path do you cultivate?" Wang Yaoshan found himself perplexed, pondering, "What path do I cultivate? My master never informed me of my path. Who is this speaking?" As he absorbed the second azure lightning, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, becoming acutely aware of the pulsation of every cell within him. When the third azure lightning descended, the authoritative voice inquired once more, "What path do you cultivate?" "I do not know what path I cultivate," Wang Yaoshan replied, growing increasingly agitated by this persistent inquiry. "Are you envious of my tribulation? Must you disturb me at this moment? Will your questions never cease?" With the fourth strike of purple lightning, the voice demanded, "If you have no cultivation, why undergo tribulation?" "I do not seek tribulation. I only wish to aid the suffering beings of the 3 realms. If that is considered a path, then so be it." However, as soon as he uttered these words, the fourth purple lightning struck him. A jolt coursed through his body, and he instantly recognized that this bolt was of an entirely different caliber than the previous 3. Too late to react, he felt his energy surge violently, and with a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. He had no choice but to hasten the circulation of his spiritual energy to heal the injuries he had sustained. The onlookers in the courtyard watched this scene unfold, all feeling a cold sweat for Wang Yaoshan. Though they had not experienced it firsthand, they knew many had perished from the lightning tribulation. How could it be so simple for a mortal to ascend to the divine? At this point, The imposing voice seemed taken aback. The fifth purple lightning descended, questioning, "If it is for the sake of the beings in the three realms, do you possess the qualifications?" "I indeed lack the qualifications," he paused before continuing, "yet I shall not give up. Regardless of whether I am deemed worthy of divinity, even if I remain immortal for my entire life, I shall strive to fulfill my ideals. I desire a world where all beings are equal, where all matters proceed in the right direction, where kindness is rewarded and evil is vanquished." Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware of the formidable power of the purple lightning gathering around him. And at that moment, his hand discreetly grasped the token bestowed upon him by Hongjun Laozu. Yet, at the final moment, he relinquished it, keeping his hands firmly on his knees, since it was his own tribulation. He resolved to face it with integrity, to seek an escape at the slightest inconvenience, or to waver in the face of adversity would render any divinity he attained meaningless, akin to soulless husks devoid of faith. Surprisingly, although the purple lightning descended with great ferocity, it caused Wang Yaoshan no injury whatsoever. In fact, it brought him a sensation of comfort greater than that of the previous azure strikes. "Wang Yaoshan, the voice you hear is that of the heavenly Tao. It takes a liking to you." At this moment, the transmission from Hongjun Laozu entered Wang Yaoshan's consciousness, filling him with immense reassurance and bolstering his confidence to endure the remaining tribulations. "Good lad with grand aspirations. Since you can strengthen your physique with the purple lightning, I shall grant you further fortuity." Upon the completion of the authoritative voice's statement, a barrage of purple lightning descended like serpents of electricity. Wang Yaoshan's initial trepidation gradually transformed into boldness, his expression shifting from pain to tranquility. He embraced the transformative power of each purple lightning strike, allowing it to reshape his bones and organs. In that moment, he placed his unconditional trust in the heavenly Tao, for he believed that the true path of humanity is fraught with trials and tribulations. As the 36th lightning tribulation concluded, the voice of the heavenly Tao proclaimed, "Wang Yaoshan, you are now a true immortal. You must remember your path." The voice of the heavenly Tao faded, and the sky, once illuminated like day by the lightning tribulation, was plunged into darkness. Yet, unbeknownst to others, the first light of dawn emerged in the east, illuminating this extraordinary night. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian rushed to Wang Yaoshan, who now radiated like a small golden figure, gleaming with brilliant light. Chapter 28. Gratitude. Wang Yaoshan withdrew the golden light and slowly rose to his feet. Upon seeing the two women before him, he sincerely expressed, "I am sorry to have caused you concern." After speaking, he sheepishly scratched his head, appearing even more bashful than during his mortal days. "You foolish boy." Lu Yu could no longer contain her emotions and leaped into Wang Yaoshan's embrace, tears and snot streaming down his clothes. Observing their heartfelt embrace, Tian Xiaotian momentarily froze in place. "Xiaotian, aren't you going to join in?" she asked. "Haven't you been worried for Wang all this time?" Lao Jin observed his subordinate, who remained rooted to the spot, with a tinge of frustration in his gaze. None anticipated that Tian Xiaotian would disregard the presence of her superior and join in the embrace. In truth, her leader was not the only one present. Hongjun Laozu had been closely observing the scene as well. At this moment, Tian Xiaotian finally returned to her true self, unafraid to express her genuine emotions in front of others. The embrace did not last long. Yet Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian wept for an extended period. Since morning, the two had been tirelessly occupied. From the moment Wang Yaoshan fell into madness, Lu Yu had been using her own energy from within the Tiantong armor to assist Lao Jian. Determined to ensure that Wang Yaoshan's spiritual consciousness would not be completely devoured by the slaughter, she cried as she called out Wang Yaoshan's name, exhausting all her energy and spiritual power, which ultimately allowed him to endure until the arrival of Hongjun Laozu. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, her tears had ceased to be blood tears, transforming into ordinary human tears. At 5 in the morning, when Wang Yaoshan departed from Tian Xiaotian's home, she clearly sensed that he had deceived her the previous night. He had not truly let go, which was why he left so early without a word. Less than 10 minutes after he left, Tian Xiaotian followed in his footsteps. When she reached the dilapidated temple of Qingxiu, Wang Yaoshan had already collapsed to the ground. Like Lu Yu, she had exerted her utmost ability to help him through this calamity. Wang Yaoshan gently patted the shoulders of the two women, who then shyly stepped aside. He turned once more towards Qingshu and Lao Jin. Typically, Qingshu moved with the smoothness of an eel, evoking a slippery impression. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words, having struggled to even utter a single syllable. After a prolonged silence, only the sound of muffled sobs could be heard. Wang Yaoshan did not allow them the opportunity to speak. Placing his hands on their shoulders and pulling them into a tight embrace, "Thank you," he said, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Master Uncle, what are you doing?" they exclaimed amidst their sobs. "Why must you make it so emotional? My old eyes are about to weep blind." Qingshu was not exaggerating. He genuinely cared for Wang Yaoshan and could not bear to witness such a touching scene. Yet, he had performed many heartfelt deeds, even daring to storm the Purple Cloud Palace to hasten his arrival at Hongjun Laozu's side, accepting any punishment that might follow. "Master, please do not say that. It is all my fault. I cannot bear your gratitude. If not for my insistence on expressing my conjectures, you would not have faced such a situation." The Earth God Lao Jin had held nothing back this time. For only with his utmost effort could he hope to stabilize Wang Yaoshan's mind. Even when Wang Yaoshan's condition appeared slightly more stable, he continued to pray and bless him in his own way. "Today, those who share bloodshed with me shall be my brothers," Wang Yaoshan declared, prompting tears to flow freely from Qingshu and Lao Jin once more. Wang Yaoshan had never harbored any sense of distance or estrangement towards them. Though their time spent together had not been lengthy, his fervent heart had long regarded them as close companions, bound by life and death. Whether facing adversity or tranquility, Wang Yaoshan steadfastly believed they would stand side by side. This profound bond was not rooted in superficial appearances or formalities, but stemmed from the deepest recognition and acceptance within their hearts. Li Jing had long been crouched to the side, weeping uncontrollably. Wang Yaoshan approached him, saying, "Oldly, thank you," and helped him to his feet. "Do not worry about me. See, I am perfectly fine," he laughed. "You cried upon our first meeting, and now that I have become an immortal, you weep again. Are you envious? Shut up, you old fool. I was genuinely afraid I would never see you again," Li Jing exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. "I understand. You have always regarded me as a brother." Wang Yaoshan replied, embracing him. "You should embrace your master first," Li Jing softly suggested. "You, as ever, remain rather traditional." After Wang Yaoshan finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance and then burst into hearty laughter. Moments later, Wang Yaoshan composed himself, turning his back to Hongjun Laozu and making a series of lamentable expressions that were, I must say, quite unsightly. After several attempts, he hastily approached Hongjun Laozu, knelt before him, and began to wail inconsolably. "Master, you frightened me to death. Woe is me, I thought I would never see you again." The others were momentarily taken aback. What had come over Wang Yaoshan? Only these two, master and disciple, shared a secret understanding. It seemed that Wang Yaoshan was about to request something. How delightful! He was about to partake in the joys of growth once more. Hongjun Laozu had come to seek something from him again. This was no mere apprenticeship. It felt more like he had acquired a father figure. It was as though he were a debt collector upon their first meeting. Though he thought this, Hongjun could not fathom why he was so willing to extend such special favor towards his young disciple. In truth, there existed a simple explanation in the mortal realm. A beloved son and grandson are the lifeblood of an elder. But Hongjun remained blissfully unaware. "Yaoshan, rise, I know you have endured hardships." "What hardships?" Wang Yaoshan retorted. "That thunder command token was given to you for nothing. If he chose not to use it, that is his affair. I certainly did not force him to wield it. And look at your disciple. Does she seem to be suffering? Is she not merely taking advantage and playing coy? How is it that as you grow older, you believe everything your disciple says? The heavenly Tao is mocking." With that, Hongjun Laozu helped Wang Yaoshan to his feet. "Yaoshan, I wish to inquire. Now that you have transcended the heavenly tribulation, have you considered joining a department in the heavenly court?" "Master, though I have overcome the heavenly tribulation, it merely indicates that my strength has reached a celestial level. Yet my essence remains human. I have not completed the tasks you entrusted to me. How could I possibly have the audacity to occupy a high position in the heavenly court?" Wang Yaoshan gazed at his master with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes. "You little rascal. Very well. Everyone has their own aspirations. Indeed, Holding a position within a department could restrict you. You make a valid point. The old man paused before continuing. What of that girl, I wonder? Has Hygiene City still not appointed a city god? How many years has it been? Reporting to you, Master, Hygiene City has been without a city god or earth god for 50 years. What rank does Old Jean hold? Can he not discern the meaning behind the leader's words? Even if there had been one, it cannot be said now. Moreover, there is indeed none. Then let it be that girl. I find her suitable. Upon his words, everyone followed Hongjun Laozu's gesture, and there stood no other than Lu Yu. This? Shouldn't it be Wang Yaoshan's turn? Why Lu Yu? Others were filled with confusion. Only Hongjun and Wang Yaoshan exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Yu, bewildered, looked around, her mouth agape, only to find no one beside her. She turned to look behind her. But there was no one there either. Finally, she pointed at herself in utter disbelief. Me? Come forward. Wang Yaoshan, observing Lu Yu's perplexed demeanor, could not help but tease her. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's commanding tone, Lu Yu reverted to her usual self, puffing up in annoyance as she marched over. Had it not been for Hongjun Laozu's presence, she would have likely pinched Wang Yaoshan by now. After all, one must temper themselves in the presence of such an elder. Chapter 29. The new city god Hongjun Laozu smiled at the two before him, feeling the joy of youth was truly remarkable. After scrutinizing them for a while, he finally spoke. You are Lu Yu? Lu Yu responded with a poised yet respectful demeanor, earning Wang Yaoshan's admiration. Initially, he thought Lu Yu was merely carefree and impertinent with him, but he was surprised to see her maintain the same attitude in front of his esteemed master, truly commendable. The old man nodded and then pointed skyward. A golden divine decree descended directly into Old Jin's hands. He did not dare to delay, standing up to proclaim, heaven and earth bear witness, all things in order. The three realms constant, all matters smooth and peaceful. Today, Lu's daughter, aged 270 years, met with an unjust death and has not entered the cycle of reincarnation. This girl, upon her death, attained the Tao, performed righteous deeds, punished the wicked, and assisted the people, accumulating 111 instances of merit. Today, she is conferred by the heavenly court as the city god of Hygiene City, with a celestial salary of 300. To eternally receive incense in the future, may you contemplate cause and effect, purify yourself, and act with integrity, in accordance with the heavenly Tao. What an age we live in, Master truly excels. He still employs the ancient decree format. One must say, Old Jin's voice does indeed resemble that of an official. Lu's city god, do not dawdle, accept the divine decree. Old Jin cheerfully reminded Lu Yu. Lu Yu inquired, do I need to kneel? Before Old Jin could answer, Hongjun Laozu interjected, no need. Simply take the divine decree, and it will transform into your seal of office. Subsequently, your name and title will be inscribed in the underworld. Old Jin thought to himself, you truly extend your favor to all, treating your disciple's wife with such indulgence. Must one kneel to speak, yet your disciple's wife can merely take the decree? Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that one day she would be recognized by the heavenly Tao. In times past, she roamed freely in the mortal realm, unrestrained, taking it upon herself to eradicate evildoers, living a life of complete liberation. Yet, fate played its hand, leading her to encounter that nemesis. Since their meeting, Lu Yu's life had undergone a complete transformation. The carefree and unbridled days were replaced with a series of unexpected opportunities and challenges. Now, to her astonishment, she found herself inexplicably appointed as the city god. Though this position was merely that of an earth immortal, it nonetheless represented an official status. Hurry and accept it. If not for Wang Yaoshan's whispered reminder, Lu Yu would still be in a daze. Oh, right, she stammered, approaching Old Jin, and as she touched the divine decree, it transformed from silk into a solid iron token upon contact. Allow me to present you with a gift. As he spoke, Hongjun Laozu's expression turned solemn, and with a swift motion of his hands, a powerful and unparalleled surge of chaotic energy erupted forth like a torrential flood. This chaotic force spiraled in the air, forming a small whirlwind imbued with life essence, rushing toward Lu Yu. All eyes were fixed on this scene, hearts filled with trepidation. However, as the chaotic energy made contact with Lu Yu, something unexpected occurred. This chaotic energy seemed to respond to some mysterious force, flowing into Lu Yu's body as if it were a refreshing spring nourishing parched earth. With the continuous influx of chaotic energy, Lu Yu, who had previously existed in a nebulous state, gradually began to solidify. Her once ethereal silhouette became increasingly distinct, as if a blurred canvas was being refined with meticulous strokes. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu was no longer a mere apparition but had taken on a fully realized form. Even clearer and more substantial than an ordinary person, the aura radiating from her grew stronger and more stable. Wang Yaoshan, who had been anxiously observing from the side, felt a jolt of disbelief as he witnessed the astounding transformation of the person beside him. After a while, he snapped back to reality, his knees instinctively bending as he knelt deeply once more. Unlike before, this act of kneeling stemmed from a profound sense of gratitude towards his master. He understood that without his master's intervention, Lu Yu would likely have struggled to regain her new life. Thus, filled with reverence and respect, he bowed deeply to Hongjun Laozu, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your immense kindness. I shall never forget it." Wang Yaoshan's gesture was not solely due to his close friendship with Lu Yu. He recognized that from the moment his master chose to appoint Lu Yu as the city god, he was conveying to others that only by following his disciple faithfully would they receive great rewards. Reflecting on how much effort the old man had invested for him, this bow could hardly express even a fraction of his gratitude. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was equally overwhelmed with emotion. As she felt herself restored to a tangible form, her joy was beyond words. With tears glistening in her eyes, she unhesitatingly knelt alongside Wang Yaoshan before Hongjun Laozu. Her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Master, for granting me a second life. Such kindness I shall forever engrave in my heart. Both of you, rise." "There is no need for such formality," Hongjun Laozu chuckled, gesturing for them to stand. He then continued, "Little Lu, from now on, assist Yaoshan diligently. You are now a staff member of the underworld, responsible for coordinating the yin and yang in Hygiene City. Familiarize yourself with the duties as soon as possible. I believe you will manage it well." Wang Yaoshan and Lu Yu exchanged smiles, supporting each other as they rose. Lu Yu responded, "Rest assured, Master, I will be diligent and responsible." At that moment, Qing Su, Old Jin, Tian Xiaotian, and Li Jing approached, offering their congratulations to Lu Yu with genuine warmth. "It seems you can no longer enter my armor. We are drifting further apart," Wang Yaoshan whispered playfully in Lu Yu's ear. At this moment, Lu Yu's cheeks flushed with an even more enchanting hue. The expression she wore as a spirit had already stirred something within Wang Yaoshan. Now, with a corporeal form, it was magnified tenfold. "Yaoshan, come here. I wish to inquire about your thoughts on Danao Dai and Bai Lu. They truly deserve their fate before the principles and boundaries, for Wang Yaoshan never concedes." "Not even to you, my master. Are you intending to take matters into your own hands? However, I must make it abundantly clear that even if they were to perish, they would still come to this realm at your beck and call. It is impossible for you to avoid encountering them." Chapter 30. No return without intoxication. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if he were ensnared in a profound and intricate sea of thoughts. He pondered within himself, these two individuals are truly reaping what they have sown. Death holds no pity for them. Nevertheless, they are ultimately disciples and grand disciples of my elder brother, the primordial supreme being. As the saying goes, one should not disregard the face of the monk, but rather honor the Buddha. If I insist on utterly extinguishing their souls, it seems illogical both emotionally and rationally. Yet, if their souls persist, as my master has stated, they will inevitably descend to this world. Upon this contemplation, Wang Yaoshan could not help but gently shake his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. For, in truth, during the brief span of these past 2 days, he had not devoted a single thought to accommodating them or utilizing their strengths. With fewer people, it was less noticeable. Li Jing could run errands and perform menial tasks. However, if there were to be many, such neglect would be quite a waste of resources. Eureka! Master, I shall refrain from taking direct action, for this would be contrary to the way of heaven. Since a mistake has been made, punishment must be accepted, and such punishment must be justifiable. If I were to execute it, I would only invite scandal. Although you are the foremost being of antiquity, for the sake of your reputation, I cannot indulge in such recklessness any longer. I understand that your leniency stems from your affection for me, fearing that I might harbor resentment that could affect my judgment. Your disciple is well aware of this and holds great gratitude in his heart. Oh dear, why has my disciple become so understanding? No longer harboring hatred? The venerable Hong Jun, in high spirits, could not help but jest. His disciple has come to terms with his thoughts, willingly letting go of animosity. The old man would certainly find joy in this. Your words lack any finesse. Do you truly believe your disciple to be so unreasonable? I am quite sensible, thank you very much. Wang Yaoshan's words were sincere. Yet he did not reveal the entirety of his feelings, chiefly out of fear of creating an untenable situation. Managing the Danao Dai in this realm would be quite challenging. Ha ha ha, my disciple Yaoshan is the most sensible. Well then, it is getting late, and my visit has been lengthy. I must take my leave. Yaoshan, regarding your earlier inquiry about which spells to cultivate, I believe you have reached your own conclusion. I shall gift you a heart method to accompany your thunder command for practice. As Hong Jun spoke, he retrieved an ancient tome titled Might from his sleeve and placed it into Wang Yaoshan's hands. Master, are you leaving again? Thank you for everything you have done for me. Your disciple will not disappoint you. Please take care. When Wang Yaoshan turned his gaze once more, he found the space before him utterly vacant, devoid of the familiar and comforting figure of his master. In an instant, a profound sense of loss surged within him. He could not help but sniffle, feeling an ache in his nose as tears, as if enchanted, swiftly gathered in his eyes, swirling about. Those crystalline droplets resembled pearls strung on a thread, ready to cascade at any moment. Uncle Shi, we have yet to properly congratulate you. Qing Su, being the astute individual he is, noticed Wang Yaoshan's current melancholic demeanor and sought a way to alleviate it. Indeed, Wang, just now when the ancestor was present, we dared not openly express our congratulations. Yaoshan, my brotherly, I admire your composure in withstanding over 30 purple lightning strikes. You are indeed a bold and valiant man. Congratulations, Yaoshan. You must treat us today. We have suffered greatly, and you owe us. Under Qing Su's lead, the group quickly grasped his intention. They did not wish for Wang Yaoshan to remain mired in sorrowful partings. Hence, they were particularly cooperative. One must understand that emotions are akin to the wind. They can effortlessly sweep through the hearts of individuals and transmit their inherent energy. When one's heart is dominated by joy, excitement, anger, or sorrow, these emotions spread like a contagion, subtly influencing those in proximity. When we find ourselves in an environment filled with laughter and joy, even if our spirits are initially low, we cannot help but be uplifted by the infectious atmosphere, our smiles gradually returning as the shadows in our hearts dissipate. Conversely, if we are surrounded by gloom, even the most determined efforts to remain optimistic may falter against the onslaught of negativity, ultimately leading to some degree of assimilation. Fortunately, Wang Yaoshan was blessed with a circle of good brothers and friends, allowing him to swiftly transition from tears to laughter. Let us ensure that we do not return without intoxication today. What do you say? Wang Yaoshan felt his enthusiasm rekindled by their encouragement. Uncle Shi, are you not aware? The ancestor granted me and Lao Jin a 2-day leave. Let us drink to our heart's content today. The mere mention of drinking, Qing Su's joy was palpable. It is said that even during the Feng Shun period, Qing Su had a penchant for alcohol, often indulging to the point of inebriation, much to the chagrin of his master. Wang, I have long declared that you are my guiding light. Wherever you lead, I shall follow without hesitation. Ha ha ha, I shall accompany you, noble gentleman Lao Jin, from the frigid land of Korea, eternally shrouded in cold in that distant era, when technology was not yet advanced, the people faced the bitter chill with helplessness. Yet, they discovered a unique means to stave off the biting cold, through the consumption of alcohol. Yaoshan, though my tolerance for liquor is poor, our camaraderie makes me feel as if I am basking in spring breezes. Today, I shall partake in the drinking. Li Jing also expressed his eagerness. Xiao Tian, do you have any plans today? Or perhaps pressing matters to attend to? Wang Yaoshan inquired with care of Tian Xiao Tian. None at all. Rest assured, Wang, from now on, Xiao Tian shall be your personal assistant. I will ensure she is not burdened with excessive trivialities. Lao Jian intervened, eager to avoid spoiling the lively atmosphere. Ah, that is good to hear. Wang Yaoshan smiled knowingly, casting a friendly glance at Lao Jin. He then turned to Tian Xiao Tian, and as they were in close proximity, he quietly asked, "What does personal assistant mean?" At that moment, Tian Xiao Tian wished she could find a crevice to hide in. She let out a soft huff, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Very well, since everyone is free today. Hey, what do you mean by that? You scoundrel? You ask everyone but not me? You truly are asking for trouble. Lu Yu exclaimed as she pinched Wang Yaoshan's arm. I was merely jesting. How could I dare overlook you? You are now an esteemed figure. Frankly speaking, all of us here are under your command. You are the city god of Hygiene City. Wang Yaoshan shouted as he ran, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. In that moment, they all forgot their troubles and their identities. Within the confines of this courtyard, they were simply brothers and sisters, dear to one another. Chapter 31. The leader has arrived at 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun shone brightly. Under Wang Yaoshan's meticulous arrangement, all members of the modest Taoist temple, having clearly understood their respective responsibilities, were prepared to spring into action. However, upon opening the door, they were taken aback. The once desolate little temple was now teeming with people at its entrance. Wang Yaoshan stood frozen, astonished by the scene before him. Moments ago, during their discussion, Lao Jin had suggested that Wang should refrain from venturing out for supplies, as he could simply have them delivered. You can still rest a while, he had said. The taste of what you buy yourself is different from that which is delivered. How naive I was, Wang Yaoshan reflected on Lao Jin's words from half an hour prior. Now, he realized Lao Jin had been right. There was no way to step outside now. Passerby A. What is happening? Are they giving something away? Count me in. Passerby B. You haven't heard? Did you not see the news? The little temple was struck by lightning. It has gone viral. Passerby C. Where's the fire? Quick, save it. What a chaotic scene, Uncle Sure. It seems your ruckus yesterday was too loud. Although we are in a remote area. That purple lightning. Ching Su's eyes twinkled as he discerned the crux of the matter. The old adage held true. The old horse knows the path. Oh, I see. Upon Ching Su's remarks, Wang Yaoshan understood instantly. The crowd had gathered merely to witness the spectacle. Li Jing approached Wang Yaoshan's side, leaning in to listen. Wang Yaoshan whispered a few words to him, prompting Li Jing to furrow his brow, nod vigorously, and eventually display a look of realization. Raising his thumbs high, he declared, Remarkable. He then stepped closer to the crowd, clearing his throat before addressing them. Everyone, listen to me. With that, the crowd fell silent. Li Jing, clad in his ever-familiar garb, paired with his serious demeanor, commanded respect. Even the ordinary folk dared not speak out of turn, and the officials nearby would stand at attention. The leader is speaking. Representatives from the government have arrived. The once boisterous crowd quieted, each person reminding those beside them to be respectful. Xiao Tian, assist me in altering the electromagnetic waves and magnetic field here. Influence the mobile signal, Li Jing instructed. Wang Yaoshan observed the crowd below. Some had taken out their phones, others were preparing to snap photos or record videos, likely intending to share them online, which might lead to unforeseen complications. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, prompting those who had been holding their phones to instinctively return them to their pockets. As all devices had automatically shut down. At Wang Yaoshan's signal, Li Jing continued, I represent the Housing Management Bureau. Each year during this season of frequent thunderstorms, our vicinity often suffers from natural disasters caused by lightning striking trees. Consequently, we requested the meteorological department to install a lightning rod at this small temple. After last night's tests, we successfully attracted a total of 36 lightning strikes, with no resulting accidents or disasters. The crowd erupted into applause. The cheers from the throng were incessant, a veritable sea of humanity. Let's have another. Li Jing observed the growing number of supporters and wished to say more. Has this turned into a comedy show? Wang Yaoshan thought, bemused, as he discreetly signaled to Li Jing, implying that he had yet to finish speaking and should not engage with the audience. Oh, right. Everyone, please do not worry. Those who need to work should return to their duties. Let us all disperse. After saying this, Li Jing re-entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Wait a moment, I'll go out later, Alagu. Why are you adding your own lines? I have no idea what came over me. I just wanted to express my heartfelt appreciation and applause for these people, Li Jing replied. His face flushed. Well said, Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up before patting him on the shoulder. 10 minutes later, the area outside was deserted. Only then did Wang Yaoshan lead his group of 5 out. As for the dilapidated temple, it lacked even the most basic of kitchenware, not to mention, the large stove from the Guangxu era was likely long buried. In under 10 minutes, Wang Yaoshan, along with Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian, arrived at the nearest free market. while it was indeed the closest. The distance between the temple and the market was still a staggering 10 kilometers, however. For Wang Yaoshan, this distance was hardly daunting. His physical condition had undergone a remarkable transformation, making him a far cry from his former self. He was now capable of covering ground at an astonishing pace. Indeed, it felt as if he were traversing the heavens. This mere 10 kilometers was but a trivial matter for him. With each step, he moved with a lightness and grace, as if propelled by an unseen wind, effortlessly making his way toward the destination. The scent of fruits and vegetables wafted through the air, and Lu Yu realized that merely sniffing wouldn't quell her hunger. Recently, the restless spirits harboring grievances against the underworld had been expanding their influence at an alarming rate. Rumor had it that they had even managed to enlist the aid of powerful demons, all claiming they sought to demand justice from the underworld. Standing before a fruit stall, Tian Xiaotian casually selected plump red apples while nonchalantly relaying this information to Wang Yaoshan. Upon hearing this, a characteristic smile remained on Wang Yaoshan's face, his bright eyes twinkling as they playfully focused on Lu Yu. Is that so? Well, it matters not, for we currently have the esteemed protector of justice overseeing matters. No, perhaps the Lord of Cloudy Skies is more fitting, he jested. Lu Yu, who had been engrossed in selecting vegetables, couldn't help but eavesdrop on their exchange. When she realized Wang Yaoshan had once again turned the joke toward her, her brows furrowed in indignation as she glared at him. Who is the Lord of Cloudy Skies? What do you mean by that? Why is it that others are called the Lord of Clear Skies, while I am labeled as the Lord of Cloudy Skies? Faced with Lu Yu's inquiry, Wang Yaoshan remained unfazed, instead adopting a serious tone. Please do not be angry. You are, after all, the distinguished city god, the legitimate overseer of the underworld in the mortal realm. Is that not the very definition of the Lord of Cloudy Skies? After saying this, he mischievously winked at her. To his surprise, Lu Yu paused, seemingly contemplating his words before nodding in acknowledgement. You may have a point there. Fool, did you truly think my master appointed you as the city god of Hygiene City on a whim? Wang Yaoshan chuckled, observing the bewildered expression on Lu Yu's face. I understand now. Your master intends for me to take responsibility for this matter. Lu Yu, previously muddled, suddenly regained clarity upon his questioning. You responsible? What nonsense! You've proven a saying true. Being good-looking indeed requires an exchange of intelligence. You mock me, and I shall retaliate. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Lu Yu charged at him, her tiny fists raised. Yaoshan, just say it outright. I still don't quite grasp the situation. This isn't Lu Yu's fault, Tian Xiaotian interjected, eager to halt the impending chaos between the two. Fine, foolish one. Let me ask you. Before becoming the local city god, what were you doing? All right, enough of that. Were you not a gallant heroine defending the downtrodden? Wang Yaoshan swiftly altered his phrasing as Lu Yu playfully rested her small hand on her hip. Of course, I was a heroine, she replied with a hint of pride. Then, were not all your former subordinates merely wronged souls? They were unaware of your current status as the city god, correct? Not at all. I was just appointed this morning. Only we few are aware of it, Lu Yu said, puzzled by the connection Wang Yaoshan was suggesting. Wang Yaoshan continued, with your previous influence, absorbing these rebellious spirits should pose no problem. Right? If not, sending your former subordinates to infiltrate could effectively divide them, leading some to willingly return to the underworld for rebirth while others would work for you. Suddenly, Tian Xiaotian's face lit up with understanding. Is it truly possible to approach the situation this way? Little Tian, please ensure you clarify this matter with Lu Yu afterward. It's not a troublesome issue. Old Jin is willing to rectify his previous mistakes, and the underworld's environment will improve as a result. My master's arrangements have truly hit multiple targets with one stone. Wang Yaoshan expressed his admiration, acknowledging the wisdom of experience. Chapter 32. Capturing individuals as they spoke. Wang Yaoshan's phone rang. Brother Shan, where are you? You haven't returned to the dormitory in 2 days. Did you miss class today? Are you all right? Tian Yu bombarded him with a rapid-fire series of questions. Lion, I'm fine. I'm out and about. I've had some matters to attend to these past 2 days. Could you please help me request a leave from Old Hao? Sure, I'll call him in a bit. After hanging up, Wang Yaoshan recalled some urgent matters. He immediately dialed the phone number of Old Jin. My master informed me that those involved in the trafficking of children's organs have been marked. Is that correct? Absolutely, Mr. Wang. I dispatched the Underworld's officials for 24/7 surveillance on 37 individuals. Any unusual movements will be reported to me immediately. We await your command to proceed with the arrests. Old Jean replied, carrying a bag of spices that startled a small vendor who refused to accept the bills he offered. All right, let's plan the arrests carefully. First, instruct your subordinates to incapacitate these individuals, using methods that the underworld can't wake them from. Then, systematically organize their earthly information and send it to me. Make sure the underworld soldiers keep them confined to the designated locations you've arranged. Wang Yaoshan was primarily concerned that during this time, the traffickers might continue their heinous activities, and should further victims emerge, he would be no different from their accomplices. However, the arrests must not involve the underworld's forces. They required earthly law to bring these villains to justice. Mr. Wang, rest assured I'll hang up now and have the officials ready. I'll send the information to you shortly, Old Jean assured him, promptly sending a document. Thank you, Old Jean, you've worked hard. Let us discuss more when we meet later. With that, Wang Yaoshan hung up. Little Tian, little you two continue selecting items. I have something to attend to and will step out for a while. Let's regroup at the temple. With that, Wang Yaoshan swiftly exited the market. Hey, you idiot! You leave me and little Tian to carry all these groceries? Lu Yu complained, but Wang Yaoshan did not hear her. He was a man of great affairs. Wasn't that what she admired about him? Why was she now blaming him? Tian shouted. Tian teased Lu Yu. Oh, little Tian, don't you like him? What do you like about him? Surprised by Lu Yu's sudden openness, Tian shouted. Hadn't he expected the girl to be so quick-witted? In just 5 minutes, Wang Yaoshan arrived near the criminal investigation team, striding confidently inside. He happened to encounter Chi Wen. Mr. Wang, good to see you. Here to collect your temporary work permit. Chi Wen extended his hand. Captain Chi, is team leader Li in? Wang Yaoshan reciprocated with a brief handshake. He is. Follow me. They walked side by side toward Li He's office. Half an hour later, Comrade Wang, is what you say true? These are indeed the child traffickers, and you have their identification and current addresses? Rest assured, Captain Li. If even one is wrong, I will personally take responsibility, Wang Yaoshan replied confidently. Look, this Hu Yijuan and Li Jian are precisely those we've been hunting down. And this Li Qi. Chi Wen gazed at the content submitted by Wang Yaoshan and could not help but interject, speaking to Li He. Captain Li, the situation is as follows. These criminal suspects are scattered across the nation, which presents a significant challenge. You must devise a strategy for a joint operation to apprehend these criminals who have harmed families and trafficked children all at once. Xiao Wang. While a joint operation is certainly feasible, we must remember that these individuals are highly mobile, and no matter how advanced our surveillance equipment, it will require an extensive amount of time to conduct thorough checks. Captain Li, these individuals will not move. They remain at the organized locations. We can proceed with the arrests directly without issue. What? Li He exclaimed, taken aback by Wang Yaoshan's words. Was this man mad, or had he suffered some great shock? How could he dare make such a bold claim? Captain Li, worry not. Let us first carry out the arrests in Hygiene City, and then you can verify the situation I have described. If everything is indeed accurate, can we not then collaborate on this case and bring all these criminals to justice? Very well, regardless of the outcome. I am immensely grateful for your support and assistance with our work. Xiao Qi, you shall lead the team for the arrest. At that moment, Li He still did not fully believe Wang Yaoshan's assertions. He felt that Wang had been rather frivolous in his claims. Surely, it could not be so simple to apprehend these individuals. However, seeing Wang Yaoshan's unwavering confidence, he thought, well, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Wang Yaoshan understood that Captain Li did not trust him, and that was perfectly reasonable. After all, an outsider, someone who had not even grasped the fundamentals, was boldly commenting on matters within his expertise. If it were you, would you not feel inclined to confront him? Captain Li, let us proceed as such. I have matters to attend to and shall not trouble you further. Wang Yaoshan shook hands with Li He and turned to exit the office. Once outside the criminal investigation team's office, Wang Yaoshan sought a relatively secluded spot to call Lao Jin. Lao Jin, the operation in Hygiene City has commenced. Please instruct your subordinates to monitor the criminals there, and when they encounter the investigative police, they should voluntarily disclose information to save us time. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, we will execute your directives as promised. Lao Jin, how is your procurement of the seasoning for Ching Su coming along? Now that the official business is concluded, we can freely enjoy our gathering. This Ching Su seems to have never purchased seasoning before. Everything is bought by the sackful. I've sent someone to assist with the task. Why old arms and legs can hardly bear the strain? Lao Jin complained, panting heavily. He wishes to open a grocery store? Uncle Master, do not listen to his nonsense. There is no intention of opening a grocery. I merely thought we should gather more often in the future. So it would be prudent to stock up, Qing Su interjected, seizing the phone from Wang Yaoshan to explain. Oh, very well. You may proceed with the payment, Wang Yaoshan replied, hanging up the call. He was acutely aware that Qing Su was once again plotting to benefit at Lao Jin's expense. Thieves do not leave empty-handed, as the saying goes. Indeed fits Qing Su. An hour later, everyone returned to the small Taoist temple. Wang Yaoshan began to assign tasks with an air of authority. Xiao Tian, wash the vegetables. Li Gu, slice the meat. Lao Jin, rinse the rice. Lu Yu, beat the eggs. Qing Su, clean the stove. Die in unison. The others queried, and what about you? Ah, now you are all in agreement. I am merely bringing the drinks. Wang Yaoshan retorted, I still need to prepare the charcoal for grilling and hot pot, and no one should be idle. Who among you can cook? Wang Yaoshan inquired. As the clock approached noon, I can manage a little. Tian Xiaotian replied gently, I once heard a master say that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Tian Xiaotian found no fault with the master's words. However, Wang Yaoshan disagreed. Thinking, what does it mean for a man to think with his stomach? Such outdated nonsense, bro. I can cook. I am a second-tier chef from Tianting and placed fourth in 3 competitions. Li Jing raised his hand eagerly. Lao Jin, call in the chefs from your group. I do not trust these two. One has a criminal record for slipping amnesia powder into tea, and the other is a second-tier chef who might just end up poisoning us. For the sake of everyone's health, let's seek external assistance. Understood, Mr. Wang. I was waiting for your cue. They are nearby, and I have already summoned them. Lao Jin, having anticipated this situation, had already arranged for the personnel to be prepared. With a swift clap of his hands, 5 burly chefs entered, exclaiming, It is our honor to serve Mr. Wang. They quickly took over the majority of the tasks, allowing Tian Xiaotian, Li Jing, Lao Jin, and Lu Yu to relax, leaving only the beleaguered Wang Yaoshan and Qing Su to toil away. Wang Yaoshan had been laboring for quite some time. Sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his clothes, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Grit teeth and persisting. Observing him from the side, Tian Xiaotian felt a pang of sympathy and approached him without hesitation. Let me help you, she offered, reaching out to take a box of soda from his hands. Wang Yaoshan hesitated for a moment, wanting to refuse as this was his responsibility, but upon seeing the determined yet gentle look in Tian Xiaotian's eyes, he ultimately nodded and said, Thank you, with Tian Xiaotian's assistance. The others felt compelled to join in, helping Wang Yaoshan with the heavy lifting. Thus, with each other's company and support, the tasks seemed less arduous. They worked together, occasionally exchanging a few words, and laughter resonated through the air. Chapter 33. Nonsense at last. They completed their work. Wang Yaoshan, clutching the final box of Waha, trembled as he approached the group of 5 who had been staring in a daze. What are you all looking at? Silence enveloped the group except for Li Jing, who turned and shushed Wang Yaoshan. What is going on? Have you all discovered a new continent? Following their gaze, Wang Yaoshan beheld the chefs Lao Jin had brought. Their spatulas whirling like helicopter blades, the huge iron woks flying about, flames leaping half a meter high. Chopping and washing seemed like a dazzling display of acrobatics. Have we summoned a culinary prodigy? Wang Yaoshan thought, utterly astonished. Particularly captivating was the chef preparing noodles, wielding a large iron rod to pound the dough. There was no doubt it was Chef Xie with his steel ROD in less than 20 minutes. An array of dishes began to appear on the table. Mr. Jin, aside from the whole roasted lamb, the primary dishes are nearly complete. Please provide your guidance. The 5 chefs stood at attention, their movements so synchronized that one might mistake them for a performance troupe. Mr. Wang, please take a look. Lao Jin, who was already famished, still sought Wang Yaoshan's input. What should I look at? Let us eat. The chefs may join us as well, Wang Yaoshan said, eyeing the chefs with their devilish footwork. Mr. Wang, they cannot eat. They must return shortly. Otherwise, there will be no one to oversee the kitchen for the group today. Oh. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Yaoshan politely waved at the chefs. Long live Mr. Wang, they exclaimed in unison. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback, his face growing hot as he swiftly waved his hands. Please, do not shout such things. How can I be considered immortal? The chefs, misunderstanding Wang Yaoshan's gesture as a farewell, continued their cries of "Long live Mr. Wang." Embarrassed, Wang Yaoshan wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. He thought to himself that it was not the chef's fault, but his own for not being direct and simply saying it instead of waving. The chefs, oblivious to Wang Yaoshan's discomfort, marched in unison out of the courtyard, leaving no trace behind. Lu Yu rapped the table, exclaiming, "What are you dazed about?" Wang Yaoshan then realized that the entire table was watching him, and no one had touched their chopsticks. He curiously turned to Lao Jin and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Lao Jin wiped his chopsticks and replied, "You are the host. You are my idol. My guiding light die in formal occasions. I must wait for you to start. So." The entire table of celestial beings was waiting for him to take the lead. Wang Yaoshan quickly grabbed his chopsticks and picked up a piece of chicken to eat, prompting everyone to join in. At that moment, Qing Su poured wine for everyone, then turned to Wang Yaoshan, saying, "Uncle Master, perhaps you should say a few words." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining diners set down their chopsticks in unison. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and formalities. We are friends, we are brothers, to our friendship," Wang Yaoshan declared as he raised his glass, taking the lead in drinking. Seeing Wang Yaoshan's declaration, the others followed suit. No longer concerned with formalities, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, Wang Yaoshan, feeling a little tipsy and his words slurred, spoke up, "I have a question that has lingered in my heart for a long time." He was now quite inebriated, his vision unfocused, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "It's nothing serious, but mainly, I have rarely seen you all display your magical abilities. Take this dilapidated Taoist temple, for instance. According to the texts, with just a wave of your hand, it could be transformed into something radiant and resplendent. And if we wanted to travel somewhere, wouldn't instant teleportation be both quick and effortless? Furthermore, it is worth noting that even when Xiaotian and her companions assisted me in laundering my garments, they resorted to using a washing machine rather than any miraculous celestial arts. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Xiaotian washing your clothes? Qingshu and Old Jin seemingly overlooked the earlier inquiries regarding the celestial arts, their attention abruptly captivated by this remark. They simultaneously directed their gazes towards Wang Yaoshan, only to swiftly shift their focus to Tian Xiaotian. At that moment, Tian Xiaotian was deeply engrossed in animated conversation with Lu Yu, her spirits high, completely oblivious to Wang Yaoshan's words. Sensing the sudden and synchronized scrutiny from the two, she couldn't help but wonder, had she inadvertently uttered something amiss that had caught their ears? Upon this realization, the radiant smile that had adorned her face faltered, and her expression grew somewhat tense. "Could you please focus on the matter at hand?" Wang Yaoshan found himself at a loss. These two old fellows, despite their age, still harbored such unwholesome thoughts. "Master Uncle, do not feel pressured. Romantic relationships are entirely natural. The heavenly realm now encourages courtship and marriage. The tragic tales of Niulong and Jinu, San Shangmu and Lu Yanchong, Dong Yong and the Seven Fairies shall no longer be repeated. Moreover, you have yet to receive any celestial rewards. The heavenly court has no authority over you. Even if they did, who would dare to exert control? Your master, perhaps." Qingshu, stroking his goatee, gravely analyzed the situation for Wang Yaoshan. "Why has the heavenly realm become so liberal? I recall the dramas I watched where Niulong and Jinu could meet only once a year, and San Shangmu was suppressed beneath a massive stone, enduring endless solitude and torment. In contrast, the fate of the Seven Fairies was somewhat more favorable. After enduring trials, she and Dong Yong became united, embarking on a life filled with love and unrestrained joy. Nonetheless, even their path of love was fraught with challenges. Having shared his thoughts, Wang Yaoshan pondered how the conversation had turned to romantic myths. "Master Uncle, just look at these stories. They have been adapted into dramas and films by mortals. How could the heavenly realm not take heed? This is a living example of what not to do. If the common people were to develop a sense of rebellion, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Qingshu took another sip, continuing, "Without trust, there can be no incense offerings, and without offerings, we shall face hunger. That is the crux of the matter. To better serve humanity, this is precisely why changes were made. The heavenly realm is already quite fragile. We cannot remain as relics of the past, we must keep pace with the times. Henceforth, relationships between deities and mortals shall be deemed lawful, let alone the relationships among deities themselves." Poor Zhu Beiji, He truly missed the prime opportunity. Old Jean, what was the question I asked earlier? How did we end up here? Wang Yaoshan inquired, somewhat dazed. Wang, you initially asked about the use of celestial arts, and then inquired why the heavenly realm has become so open. Which one do you refer to? Wang Yaoshan, without uttering a word, merely extended a finger. Wang, in the mortal realm, there are taboos regarding deities. We cannot use spells indiscriminately or alter causality at will. Allow me to illustrate. If today I were to eat without chopsticks and instead utilize celestial arts, it could potentially cause chaos in the mortal world, a phenomenon they term the butterfly effect. I cannot elaborate further. We simply follow the directives of our superiors. Of course, you are a unique case. You are originally human, and the ancestor did not instruct you to refrain from using celestial arts without cause. Thus, you lie outside the regulatory framework. Old Jean spoke with clarity, having already consumed 2 bottles of liquor and now opening a third. Understood, understood. I shall minimize the use of celestial arts. It wouldn't due to be captured by the cameras. With that, he collapsed onto Tian Xiaoyan's shoulder. He had indeed indulged too much. What began as 2 bottles of beer had culminated in half a bottle of baijiu. How could he not be intoxicated? Tian Xiaoyan was taken aback, initially thinking it was Wang Yaoshan who was patting her shoulder. She reached out, only to feel something amiss. Turning around, the two nearly kissed. In an instant, Tian Xiaotian sobered up, abandoning her conversation with Lu Yude. At that moment, she was rooted in place, her expression a blend of fear and anticipation, joy and sorrow, an amalgamation that defied description. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Is Xiao Wang there?" accompanied by a knock at the door, causing the previously boisterous crowd to gradually quiet down. "Yaoshan, it seems someone is calling for you. Did you hear?" "Yaoshan." Tian Xiaotian listened intently, calling out to Wang Yaoshan beside her. Chapter 34. The Tiger Leader. He stood at the door, closely followed by Qi Wan, both of them standing silently, as though time had come to a standstill. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had quietly elapsed, yet that tightly shut door remained unopened. Initially, Li He had knocked gently, almost cautiously, fearful of displeasing those within. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the door. The sound so faint it resembled the fluttering of a mosquito's wings, nearly imperceptible. Meanwhile, Qi nervously stared at the door, secretly contemplating the response of those inside. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, as the homeowner, Qingshu stood up, declaring, "I shall open the door," as he made his way to the entrance. "Hello, is Wang Yaoshan here?" Li He thought. Finally, the door has opened. "And you two are?" Qingshu, reeking of alcohol, inquired with evident wariness. Old Jean, who had been following Qingshu, recognized the voice and leaned out to catch a glimpse. "Ah, Li team, please, come in. Are you having a gathering? My apologies for intruding." He nodded slightly to Qingshu as he entered the courtyard, glancing at the now unconscious Wang Yaoshan, but he paid it no mind, maintaining a smiling face as he sought to placate everyone. "Yaoshan, wake up." Tian Xiaotian gently prodded Wang Yaoshan's head, yet he showed no response. "Let me handle this." Lu Yu, without a thought for the outside world, directly pinched Wang Yaoshan's side, then swiftly swiped her left hand in front of him. Wang Yaoshan leapt up, startled, soaring over 3 meters high. Only Lu Yu understood that she had restored Wang Yaoshan's consciousness. Whether this was due to jealousy or concern about delaying matters remained uncertain. "You truly went all out. Look at what you've done. It's all bruised," Wang Yaoshan exclaimed in fury, clutching his injury, hopping about in pursuit of Lu Yu to settle the score. "How come there are suddenly 2 more people?" "Li team, Qi team, when did you arrive?" "Comrade Wang, we have come to present a banner. Following your directives, we apprehended all suspects in Hygiene City. Not a single one was overlooked." As Li He extended his hand, he firmly shook Wang Yaoshan's hand. "Mr. Wang, you have become a legendary figure in our bureau." Qi Wan, too, shed his usual seriousness, eagerly reaching out to shake Wang Yaoshan's hand. "Oh, this is excellent news, Li team. Following this, the joint operation will proceed smoothly." "Correct? Qi team, you flatter me. I simply did what I ought to." Wang Yaoshan remained concerned about the situations in other provinces and cities. "No issues. Wang comrade, we have already submitted a request to our superiors, and once we receive the necessary paperwork, we can officially commence the arrests. You may rest assured, Li team. What kind of punishment will be meted out to criminals like them?" This was one of Wang Yaoshan's primary concerns. He worried that after capturing the villains, they would be released in mere days. According to Article 240 of the criminal law, the basic sentencing standard is imprisonment for 5 to 10 years, coupled with a fine. In severe cases, imprisonment for 10 years or more, or life imprisonment, along with fines or confiscation of property. In particularly grave situations, the death penalty may be imposed, alongside confiscation of property. So, it doesn't necessarily mean the death penalty. Wang Yaoshan gazed incredulously at Li He. Indeed, our nation's laws stipulate that multiple offenses may incur cumulative penalties. Human trafficking involving 3 or more individuals will lead to heavier sentencing. The individuals on the basic list will receive a minimum of 15 years in prison, and in some severe cases, the death penalty may be imposed. I understand. Thank you. Wang Yaoshan felt a tinge of disappointment, not for any other reason, but because many children may have already fallen victim. Yet, these traffickers would continue to walk the earth, an inconceivable notion. Not at all. We ought to be thanking you, Li He and Qi Wen bowed respectfully to Wang Yaoshan, expressing their gratitude once more before exiting the courtyard. Wang, do not be disheartened. If the laws of the mortal realm cannot eliminate them, the retribution in the underworld shall be no less. Old Jin understood Wang Yaoshan's current emotional state. From the very beginning, he knew that Wang Yaoshan's fervor stemmed from a desire to protect the innocent children, which had led him to lose control over his emotions. Old Jin, I must thank you for that. With that, Wang Yaoshan extended his hand, shaking Old Jin's firmly. You need not thank me. What kind of relationship do we have? Is there a need for gratitude? You truly treat me as an outsider. Why not share a drink with me, Old Jin? Having learned the art of flattery from Qingxiu, had mastered the skill. Drink, indeed. Let us continue. Why now? It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Wang Yaoshan took Old Jin's hand and returned to his previous seat. Upon returning, he found Tian Xiaotian squinting at him, her expression suggesting that he appeared somewhat inebriated. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have any blemishes on my face. Do I? Wang Yaoshan inquired, puzzled. Oh dear, what is this? Why are you getting shy all of a sudden? Can't I even steal a glance at you? Tian Xiaotian chuckled lightly, her pair of large, watery eyes blinking playfully, their gaze akin to 2 blazing flames, piercing directly into Wang Yaoshan, showing no intention of wavering. She fixated on him intently, as if attempting to peer through his exterior to uncover the depths of his soul. In contrast, Wang Yaoshan, under the scrutiny of such a gaze, felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. From Tian Xiaotian's eyes, he distinctly sensed an irresistible warmth, so potent that it created an illusion. This pair of beautiful eyes radiated a passion capable of incinerating him entirely. Wang Yaoshan could only turn his head away, unable to meet Tian Xiaotian's gaze any longer, and resumed his conversation with Old Jin, exchanging cups. Where's Li Dage? Wang Yaoshan wondered aloud, noticing that one member was missing from their original group of 5. I am right here. The source of the voice was eventually discovered beneath the table. Li Jing. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian erupted into laughter. Nearby Heijincheng, the second in command, exclaimed, Not good. A horde of vengeful spirits has inexplicably invaded our territory. These rascals were brazen indeed, launching attacks on our brothers without a moment's hesitation, and many have already been injured. A spirit brandishing a large blade, panic etched across its face, rushed over, gasping for breath as it urgently reported the dire situation to the second in command. Following a thorough investigation, it became evident that the composition of this mysterious band of vengeful spirits was astonishingly complex. Most of these spirits lacked formidable magical powers. However, unexpectedly, they had secretly allied with numerous ferocious demons for assistance. It was precisely due to the backing of these demons that the spirits felt emboldened, causing our side to suffer repeated setbacks in battle. I must report this to the elder sister. Everyone, remain calmed. Do not engage them directly. Preserve our forces, declared the second in command before vanishing from sight. Near Heijincheng Normal University, the tiger leader stood majestically atop the mountain, his robust figure resembling an immovable fortress. Behind him, a throng of jubilant followers erupted in cheers, exclaiming, Long live the tiger leader! This battle had been a resounding success, with the enemy routed and fleeing in disarray. We swept through their camp with overwhelming force, integrating their territory into our own. Now, our domain has expanded once more, our influence growing ever wider. The little demons below enthusiastically introduced the events. Reflecting on the scenes from the battle, the tiger leader could not suppress his triumphant smile. He led the charge into the fray, his blade dancing through the air with ferocity. No one could withstand his advance. His brothers followed with equal valor, engaging in a breathtaking melee with the enemy. Gazing upon the newly conquered land, the tiger leader's heart swelled with ambition. He knew this was merely the beginning. Countless challenges awaited them, yet with such brave and fearless brothers by his side, he was convinced that no obstacle could hinder their progress. Chapter 35. The sea of jealousy rages on in the courtyard of the Taoist temple. Everyone was thoroughly intoxicated. Of course, the most inebriated was Li Jing, who had taken refuge in the restroom to relieve himself of the excess. Wang Yaoshan observed Old Jin and Qing Su, his tongue heavy with drink, slurring, "Let us finish our drinks, brothers, and call it a night. Shall we?" "Uncle Master, you've got it all wrong. We are the third generation," Qing Su retorted, equally tipsied. At that moment, Old Jin stood up and whispered something to Lu Yu. After their exchange, Lu Yu hurriedly made her way to the door. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" Wang Yaoshan asked, noticing Lu Yu's urgency. "What could it be? Has the old flame come looking for her?" he mused, not waiting for Tian Xiaoyan's response before rising and staggering toward the door. The remaining few followed closely behind. "I knew you were hiding something from me. Looking for a pretty boy. How could you betray me?" Wang Yaoshan, now thoroughly intoxicated, watched Lu Yu conversing intimately with a male ghost, whose pale visage only fueled his anger. "What do you mean you love me? What about liking my scent?" "It's all nonsense," mere ghostly chattered. At that moment, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan was clutched in Wang Yaoshan's hand. Lu Yu was taken aback. She thought to herself, "What is this troublesome fellow rambling about?" Behind her, Qing Su and Old Jin crossed their arms and legs, bemused. "Wang, you've mistaken someone," they chimed in. "What do you intend to do?" "Uncle Master!" Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Tian Xiaotian swiftly took action, expelling the alcohol from his system. "If you can't hold your drink, then don't drink." Humph. With that, she turned and returned to the courtyard. "What has gotten into her? What am I supposed to do here?" Wang Yaoshan pondered, confused. He glanced down to find himself still clutching the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, and with Old Jin and Qing Su entwined around him. He felt increasingly bewildered. "We were just enjoying ourselves when my subordinate came to report that a male ghost was looking for Lu Yu. I mentioned it to her, and then you followed Lu Yu outside. When we arrived, you had already drawn the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan." Old Jin recounted the sequence of events. At that moment, Lu Yu led the male ghost toward the group. "This is my subordinate. The issue we discussed at noon has now come to fruition. The vengeful spirits, harboring animosity towards the underworld, have formally launched an attack near the Normal University. They have enlisted the aid of various demons, one of whom is the tiger leader," Lu Yu concluded, and the male ghost nodded slightly in agreement. "Oh, I recognize this male ghost. He was here on the first day, asking about your future plans. Wasn't he?" Wang Yaoshan recalled, recognizing the ghost's true identity from their previous encounter. "What nonsense were you spouting earlier? What do you mean by betrayal?" Lu Yu, having not quite caught Wang Yaoshan's words, interrupted. "Did I say something? Let us get back to business. Old Jin, Qing Su, you two accompany Lu Yu for a while. This matter involves demons. It's not just a matter of appeasement and statements. Old Jin, take more subordinates with you and encircle this rebellious faction. I'll go inside to gather Xiaotian and Li Jing. The more help, the better, and we can seize the initiative." Wang Yaoshan outlined his plan, which seemed foolproof. However, he hadn't anticipated the extent of the rebellious spirit's hostility, not only towards the underworld but also towards the human realm, which crossed a line for him. As the city god, Lu Yu bore the responsibility of safeguarding his jurisdiction. Yet, the emergence of vengeful spirits causing havoc in this territory weighed heavily upon him. After all, maintaining the balance and tranquility between the realms was an unshirkable duty. Meanwhile, Old Jin, as the highest authority in the underworld, bore a significant responsibility for any discrepancies or oversights, particularly when these spirits could breach the underworld's restraints and disrupt the human world. Old Jin was compelled to reflect on whether his management of the underworld had been lacking, swiftly taking effective measures to restore order and ensure the normal functioning of both realms. Only Qing Su leaned closer to Wang Yaoshan's ear, whispering, "Uncle Master, it seems Miss Tian is angry. You should go and appease her." His shifty-eyed demeanor resembled that of a thief. "All right, you all go ahead. I will fetch Xiaotian and Li Jing," Wang Yaoshan replied, perplexed about why Tian Xiaotian was sulking. After speaking, the figures of the others faded from his sight. He returned to the courtyard, glancing at the drunken Li Jing in the restroom and then at the pouting Tian Xiaotian, who was sipping her drink in annoyance. He quickly approached her, sitting beside her. Xiaotian, what's wrong? You're nearly drowning yourself in alcohol. Do you have a deep-seated grudge against it? Wang Yaoshan looked at the slightly tipsy woman with genuine concern, eager to understand why she was upset with him. Tian Xiaotian lifted her head, her gaze hazy, and muttered, "Humph, I have no grudge against alcohol. I have a grudge against you. You are my nemesis." As she spoke, she raised her cup and took a hearty gulp. Hearing this, Wang Yaoshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? Haven't we always gotten along well? We've never had any quarrels. Why do you suddenly feel this way? And calling me your nemesis, how can I comprehend that? He leaned closer to Tian Xiaotian, desperate to uncover the truth. "Dio, you like me?" Tian Xiaotian finally articulated. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback by this unexpected question, left speechless for a moment before stammering. I don't know if this counts as liking, but I feel like something's missing if I don't see you every day." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Tian Xiaotian's eyes. "Well then, that's sufficient. Let us go find them. Bring your beast along. It might prove unexpectedly useful." With that, Tian Xiaotian regained her usual vivacity. "What about Li Jing?" Wang Yaoshan inquired, puzzled. "Leave it to me," she replied. Moving toward Li Jing and waving her hand before him, he regained his senses, and Wang Yaoshan quickly briefed Li Jing on the situation. The three set off together in Hygiene City, at the western hills of the Normal University. A flustered spirit stumbled in, panting and exclaiming, "Tiger Leader, we are in grave trouble. The King of Hell himself has personally led over 30,000 spectral soldiers to surround us. What shall we do?" At that moment, the Tiger Leader, who had been reclining comfortably on his tiger skin armchair and indulging in drink, was taken aback. His expression turned pale, and the wine cup in his hand froze midair. His eyes widened, filled with astonishment, as he inwardly cursed his misfortune. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, hurled the wine cup to the ground, shattering it with a resounding crash that splattered wine everywhere. He then sprang to his feet, gesturing emphatically, and bellowed, "You lot, stop dawdling. Follow your king outside to confront the King of Hell. Today, let them witness our might." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Yet, the lesser demons trailing behind him remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Some of them even waved their banners with exuberance, chanting slogans as if they were on the verge of an effortless victory, completely unaware that a catastrophic disaster awaited them. Chapter 36. Trust in Crisis. When Wang Yaoshan and his companions arrived in haste, they found Lu Yu standing in the center of an open space, addressing a group of menacing demons and spirits with fervor. "I am the newly appointed city god of this city. If any of you have grievances, feel free to voice them. Why do you rebel? And why do you conspire with these demons? Do you think that being a lost soul brings you joy? Or do you believe that wreaking havoc in this realm will grant you immense satisfaction?" Lu Yu spoke with righteous indignation, her voice clear and resonant, echoing through the vast expanse. As her words sank in, many of the wandering souls bowed their heads, seemingly moved by her plea. However, just then, a sharp, jarring voice cut through the air. "Do not be deceived by her nonsense. If the underworld were truly as wonderful as she claims, why would we choose the path of rebellion? Summon the King of Hell and demand a reasonable explanation." This declaration was like a dagger, instantly shattering the tenuous calm. The previously wavering demons grew restless again, and the negotiations that had shown promise crumbled at this single utterance. Countless spirits stirred, their grievances rising to a fever pitch. "Do not be fooled by these deities. We are the true rulers of this world." The once silent Tiger Leader now joined the fray, raising his arms as throngs of spirits and lesser demons rallied to his cause. Lao Jian intended to speak but was silenced by Wang Yaoshan, who understood that nothing Lao Jian could say would be of any use now. These spirits had found a new ally, regardless of its reliability. Forcing them now would only incite their rebellious spirit further. "Great Tiger, where do you hail from?" Wang Yaoshan inquired with keen interest, as this was his first encounter with a demon. The tiger demon cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yaoshan and declared, "I come from the mountains. Today, I shall lay waste to Hygiene City." Wang Yaoshan chuckled. "Is that so? Do you believe you are up to the task? From Wang Yaoshan's unwavering gaze, it was evident that he held all present demons in contempt. The tiger demon, infuriated, erupted into a furious roar, its fur bristling, and then, with a swift motion, transformed into a fierce gale, launching itself at Wang Yaoshan with astonishing speed. This abrupt turn of events startled everyone present. Yet Wang Yaoshan remained unfazed, even pleased. He had previously found himself at a loss against these spirits. While vanquishing them was not a challenge, it was not his goal. For him, guiding these lost souls toward redemption was the ideal outcome. However, now that they had found a protector in this ferocious tiger demon, persuading them would likely prove futile. Worse still, if he were to attack the tiger demon outright, it would surely escalate the conflict. He resolved to provoke the tiger demon into striking first, allowing him to retaliate. To his surprise, the tiger demon could not contain its aggression and launched the first strike. Wang Yaoshan had prepared a barrage of taunts. But reality unfolded far too simply. The tiger demon's attack inadvertently assisted Wang Yaoshan significantly. Remaining calm, he sidestepped the tiger demon's assault, channeling the power of lightning into his right hand. As he evaded the attack, the purple lightning struck the tiger demon squarely, eliciting a pained howl. When the dust settled, the once mighty tiger lay quietly on the ground, devoid of its previous arrogance. The assembled demons were taken aback. Wang Yaoshan proclaimed, "You have been deceived. This tiger demon does not genuinely seek your well-being. It merely exploits your grievances to fulfill its own ambitions of dominance." The spirits exchanged glances, some beginning to waver. Wang Yaoshan continued, "I am fully aware of the circumstances plaguing the underworld. You are all innocent souls, yet the harsh penalties imposed by the underworld have stirred thoughts of rebellion within you. The repeated failures in reincarnation have only extinguished your hopes for the future. To address this complex issue, I have conferred with the King of Hell and the Celestial Virtue Taoist, and together we have devised a comprehensive solution. The underworld has resolved to change its ways, abandoning the oppressive management of ordinary souls. Instead, we will ensure proper arrangements and placements for you all. Moreover, we will conduct detailed statistics to prioritize reincarnation for those who have faced many failures, specifically arranging for them to be reborn into families that fervently pray for children. In this way, you shall no longer suffer the pains of the past." Wang Yaoshan paused and added, "Listen closely. This is a priority arrangement, meaning that future management of souls and reincarnation will be targeted and purposeful, so rest assured." As they listened to Wang Yaoshan's heartfelt speech, many spirits felt a deep resonance with his words. As they articulated their own concerns and worries, with a glance from Wang Yaoshan, Lao Jin began to speak. "I have been responsible for the underworld's operations, and the current situation is a reflection of my shortcomings. I owe you all an apology." He bowed deeply to the multitude of spirits. Continuing, he stated, "Under the guidance and direction of Wang Shangxian, the underworld has undergone a complete transformation. We have racked our brains to address the reincarnation issues, and we now have targeted solutions." As Wang Shangxian mentioned earlier, "I shall not reiterate. I wish to say that we welcome those who wish to become officials. I only hope you will give us a chance to understand the true state of the underworld." Upon hearing this, the previously scattered spirits began to converge towards Wang Yaoshan and Lao Jin, as if drawn by an unseen force. In no time, the majority had formed a dense crowd, standing silently before the two. Their faces were pale as paper, emotions running high, tears of blood streaming from their eyes, when one spirit cried out, "I am willing to trust Wang Shangxian and the King of Hell." This shout ignited a chain reaction, and soon, a chorus of spirits echoed in unison, filling the air with their thunderous cries. Wang Yaoshan gazed upon this poignant scene, his heart churning with emotion. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his tumultuous feelings, then called out to the officials, "Kindly lead these spirits back to the underworld and ensure they are properly settled." Yes, the officials responded in unison, their voices harmonious and resolute. They then organized the spirits and began their journey home. However, Wang Yaoshan noticed that a few dozen spirits and some lesser demons remained rooted in place, their expressions ranging from fury to trepidation, clearly differing from the others. Chapter 37. Big Sheep and Little Sheep. Wang Yaoshan recognized that some of the lingering spirits were the tiger's ghostly minions. In folklore, these minions referred to those who were devoured by the tiger and transformed into spirits, bound to serve the tiger and lure others to become its prey. Wang Yaoshan harbored a deep disdain for such spirits. You are all minions, are you not? I am not. I am not. A dozen or so spirits with some residual resentment stepped forward in response to Wang Yaoshan's inquiry. If they were not minions, why did they not follow the Yin officials to the underworld? Just then, the numerous Yin officials swiftly converged like a rising tide. The multitude of specters loomed ominously, casting a shadow that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Originally, the countless souls, numbering in the thousands, dwindled to fewer than 100 under the persuasive influence of Wang Yaoshan and Old Jin. These specters were evidently well-trained, their movements synchronized as they gradually tightened their encirclement. Inching closer to the scant remaining souls, each countenance bore a grave and ruthless expression, as if resolutely determined not to allow any potential culprit to escape. As the circle constricted further, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The air seemed to thicken, creating an almost suffocating sense of oppression. To be candid, we belong to those whose lifespans have not yet expired but have met untimely fates. Such souls are not welcomed in the underworld. Following the specters back would serve no purpose. Wang Yaoshan cast an inquiring glance at Old Jin, who nodded in affirmation of the truth in their words. What do you intend to do? Will you continue to linger in the mortal realm? Esteemed immortal, we find ourselves in a predicament. If we could reincarnate normally, who would wish to wander the earthly plane? Lamented the leading wronged spirit. Lu Yu responded promptly to Wang Yaoshan's call, arriving at his side in an instant. What is it, you rascal? Though I am now the city god, my address for you remains unchanged. This is the newly appointed city god of Hygiene City. You shall follow her henceforth, overseeing the balance between the realms of Yin and Yang. You are part of the Spectre Reserves, with perhaps lesser benefits than the official ranks. But a stable existence is assured. When your earthly lives come to an end, you will be prioritized for reincarnation, and those wishing to continue as specters may transition to permanent status. Do you have any objections? Thank you, esteemed immortal. You are our rebirth parents. Thank you, city god. The wronged spirits knelt in unison, repeatedly bowing to Wang Yaoshan and Lu Yu. Rise, all of you. Cease this reverence. I am willing to accept you. But I have one condition. Do not address me as City God. It was evident that women, or female spirits, were particularly sensitive about age. Enough. You may stand, and do not bow to me any longer. Step aside. With that, Wang Yaoshan assisted the spirits to their feet. The remaining entities were likely the true instigators of this incident, various mountain spirits and strange creatures, along with the specters, totaling less than 70, yet commanding a throng exceeding 30,000 souls. Wang Yaoshan declared angrily, "Humph! You rascals, provide me with a reason not to eliminate you. You are the architects of this calamity." His eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the group before him. Spare us, esteemed immortal. We too were deceived by the tiger leader. As for those souls, we did not coerce them. They came of their own volition. A small fox demon protested, still attempting to argue. It is precisely because of you that the innocent souls have been led astray. Their pure spirits clouded by hatred, ultimately straying down this erroneous path. You nearly caused their souls to scatter. Now you claim they acted of their own accord, seeking to absolve yourselves of all blame? I suggest you cease your cultivation, he rebuked vehemently, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. Li Gu, bring my hounds. In an instant, Li Jing felt himself lifted as two formidable beasts soared into the air. Resembling a helpless kite drifting upon the wind, the two beasts reveled in their control over his direction and altitude. At that moment, they secretly rejoiced. Today is truly fortuitous. Finally, we can indulge. After enduring 3 consecutive days of dog food, though palatable, it could not compare to the allure of fresh, delectable spoils. The two beasts surged forth like tigers descending from the mountain, crashing into the throng of monsters. Panic ensued among the demons. Scattering in all directions, utterly unable to withstand the ferocity of their assault, the scene descended into chaos, with screams echoing throughout. Li Jing was unceremoniously cast aside. Specters, keep a close watch on these demons and specters. Not a single one shall escape. With this command, Wang Yaoshan turned to Old Jin, who, with a keen understanding, immediately conjured a barrier to prevent any ghostly entities from fleeing. Master Wang, today's affairs have concluded satisfactorily. Ha ha ha, I initially thought we could enjoy a day of rest, only to find ourselves embroiled in further complications. The underworld has finally returned to normalcy, thanks to your assistance. Old Jin approached Wang Yaoshan, ingratiatingly reporting, "Indeed, do you not consider my master uncle's resolve?" Qing Su interjected, only ever showing such enthusiasm when flattering others. "Enough flattery. You tooted, Old Jin. You will surely be busy verifying the identities of these souls and arranging their placements. I shall not keep you." After a pause, he continued, "Let us reconvene at a later date. Qing Su, bring the tiger leader back to our abode. He is merely stunned and not yet dead." Qing Su complied, stepping forward to hoist the tiger leader for departure. Old Jian then addressed the specters, "The matter is resolved. It is time to return to the underworld." With a gesture towards Wang Yaoshan, he vanished from sight. "Ah, Yaoshan, it seems only the little fox demon remains," Tian Xiaotian remarked, observing the battlefield where only a single fox demon remained, agilely evading the two beasts' lethal strikes. The little fox, with an expression of sorrow, implored, "Esteemed immortal, spare my life. I vow to amend my ways and serve you faithfully in return. Come here, big dog and little dog." The two beasts, upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's call, immediately ceased their pursuit and bounded to his side. "Master, can we not be called Big Dog and Little Dog anymore?" Big Dog wagged his tail, expressing discontent. "Indeed, it lacks dignity," Little Dog chimed in agreement. "What shall I call you then? How about Big Sheep and Little Sheep?" No room for negotiation. After issuing this decree, Wang Yaoshan turned to regard the little fox before him. Its fluffy body trembled slightly, and its large, expressive eyes brimmed with remorse and fear, as if it had fully grasped the gravity of its transgressions. With a lowered head, the little fox anxiously fidgeted with the grass beneath its paws, occasionally emitting soft whimpers, its demeanor reflecting sincere contrition. Observing this, Wang Yaoshan felt the tension in his heart ease. He contemplated, "Very well, this little creature recognizes its errors. Why must I press it further?" Thus, he let out a gentle sigh and waved his hand at the little fox, saying, "I shall spare you today, but do not err again in the future." Having spoken, Wang Yaoshan turned and departed, leaving the little fox behind, gazing tearfully at his receding figure. Chapter 38. Guardian upon returning to the Taoist temple. Wang Yaoshan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. "Master Uncle, what troubles you? Are you preoccupied?" Qing Su inquired, having unceremoniously discarded the tiger monster in a corner, ensuring it was bound by spells to prevent escape. "Do you think we should establish a city god temple? Many cities possess such temples, yet Hygiene City lacks one. The populace yearns for a place to pay their respects to the city god. And Lu Yu has already gathered many followers. We ought to provide a proper sanctuary, do we not?" "You make a valid point, Master Uncle, yet where should we situate this temple?" Qing Su stroked his beard, pondering deeply. "What did you say? You intend to build a city god temple for me? You are too kind," Lu Yu exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she looked at Wang Yaoshan. "Ah, it is merely a preliminary notion. After all, there are already numerous wronged souls following you. With today's gathering, your ranks have grown substantial. If we do not secure their stability, we inadvertently sow the seeds of future issues," Wang Yaoshan mused. Not lifting his gaze to gauge Lu Yu's expression, that moment, Tian Xiaotian approached. "There is a parcel of land nearby that originally belonged to the Disha group, intended for livestock farming, as you know. Many malevolent souls cannot reincarnate as humans and can only take on animal forms. Previously, the underworld was in disarray, and Old Jin had contemplated this. Now that Yaoshan has resolved the situation impeccably, I believe we can negotiate for that land. If that is the case, it would be quite advantageous. Not only would it enable Lu Yu and her followers to sustain themselves, but it would also enhance the underworld's prosperity and hygiene. A win-win situation." Wang Yaoshan expressed his gratitude towards Tian Xiaotian. She smiled subtly, her expression reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, vibrant and enchanting. The corners of her mouth curved into a captivating arc, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of the twilight sky painting a delicate hue upon her fair complexion. Her bright eyes twinkled like crescent moons, radiating warmth and vitality, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky. This smile possessed an intoxicating beauty, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Wang Yaoshan, captivated by Tian Xiaotian's smile, felt his heart race, pondering what had come over him. Why did the sensations of the world seem amplified after becoming an immortal? He had previously prided himself on his fortitude, yet now found himself unable to resist the allure of her smile. Wang Yaoshan pondered atop Wangyao Mountain. The tiger-headed creature suddenly awakened. "Release me swiftly. If you dare, let us engage in combat once more," it exclaimed, channeling all its might in an attempt to break through the barrier. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, its efforts proved futile. "You ought to feel fortunate that you have encountered my esteemed master's disciple. His benevolence has spared your life. Otherwise, you would have perished over 800 times by now," Qingshu remarked disdainfully as he regarded the tiger-headed creature. Qingshu had every reason to be dismissive. The creature possessed merely the strength of an earthly immortal, and eliminating it would require no more effort than a breath. For beasts, the path to cultivation is considerably more arduous than for humans. They must first awaken their intelligence, then mimic humanity, and finally purge their innate animalistic instincts before they can even begin to cultivate. "Little tiger, may I inquire about something? When you incited those souls to revolt, was there anyone behind you offering guidance?" Wang Yaoshan asked, his curiosity piqued as he observed the creature, which appeared rather endearing despite its fierce appearance. "You speak nonsense. I did not incite them. They approached me, beseeching me to lead them, which is why I emerged from the mountains," the creature protested. "Are you truly so altruistic?" Wang Yaoshan retorted, retrieving the 5-fire 7-birds fan, continuously channeling energy into it, which began to manifest the 5 flames and 7 birds. Without even considering the 5 flames, a single bird from the 7 was already more formidable than the tiger-headed creature. The entire courtyard was illuminated by the fan's radiance. "If you wish to kill me, then do so. I have done nothing wrong. Even if you coerce a confession from me, I shall not yield," the tiger-headed creature retorted, recognizing the celestial weapon in Wang Yaoshan's grasp, an item capable of claiming its life with the slightest whim. "Very well, should I perish, I shall simply return as a stronger being in 20 years. Wang Yaoshan hesitated slightly before slowly retracting the fan. "Enough. I shall trust you this once. However, you must tell me, who sent you?" He had never intended to kill the creature. His interest lay in assessing its worth. Although it was a monster, its unassuming spirit was commendable. The tiger-headed creature, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, hurriedly responded. It was a mysterious figure, cloaked in obscurity, exuding a bizarre aura reminiscent of various malevolent spirits. "When I first encountered him, he wore a Taoist robe and informed me that those souls were merely innocent beings oppressed by the underworld, compelled to unite against it. However, they lacked combat prowess and required protection. If we were to guide them to reclaim their lands, he promised to bestow upon me a demon core to aid my breakthrough." Everyone present gasped in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Does he possess any distinctive traits or peculiarities?" Qingshu inquired eagerly. The tiger-headed creature scratched its head in contemplation. "He carries a foul stench, and every time he appears, a mysterious fog envelopes the surroundings." Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow in thought. Such characteristics were unprecedented. At that moment, Lu Yu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly remarked, "Could it be that he hails from that lawless territory? Rumor has it that many evil entities reside there. Perhaps something has begun to emerge to wreak havoc on the mortal realm?" Mist enveloping him, Tian Xiaotian furrowed her brow slightly, racing thoughts flickering through her mind. A faint hint of a clue seemed to glimmer but remained elusive, obscured like smoke, preventing her from drawing any conclusions. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath and asked again, "Was this fog-wreathed creature present at the scene today?" Her voice carried a note of urgency and anticipation. The tiger-headed creature paused for a moment before shaking its head, responding earnestly, "No, he was not present. This afternoon, he concocted an excuse, claiming family matters required his immediate attention and left in haste. He did not return even when you surrounded me this evening." Upon hearing this, the tiger-headed creature discreetly observed the reactions of others, feeling a wave of unease wash over it as they appeared deep in thought. Wang Yaoshan's gaze sharpened. This individual harbors sinister intentions. He is cunning and treacherous, employing brutal tactics that are utterly reprehensible. To use thousands of innocent souls as mere pawns in his scheme is an act of sheer madness. Furthermore, he lurks in the shadows, orchestrating maneuvers that obscure his true motives and whereabouts. But what could he possibly seek? Is it merely chaos and panic he desires? Such motives are utterly unfathomable. With a resigned sigh, Wang Yaoshan said, "Very well, since we are entangled in this, let me ask you, Great Tiger, would you be willing to serve as the guardian of the city god?" Ah? The tiger-headed creature's eyes widened in disbelief, its mouth agape as if it could fit an egg within. It found it incomprehensible that it could ascend to the ranks of the celestial beings in such a bewildering manner. This sudden stroke of fortune left it momentarily at a loss. "What is this? Are you not pleased?" Lu Yu interjected, hands on her hips, glaring at the stunned creature. Internally, she mused, this fellow truly does not recognize the blessings it has been bestowed. How many would covet such an opportunity? As Lu Yu's words registered, the tiger-headed creature snapped back to reality, fervently shaking its head like a rattled drum, exclaiming, "I am more than willing. I could not ask for anything more." It scratched its head with its robust paws, adopting a comically endearing demeanor. Then it settled. "If the city god faces any peril," Wang Yaoshan declared, "I shall be the first to accede. As long as I live, I vow to protect the city goddess' safety." He cast a glance at Lu Yu, as if resolute in his decision. "Do not refer to me as the city god." Came a furious shout, startling the tiger-headed creature into a stupor. "Oh, not be angry, Lu Yu. If you have any concerns, I am more than willing to assist you," Tian Xiaotian consoled, stepping beside Lu Yu. No need for formality. This is none other than the illustrious Meng Po. Lu Yu introduced the enchanting Tian Xiaotian to the tiger-headed creature with a radiant smile. Upon hearing this, the creature prepared to call out, only to be met with an overwhelming chill. It shivered involuntarily and looked up to see Tian Xiaotian's beautiful eyes shimmering with an icy brilliance, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. The temperature around them plummeted, the cold akin to a frozen cavern, and the moisture in the air seemed to crystallize into delicate ice shards. Women are not to be trifled with. Female ghosts, female immortals, and goddesses are even more formidable. One careless word could lead to utter destruction. This was the most significant realization for the tiger-headed creature that day. Chapter 39, Campus Incident. Xiaotian, I must return to the dormitory today. Please take Liu to your home. It would be nice for you both to keep each other company, Wang Yaoshan announced as he rose to his feet. Master, are you leaving already? What of this great tiger? And your two senior brothers brought you gifts, Qingshu interjected, hastily blocking Wang Yaoshan's path. Our temple has spare rooms. Just arrange for him to stay there. As for the gifts, I shall attend to them upon my return, Wang Yaoshan replied, not waiting for further discussion as he made his way out. Wait for me, you stinky egg, Yaoshan. Slow down. The two girls hurriedly followed him. I knew it would end up being my responsibility to clean this mess, Qingshu thought as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Wait, didn't Tea-Master leave me a servant? You, Tiger, come here and help with the cleanup. Until the city goddess temple is constructed, you shall follow me. Before long, the three parted ways, and Wang Yaoshan strolled back to the school alone. Upon entering the dormitory, he was met with Tian Yu's warm embrace. Brother Shan, I've missed you terribly. Where have you been these past 2 days? Old Hao has been looking for you. Your phone was unreachable. Were you with some girl? Confess. Tian Yu struck a detective pose, declaring, the truth is singular. The truth, you say? Hurry and go to bed. We can discuss it tomorrow. You're always so nonsensical. Brother Shan, did you know? There has been another death at our school. This time, 3 died at once. Jiaji's 3 roommates. Seeing Wang Yaoshan's disinterest in her previous antics, Tian Yu shifted to serious matters. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan's previously relaxed demeanor shifted, his brows knitting tightly into a deep furrow. His eyes widened as he pressed. What exactly is going on? Please clarify. Tian Yu, sensing his urgency, gently pulled him to sit on the edge of the bed. Her expression turned grave, as if weighed down by an immense burden. Once seated, she inhaled deeply and began, I just heard about this. Apparently, those 3 began losing weight rapidly after Jiaji's death. Within just 2 days, they appeared as if their very essence had been drained. Their bodies became withered and devoid of vitality. The most terrifying part is that when they were found, each bore an expression of sheer terror, as if they had encountered something unfathomably horrifying. There were no fatal injuries, and our classmates believe they must have been scared to death. As Tian Yu recounted the events, a wave of dread washed over Wang Yaoshan, filling him with an intense sense of foreboding. He pondered to himself, could it be those wronged souls again? But why would they target these three? His mind swirled with a multitude of questions, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Wang Yaoshan rose, pacing the dormitory. This matter was far from simple. Tianyu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Shan, do you suspect that there are extraordinary powers at play?" Wang Yaoshan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, "Laney, pack your belongings and come with me. We shall not be staying in the dormitory any longer. Let us go and handle the checkout process." Hearing this, Tianyu's expression turned serious as he asked, "Then where will we stay?" "No more nonsense. Let's hurry," Wang Yaoshan said, not waiting for Tianyu as he began to gather his things. Once he finished, he dialed Tian Xiaotian's number. "Xiaotian, there's a situation here. I'm planning to move into the house that old Jean provided for me. Could you bring me the keys?" "Oh, just the keys?" Tian Xiaotian's alluring voice seemed to rise a notch in pitch. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, a furious voice interrupted. "You brat, are you looking for a fight?" It was Lu Yu, her voice brimming with irritation. "You too, come along. Someone has died at our school again. Stop joking around." With that, Wang Yaoshan hung up the phone and, along with Tianyu, headed downstairs to handle the necessary paperwork. In less than half an hour, the four of them arrived at Wang Yaoshan's villa. A place he was visiting for the first time. It was impressive how thoughtful old Jean had been. The furniture and appliances were all complete. Tianyu sat on the sofa, observing Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu for quite some time. He had met Tian Xiaotian before, as she was the boss who had arranged the trial stay, from whom he had also earned some money. However, he was unfamiliar with the beauty beside her. Drool was already pooling at Tianyu's chest. "Laney, are you hungry?" Wang Yaoshan, noticing his friend's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. "Can't you show a bit of maturity?" The two women looked at him as if he were a fool, giggling behind their hands. Finally, Lu Yu broke the silence, her red lips parting as she said, "Stop staring at us like a simpleton, and wipe that drool off your face. Just to let you know, I am Brother Shan's woman, not someone you can covet." As she spoke, Lu Yu wore a proud and confident expression, as though she were stating a fact. Tian Xiaotian uttered 3 words, leaving Tianyu thunderstruck. "Me too. Ah, after 2 days apart, you've really changed. Everyone loves you now." What a wretched place this was. At this moment, Tianyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. How had his friend transformed so drastically in just 2 days? And not just one beauty, but 2. Had his brother just saved the galaxy? "All right, you two, stop teasing him. Laney, I have much to discuss with you, but you must promise me that everything remains confidential," Wang Yaoshan said, his gaze serious as it met Tianyu's. "Brother Shan, I promise you, if I share this with anyone, let me be struck by lightning." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning tore through the tranquil night sky, followed by a downpour. "Perfect timing, Brother Shan, if I dare to speak of it. May I meet a woeful end. Trust me, Brother Shan. I won't say a word," Tianyu pleaded earnestly, looking into Wang Yaoshan's eyes. "Very well. The matter is, Brother Shan, you aren't joking with me, are you? Are you a deity? And is there really a thunder tribulation? Brother Shan, come here." With that, Tianyu quickly rose and approached Wang Yaoshan, extending his hand to feel his forehead. "Brother Shan, you aren't running a fever, are you?" Wang Yaoshan sighed helplessly. "Look at this." With his left hand, he summoned the power of lightning, the air crackling with a sharp sound that resonated throughout the villa. "What the hell? Is it you, pigeon?" Tianyu shouted nonsensically. "Watch my prowess." He began to jump around, mimicking a shadow clone. "Can't you act normal for once? For once, I'm begging you." Wang Yaoshan thought he might just sink into the ground from embarrassment. What kind of friends are these? Where are the good ones? "All right, Brother Shan, I believe you. But who are these 2 ladies? You need to provide me with a reasonable explanation," Tianyu inquired, sounding as if he were the original partner of Wang Yaoshan. This expression evoked a wave of laughter from the 2 women. "I am Tian Xiaotian, the executive of the Dixia Group. We have met before, Tianyu. I also go by another name, Mengpu." Tian Xiaotian smiled sweetly, leaving both Tianyu and Wang Yaoshan dumbfounded. Before Lu Yu could introduce herself, Tianyu grabbed Wang Yaoshan's arm, pulling him with a heart-wrenching grip. "Brother Shan, I misjudged you. You pursue married women, no? I mean married ladies. Aren't you afraid of retribution from old Meng? Meng Pa, the one from the underworld," Tianyu exclaimed. "The one who serves the forgetfulness soup before reincarnation, that's her." Wang Yaoshan was utterly speechless as he shouted at Tianyu. "Oh, I see, my apologies. I was a bit lost there. Tianyu scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, you were a bit out of line. I have 2 old masters to deal with as well, Wang Yaoshan teased. Your friend is quite amusing. Lu Yu laughed heartily. I am Lu Yu, the city god of this city, and also Wang Yaoshan's wife. Lu Yu made no effort to conceal her relationship with Wang Yaoshan. Sister-in-law, greetings. Being a city god isn't easy. It's all about taking criticism, Tianyu responded. As long as you don't collect fees from the street vendors, it's manageable. Laney, what you're referring to is the Urban Management Department. The city god oversees the affairs of the underworld in a designated area, not collecting fees from people. What are you yelling for? Just tell me plainly. Is it a show of your loud voice? Tianyu was equally exasperated by Wang Yaoshan. It was one thing not to know, but did he really have to treat him like this? All right, it's my fault, Wang Yaoshan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. This was the reason why simpletons found joy in their ignorance. Chapter 40. The Miss Tianyu, please explain the situation so that these two can be informed. Well, it all began with the death of Jia Zhe. For half an hour, Tianyu narrated the events with such vivid language and lively gestures that it surprised Wang Yaoshan. This kid is impressive. When did he develop storytelling skills? Yaoshan, could this be related to the mist we encountered today? Tian Xiaotian pondered deeply, lowering her head as she spoke. I doubt it. It's clearly a problem stemming from Jia Zhe. I feel that he has yet to enter reincarnation and is causing havoc in the mortal realm. Lu Yu remarked with anger, her hatred for the perverse Jia Zhe evident. It was a mistake not to have him meet a fitting end. You both have valid points, but we need to analyze the timeline and investigate whether Jia Zhe has returned to the underworld. If he hasn't, our immediate task is to locate him. Xiaotian, check the Book of Life and Death and see if Jia Zhe and those 3 classmates are listed, and if they are, contact me immediately. Lu Yu, gather your subordinates to investigate our school discreetly, especially the dormitories of these individuals. We must not disturb Qing Su and the others for now. Wang Yaoshan issued his orders before turning to Tianyu. Laney, with such a significant incident at school, has the police intervened? That essay given. It seems it's not just the local precinct, but rather the Criminal Investigation Department, since the circumstances surrounding these 3 deaths are rather suspicious. And we cannot rule out homicide, Tianyu recalled. Listening to Tianyu's recollection, Wang Yaoshan picked up his phone and dialed a number. Director Li, good evening. This is Wang Yaoshan. No need for pleasantries. It's my duty. I just returned to school and heard about a murder at our institution. Is it convenient for me to examine the bodies? All right, rest assured, I won't disturb anything. Okay, I'll see you shortly. Wang Yaoshan hung up and pointed at Tianyu. You coming with me to the Criminal Investigation Department? I'm not going. I want to sleep. Tianyu pouted, displaying his discontent. Oh, that's fine. You've now grasped the true situation. In this world, it's not just about the existence of others, but also about you comfortably sleeping in this grand house. Brother Shan, I'll go with you. Don't leave me behind. Tianyu hurried to catch up with Wang Yaoshan. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu vanished from sight. Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at the Criminal Investigation Department. Wang Yaoshan spotted Li He, who had been waiting at the entrance, and rushed over to shake his hand. Team Leader Li, I apologize for bothering you so late. Haha, don't mention it, Wang. You wouldn't believe it, but something strange has been happening at the Criminal Investigation Department today. Everything outside is fine. Yet there's a persistent mist inside. Let's go take a look. Wang Yaoshan's urgency was evident, and his inquiry left Li He momentarily stunned. It just happened. The mist is still present in the office and the hallway. Team Leader Li, lead me there. Li He, adept at navigating through various situations, may not possess the ability to read faces but was certainly skilled at noticing minute details. This moment, Wang Yaoshan's emotions and expressions clearly indicated that the mist in the office was no ordinary phenomenon. With this in mind, they quickened their pace and arrived in the main hall. The once brightly lit space was now shrouded in a thick mist. Wang Yaoshan quickly took out his phone and signaled Li He. Dialing a number, he didn't want to trouble his mentor, but it was clear that this was unavoidable. My dear student asleep yet? Wang Yaoshan's tone was unexpectedly gentle, as if he were the one inquiring. Ah, Uncle Master, I just finished and was about to sweep the floor, Qing Su replied, casually lounging with one leg crossed over the other while sipping tea. You've worked hard. Take Xiao Hu and come to the Criminal Investigation Department. Give him a new hairstyle or something, Wang Yaoshan suggested, not daring to be too overt in his request. Understood, Master Uncle. We are about to arrive at Qingshu, which is remarkably astute. With just a slight hint from Wang Yaoshan, He grasped the implication. Changing hairstyles? Is it perhaps a transformation in one's appearance? Within a mere 10 minutes, the two entered the grand hall of the Criminal Investigation Department. The tiger-headed creature sported a square face, resembling a somewhat bewildered youth. Xiao Hu, take a look at this mist. Are you familiar with it? Is it the same as that which your contact left behind? Indeed, the mist was unmistakable, yet it bore no presence. The tiger-headed creature shook his head. He understood Wang Yaoshan's inquiry. At that moment, Tian Xiaoyan's call reached Yaoshan. In the underworld, there is no trace of Jia Jia or the 3 classmate souls. I am currently dispatching the Night Wanderer to conduct a patrol. Rest assured, I have already spoken with Lu Yu. Where are you now? I will come to find you. I am at the Criminal Investigation Department. We have discovered the mist, and Qingxiu and Xiaohu are here. Do not worry. You should first attempt to summon them. If you succeed, let me know. Understood, replied Tian Xiaotian before abruptly ending the call. She waved her hands toward the air before her, murmuring incantations. After several futile attempts, she felt no success. Captain Li, take me to see the bodies of my 3 classmates. She thought to herself that since she was already there, it was best to clarify all matters at once, thus avoiding future complications. All right, Xiao Wang, let us proceed to the identification center. This center was, in essence, a place for the autopsy and analysis of the deceased. Even in broad daylight, it exuded a chilling aura. Old Zhang, where are the bodies of the S3 that were delivered today? Li He called out as he opened the door. Captain Li, these 3 corpses are quite abnormal. Old Zhang began to speak, but halted as he noticed 3 individuals following Li He. He instantly fell silent. We are all on the same side. Do not hold back. Speak freely, Li He said, amused by old Zhang's cautious demeanor. Captain Li, the scalpel cannot breach their skin. Furthermore, there is no blood left in these bodies. No matter how we attempt to extract it, nothing comes out. Old Zhang was a seasoned forensic expert at the Criminal Investigation Department, and supernatural occurrences were routine for him. However, he had never encountered anything as perplexing as today. Just now, in the corridor, there seemed to be a man, gasping for breath, as if he could not catch his breath. Then, a child's voice followed, also struggling for air. Then an adult's voice, it repeated several times. It terrified me. Old Zhang recounted the events that transpired earlier. Hoo.is it like this? Qingxiu attempted to mimic the sounds as described by Old Zhang. Yes, exactly. That is the sound, Old Zhang exclaimed. Could it be that, Captain Li? You are intentionally trying to frighten me? Old Zhang was thinking too much. Who would want to scare him at this hour of the night? Master Uncle, we must locate these 3 bodies without delay. Qingxiu stated, visibly tense, as he pulled a talisman from his tattered clothing and handed it to Li He. Captain Li, listen to me. If you wish to safeguard the 30 lives within the Criminal Investigation Department, you must evacuate this place immediately, and each person must receive a yellow talisman. Qingxiu's tone was unequivocal. He was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Old Zhang listened to Qingxiu and replied. The bodies of S3 are here. What do you seek? He trembled as he extended his hand, leading everyone to the door of the morgue, slowly pushing open the large door, with a creaking sound that sent shivers down their spines. A pungent smell of formaldehyde assaulted their senses. However, an unexpected event unfolded. Old Zhang's eyes widened in horror as he hurried to the first storage compartment, forcefully pulling it open. Inside, apart from the cold metal walls and remnants of blood, there was nothing else. Then came the second, the third. Each compartment revealed the same desolation, completely empty. By the time he reached the final compartment, terror and despair filled his heart. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and yanked it open. In that instant, it felt as if an electric current coursed through his body, leaving him frozen in place. Subsequently, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Old Taoist, we are in the Criminal Investigation Department. Do not panic, I will send someone to investigate. Perhaps another department has mistakenly taken the analysis subject. Until now, Li He naively believed that they were dealing with something amendable by human effort. Captain Li, please heed his words. I stake my life that he is not exaggerating. Hurry. If you delay any longer, it may be too late. Wang Yaoshan shouted, losing patience. Very well, I will notify them immediately. Once he came to his senses, he swiftly took out his walkie-talkie to contact the various departments. Wang Yaoshan and Qingxiu did not waste a moment, ensuring that yellow talismans were affixed to nearly every office. The tiger-headed creature assisted, employing forceful methods to remove those reluctant to comply, as the average person could hardly resist against such overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, the mist thickened ominously. Chapter 41. The formation. At that moment, Lu Yu was leading her cadre of reserving officials. Their expressions focused and grave as they conducted a meticulous search operation. Initially, Lu Yu did not take this matter too seriously, believing that such bizarre phenomena were usually mere cases of lost souls or petty hauntings. Thus, she had not allocated significant resources to this task, concentrating most of her manpower around the artificial lake where Jiaxia had perished. However, as time passed, her heart sank when Chen Xia, her second-in-command responsible for investigating the student dormitories, rushed to report a discovery. "Boss, I found a peculiar formation in the dormitory where the incident occurred. It appears to have been meticulously arranged." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression turned grave. She understood that if this were merely a case of lost souls or vengeful spirits, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements. It was evident that this incident was anything but coincidental and likely constituted a premeditated series of heinous acts. Realizing this, Lu Yu inhaled deeply and decisively commanded, "Everyone, increase your vigilance and expand the search perimeter. Chen Xia, wait for me. I will personally inspect it." In an instant, the entire reserve unit was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, Tian Xiaotian entered the campus of the Normal University. Upon learning that Jiaxia's soul had not returned to the underworld, her heart sank, and the situation was compounded by the fact that the three deceased who had shared a dormitory with him also had not returned. Her numerous attempts to summon them yielded no response. Each departed soul remained unresponsive. It dawned on her that this was not a random occurrence, but rather a deliberate arrangement. By around 9 p.m. Tian Xiaotian swiftly made her way to the dormitory where the incident had occurred. Lu Yu had sensed her presence as soon as Tian Xiaotian stepped onto the university grounds. "Sister Xiaotian, you have arrived too. What is the situation on your end? The souls of these individuals have not returned to the underworld, and my force summoning has yielded no results," Tian Xiaotian replied helplessly. "Sister Xiaotian, take a look here." Inside the dormitory, the two women scrutinized the formation, which emanated a mesmerizing red energy. Just then, the reserving officials discovered two additional formations around the school, each radiating the same energy fluctuations. Within the Criminal Investigation Department, Wang Yaoshan and Qingxiu were drenched in sweat, having searched tirelessly for the three relevant bodies with no success. "Master Uncle, we have encountered a significant obstacle. Initially, I thought it was merely a prank. A jest aimed at the police." Qingxiu, running alongside Wang Yaoshan, urged him to pay attention. "Teacher's nephew, spare me the suspense. Speak plainly, Master Uncle." The sounds were not those of malevolent spirits. They belonged to recently departed souls striving for rebirth. Yet their spirits are bound to their corpses. Moreover, have you noticed? Upon entering the storage room, the stench of formaldehyde cannot mask the accumulated aura of negative energy within the cadavers. Is it not the stench of decay? It is negative energy? Though Wang Yaoshan was indeed a skilled practitioner, he lacked the extensive experience of his elder. Yes, it implies that these corpses were once buried in the earth, specifically in a location conducive to gathering negative energy. The utmost negativity leads to preservation. The dead buried there would not decay. They absorb the negative energy from the earth, resulting in a transformation into corpses known as artificially created zombies. Such zombies, with their spirits still bound to their bodies, are far more dangerous than ordinary apparitions. Qingxiu cleared his throat and continued, "Yet, there is no land in Hygiene City that meets such criteria. To achieve this effect, it appears that a human-made formation is required. The formation can gather negative energy, thereby facilitating this transformation." Just then, Tian Xiaotian's call came through. "Yaoshan, we have discovered three formations at the Normal University. One is in the first-floor dormitory, the very scene of the incident, while the other two are outside the campus. They are all emitting red energy fluctuations. What should Lu Yu and I do?" Qingxiu, Sister Xiaotian, and the others have already discovered the formations. How splendid. Little Tian, I am Qingxiu. Hurry and break these three formations. We shall discuss the rest later. Qingxiu anxiously hung up the phone, for at that moment, he had already witnessed a figure emerging from the dissection room. Its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. "Master, look!" One has already appeared. Wang Yaoshan followed Qingshu's gaze, and upon seeing it, he was utterly stunned. They had meticulously searched for this, and yet suddenly, here it was. Examining the creature before them, it bore no semblance of humanity. It was shrouded in an eerie black mist, its face grotesquely contorted as if corrupted by a formidable and malevolent force. The features that should have been clearly discernible were now a mere blur, with only a pair of blood-red eyes flickering with a spine-chilling luminescence. Its skin exhibited a ghastly grayish hue, marred by grotesque veins and dark spots, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way out of the depths of hell. "Hurry, Tiger! Take Tianyu outside and ensure his safety," Wang Yaoshan commanded urgently. "Brother Shan, what will you do if I leave?" Tianyu quipped, his legs trembling yet his bravado unyielding. "Do not underestimate me. I can lend you a hand." "Tiger, act quickly. If he refuses to comply, knock him out," Wang Yaoshan shouted towards the beast-headed creature. The latter needed no further prompting. With a swift strike, it incapacitated Tianyu and carried him outside. In the meantime, Li He and the other colleagues had escaped from the main building and were anxiously gathered outside the entrance. "Master, allow me to clarify. This zombie is not of the spirit type. Your lightning technique may prove ineffective. Furthermore, their souls remain intact within their bodies. Should we disperse them, we would face consequences from both the underworld and the celestial realm. Thus, we cannot confront them head-on. We must employ strategy. To slay a zombie and risk punishment? Is there no law left?" Wang Yaoshan lamented. "Master, shall we not retreat?" "Retreat? What nonsense! I will follow your lead. Just tell me what to do." Faced with the dire circumstances for the innocent people of Hygiene City, Wang Yaoshan begrudgingly acquiesced. "Master, you exaggerate. Let me cast a binding spell." With a gesture, Qingshu directed a pure stream of magical energy toward the creature. The monster hesitated momentarily before continuing its advance toward the two. Chapter 42. A perilous moment. I anticipated this. "Fear not, Master. I shall create a barrier to ensnare it." With a single-handed flourish, a wave of celestial power enveloped the zombie like a dome. Qingshu glanced at Wang Yaoshan, eager for praise. Just as Wang Yaoshan was about to commend him, he noticed Qingshu gasping for air, his mouth agape, reminiscent of someone suffocating in an oxygen-deprived environment, radiating urgency and distress. The zombie, trapped within the golden barrier, exhibited no sign of panic. It moved with stiff and ponderous steps, pacing back and forth as if contemplating how to break free from its confinement. The inky black aura that surrounded it became increasingly dense, resembling flames rising fiercely, casting an ominous gloom throughout the chamber. Suddenly, the zombie raised an arm and swung it forcefully. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from its hand, crashing into the barrier. A deafening boom reverberated as the barrier shook violently, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Then came another swing, producing an even louder, thunderous sound. Upon closer inspection, the once impregnable golden barrier shattered into countless fragments, scattering like powdered glass in a dazzling yet eerie display akin to a golden snowstorm. "Master, run!" The mist. Qingshu summoned his last vestige of strength, his voice hoarse as he shouted to Wang Yaoshan. However, before he could finish, he felt all his strength drain away, collapsing forward and landing heavily on the cold, hard ground. Motionless at that moment, the zombie was advancing step by step toward Wang Yaoshan. Without the mist obscuring its features, one could clearly see a sinister smile curling at its lips. Qingshu's fall struck a deep chord within Wang Yaoshan. He thought, "All this is for me. It is my fault that he has met such a fate. I have brought this upon him. What is the use of decorum? What fear of punishment? I shall bear it all." Resolute, Wang Yaoshan summoned a brilliant flash of lightning between his palms, the radiance shining like the most resplendent star in the night sky. His previously calm eyes now blazed with a furious fire, the golden light emanating from them instilling fear, as if capable of piercing through all. He unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, shaking the heavens. Simultaneously, two bolts of deep purple lightning surged forth from his hands, moving with the speed of swift serpents, striking their target with unparalleled ferocity. This was Wang Yaoshan's first time wielding the lightning power bestowed upon him by his master. This mysterious technique comprised 9 stages, each imbued with profound mysteries and immense power, known as momentum, urgency, borrowing, suppression, formation, capture, clarity, annihilation, and burial. Given Wang Yaoshan's current cultivation level, successfully executing the first stage of momentum was already an impressive feat after all. It would take decades of training to master such ferocious lightning, alongside exceptional talent and rare fortune. Just as he prepared to strike, he noticed that the previously sluggish and grotesque zombie exhibited an unexpected glimmer of intelligence. It seemed to realize it could not evade the impending thunderous blow. In that critical moment of life and death, it summoned the swirling black mist around it, gathering it into an impenetrable barrier, hoping to withstand Wang Yaoshan's onslaught. Yet, the lightning proved overwhelming, crashing through the dark energy like a raging ocean. With a howl, the zombie, which had attempted to resist, collapsed to the ground. Wang Yaoshan, panting heavily, leaned on his knees, utterly exhausted. That last strike had drained most of his celestial energy. As he gazed toward the zombie, he found his view obscured by the thick mist. Each breath he took felt like his celestial energy was swiftly ebbing away. In that moment of contemplation, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing wind. Two swift forces surged toward his temples. With a quick movement, he darted beside Qingxiu, bending down to gently yet firmly cradle the fallen figure in his arms. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he shot upward like an arrow, landing securely atop the stairs in the blink of an eye. Now, within the once fog-enshrouded hall, visibility was severely compromised. Yet, amidst the haze, eerie red lights flickered into view, settling where Wang Yaoshan had previously stood. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be four blood-red eyes, radiating a chilling glow as they slowly approached, imbued with malice and murderous intent. As the distance closed, the pressure emanating from those eyes intensified, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. In an instant, another pair of red eyes appeared. The zombie that had just been downed had risen again, aided by the mist. However, its hue was not as vibrant as that of the others. Cursed fate, it seems there is no escape today, Wang Yaoshan muttered under his breath, clutching the 5-fire 7 birds fan in his hand. With a single flap, he unleashed the last remnants of his celestial energy. The spirits of the 7 birds burst forth like untamed steeds, accompanied by a massive fireball that surged into being. In an instant, the thick, seemingly immovable mist was swept away by a fierce gale. The phoenix, a loyal guardian, stood watch beside Wang Yaoshan, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Meanwhile, the peacock and the roc darted like lightning toward the already wounded zombie. Their attacks swift and fierce, dazzling to behold. In tandem, the white crane and the swan engaged the other zombie, their movements graceful yet laced with lethality. Finally, the azure bird and the owl struck like shadows, launching themselves at the last remaining zombie with breathtaking speed. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield was divided. The once unified trio of zombies could no longer support one another. The 5 distinct flames danced and shifted, sometimes scattering into brilliant sparks like falling stars, and at other times converging into a surging sea of fire, overwhelming and relentless. Regardless of the ever-changing circumstances, each eruption of flames precisely pierced through the rigid bodies of the zombies, leaving behind a series of horrifying gaping holes. Wang Yaoshan gazed at the scene before him, his heart momentarily at ease. Yet, just as his heart had begun to settle, it surged back to his throat with a spurt of golden blood. He collapsed to his knees, filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. He had already glimpsed the hope of victory, yet his body had long been corroded by the miasma. He could no longer summon even a trace of his celestial power. And even the thought of escape had drained him of strength. 10 minutes later, the dissipating mist began to coalesce once more, as the 5 flames and 7 birds fan had already entered Wang Yaoshan's body. Wang Yaoshan bit his tongue to maintain his consciousness. He retrieved a talisman and pressed it against himself and Qingxiu, awaiting the final outcome. To his astonishment, the zombies, previously felled and shattered, rose again. These 3 figures had lost their original dark aura, their limbs even appearing mutilated, one of them with only half a head remaining. Their gazes were resolute as they slowly approached Wang Yaoshan. Chapter 43. The Might of the Crimson Sun Array. Old Jean is bare. Am I to perish here? For the first time, Wang Yaoshan felt that death was so near. Perhaps it was enough. I have drifted aimlessly for 18 years, and these few days have been far more thrilling. If, after death, I could retain my soul, To see Lu Yu again, to reunite with these new friends, I would have no regrets. Watching the trio of advancing zombies, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. At the First Central Hospital of Hygiene City, "Doctor, my arms and legs ache all the time. Please come and take a look." A tall and graceful female doctor stood by Qingshu's bedside. "All your indicators are normal. It's just that you're rather advanced in age and have inhaled a considerable amount of harmful substances. I recommend waiting for the natural metabolism to take its course." Tio expressed his gratitude. Qingshu suggested, "I would like to treat you to a meal. Without your attentive care, my indicators would surely be abnormal. Please don't refuse me." As he spoke, a hint of shyness caught the attending nurse off guard. Though accustomed to such interactions, she still felt a wave of nausea. "That won't do," the beautiful doctor firmly replied. Since Qingshu was admitted to the hospital, he had been incessantly busy, either chatting with the beautiful doctor or delivering fruit to the nurse's station. Yet, every time he broached the subject of personal relations, he was met with rejection. This instance marked the 100th such occasion. "Mr. Wang, how are you feeling?" "I feel quite well. There's nothing to worry about." After 2 days of rest, Wang Yaoshan had recovered significantly. However, his personal safety was far from assured, especially with the 2 individuals beside him who were not to be trifled with. A mere extra word with any other woman would lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan fixated on Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian at his bedside, pledging his loyalty. Such treatment was not unwarranted. 2 days prior, when the 3 zombies had approached Wang Yaoshan, poised to strike, they suddenly halted and collapsed. The fog that had enveloped them dissipated like a receding tide. After Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian concluded their phone call with Qingshu, they assembled a team to jointly dismantle the array. They understood that merely breaking the array would not resolve the fundamental issue. The critical question remained: how to deal with the accumulated negative energy from the 3 arrays. Directly dissolving the arrays would trigger a massive yin explosion. With consequences too dire to contemplate, an explosion of yin energy would expel ordinary souls from their bodies, and prolonged disconnection would render a person devoid of senses and mobility, akin to what is medically referred to as a vegetative state. Furthermore, each region has its own flow of yin and yang. Altering this flow incurs a heavy price. In severe cases, one might face divine retribution, leading to death, or at the very least, a reduction in the practitioner's lifespan. The established arrays had already altered the flow of yin and yang, gathering negative energy from hundreds of kilometers around. Clearing it would not be an easy task. With no other options, they could only press onward. With this thought, Lu Yu became a conduit for her own yin energy, drawing out the negative energy from the eastern array. However, this endeavor almost cost her life. The negative energy surged into Lu Yu, causing her petite frame to swell to several times its size, reaching a critical point. Seeing the danger, Chen Xia and the nearby yin envoy quickly attempted to absorb the yin energy from Lu Yu. Souls lacking sufficient cultivation succumbed to explosion within a minute. Witnessing this, Lu Yu had no choice but to cease her efforts. She had not anticipated the sheer abundance of yin energy within this array. At her current level of cultivation, it would take at least 3 days to fully absorb it. Tian Xiaotian, responsible for the dormitory's array, refrained from direct action, choosing instead to scrutinize the flow of yin and yang within it. However, the more she observed, the more perplexed she became, ultimately resorting to calling for reinforcements. "President Jean, we have encountered a thorny problem. Someone has set up 3 arrays near the normal university, continuously absorbing negative energy. Yaoshan and Qingshu have gone to deal with the criminal investigation team's issues. At this moment, only Lu Yu and I remain, and we have no viable solutions. An array? Absorbing in energy? Near the normal university? Isn't that where we are set to negotiate with the souls today? How did everyone overlook this? I understand now. Xiaotian, wait for me." With that, King Siddhartha hung up the phone and vanished, appearing above the normal university. At this juncture, he could not afford to concern himself with being seen, for he was acutely aware of the catastrophic potential should the gathering of negative energy erupt. Upon observing, he noted that the 3 arrays, while cleverly arranged in an equilateral triangle, continuously drew in negative energy. Their only flaw was that the focal point was not difficult to locate. He quickly materialized, whereupon Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian had already converged. Alongside the Night Wanderer and Chen Xia, all poised for King Siddhartha's orders. "Xiaotian, you head to the dormitory. Lu Yu, you go to the eastern array. Night Wanderer, proceed to the western array. Upon hearing the sound of Yin breaking and sensing the influx of yang energy, seal the array immediately. Time is of the essence. Move swiftly. The three wasted no time, hastening to their designated locations. King Ksitigarbha, step by step, approached the central position of the mysterious triangular formation. He closed his eyes tightly, softly murmuring a series of obscure incantations, as if engaging in communion with some unknown force of nature. His bony fingers danced gracefully in the air, and with each movement, radiant golden light began to manifest, ultimately solidifying into peculiar symbols and patterns. Suddenly, the seemingly tranquil ground trembled slightly, and a massive array slowly rose from the depths. This array emanated a powerful wave of yang energy. Akin to a blazing sun, radiating brilliant light, its immense energy seemingly capable of suppressing the surrounding three arrays of negative energy. The Crimson Sun Array, rich in yang energy, was conceived by Fu 11 IT, gathered the 6 earth fires and 3 heavens fires, transforming the array into a veritable volcanic hell. Anyone with even slightly diminished abilities entering would be reduced to mere bones, with no chance of survival. King Ksitigarbha dared not delay for an instant. Immediately concentrating his spirit to channel the surging yang energy, directing it like a tidal wave toward the 3 negative energy arrays. Success hinged on this moment, despite being the supreme ruler of the underworld. Facing such a complex and perilous array for the first time, King Ksitigarbha felt an unprecedented tension. A moment's negligence could lead to the annihilation of all present, including the innocent students on campus. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, one after another, sizzling as they evaporated in the heat of the Crimson Sun Array. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with an almost suffocating intensity, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the 3 arrays simultaneously emitted the sound of Yin breaking. King Ksitigarbha conveyed through his consciousness to the 3. Quick, seal it. The sound of Yin breaking signified that the malevolent spirits, demons, or places of gathered negative energy had been subdued or had undergone a change in magnetic field. Hearing this sound indicated the successful execution of the spell. At this moment, the Crimson Sun Array unleashed its full power, and even King Ksitigarbha felt the burn, his clothes reduced to ashes. Now, he knelt on one knee, utterly exposed. Chapter 44. No backtracking allowed. In the girls' dormitory on the 3rd floor. Yang Fei, already struggling with insomnia and positioned near the window, was abruptly roused from her slumber by a sudden burst of light. She leaned forward to glance outside, only to see a bald, middle-aged man, utterly naked, kneeling on the playground. Infuriatingly, this individual had even placed a searchlight beneath himself, seemingly ensuring that no one could miss his spectacle. What a lecher! A sharp and piercing scream erupted instantaneously. Not only did her roommates awaken, but even the girls in the dormitory below were roused from their slumber. Fortunately, the sealing of the array was nearing completion. Tian Xiaotian had successfully completed her task, and Lu Yu, having released some of the negative energy in advance, was able to finish her assignment more swiftly. Only the Night Wanderer remained. At this moment, King Ksitigarbha found himself in a precarious position within the Crimson Sun Array, unable to move forward or retreat. For he had heard Yang Fei's scream. There was no doubt she was referring to him in his current guise. Anyone who lays eyes upon him cannot help but exclaim, "So pale." No, it is more accurate to say, "What a rogue! If I do not descend into hell, who will? Let them speak." At this moment, Lao Jin radiates a celestial glow, but in an instant, that radiance vanishes. Night Wanderer, you foolish buffoon, I am truly exasperated with you. Must you spend the new year ensconced within a sealing array? Endless complaints echoed through the minds of the 3. I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm, intoned Night Wanderer in a leisurely tone, prompting Lao Jin to finally unleash his frustration. Lu Yu and Xiao Tian, you too. Once your task is complete, lend a hand. What are you idling for? All right, the 2 women replied in unison, just as they set off towards the western array. Night Wanderer completed the seal. The moment it was finished, Lao Jin withdrew the Qiyang array, extinguishing the original brilliance. Subsequently, the 3 teleported to the center of the playground, where Lao Jin had mysteriously vanished. He had already returned to his dwelling, locking himself in the bathroom, weeping inconsolably. My years of innocence, laid bare just like that. He felt utterly wronged. In truth, only Yang Fei had witnessed it. When the other girls glanced out the window, all they beheld was darkness. Lao Jian had long since departed. The group lamented Yang Fei for her restlessness in the dead of night. With their task accomplished, the two women felt a wave of relief wash over them. Tian Xiaotian immediately called Wang Yaoshan, but the phone rang unanswered for an eternity. The calmness that had settled within her now surged with worry for Wang Yaoshan's safety. Upon realizing the call was not connected, Lu Yu vanished from her spot, racing towards the Criminal Investigation Department. The officers who had been waiting at the entrance, including Li He and others, had long since returned home, leaving only the tiger head monster and Tian Yu standing there in a daze. Lu Yu paid them no mind as she swiftly arrived in the hall where Wang Yaoshan was located. There, three zombie-like figures lay collapsed. Mere inches from Wang Yaoshan in that instant, Lu Yu felt her world shatter completely. The scene before her blurred as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood. She could not accept such a cruel reality, her mind flooded with memories shared with Wang Yaoshan. Hurriedly, she extended her arms, enveloping Wang Yaoshan in a tight embrace. Yet, at that moment, a chilling sensation welled up from her core, for she felt no trace of divine energy emanating from Wang Yaoshan's body. This shocking realization struck Lu Yu like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in disbelief. She stared wide-eyed at the pallid Wang Yaoshan in her arms, her heart brimming with fear and despair. Wang Yaoshan had always relied on his formidable willpower and luck to escape peril. But how could this time be different? Unable to contain herself, she cried out, "You can't die, you scoundrel!" As she spoke, she shook Wang Yaoshan's frail body, her tears and snot splattering over him. Just then, Tian Xiaotian arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Lu Yu weeping over the barely conscious Wang Yaoshan, an invisible force struck her, sapping her of all strength, causing her legs to buckle as she collapsed to the ground. Tian Yu and the tiger head monster entered the hall, and Tian Yu quickly approached Wang Yaoshan. "Brother Shan, don't sleep now. The teacher is calling your name." He gently patted Wang Yaoshan's shoulder. The latter responded with a faint "here." Hearing the reply, Tian Yu checked for his breath and turned to Lu Yu, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Look, my brother Shan is blessed. He won't die." They needed to get him to the hospital quickly. At that moment, Lu Yu felt a weight lift from her heart, and Tian Xiaotian, having heard Tian Yu's words, rushed to Wang Yaoshan's side, grasping his left hand to check his pulse, which was alarmingly weak. "Lu Yu, Wang Yaoshan's pulse is too faint. I know," the two women replied in unison, channeling their divine energy into Wang Yaoshan's body. But it was as if their efforts were swallowed by the sea. His divine energy remained unresponsive, unable to be rekindled or retained within him. This realization left their hearts heavy with despair. If their divine energy could not enter his body, it meant that their powers could merely sustain his life. Wang Yaoshan's once chaotic consciousness began to clear, as if a ray of dawn pierced through the dense fog. He struggled to part his lips, his voice weak yet filled with emotion. "Lu Yu, shout Tian, I fear I may not endure much longer. Will you truly miss me when I depart?" As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of chaos through Lu Yu and Xiaotian, who instantly broke down in tears, their sorrow cascading down their pale cheeks. Splattering upon the cold floor in a flurry of tears, before they could respond, Wang Yaoshan, despite the excruciating pain racking his body, continued, "If my life could be restored, allowing me to return to this world, would you be willing to forsake all that you possess, including wealth, status, dignity, even your lives?" Lu Yu did not hesitate, exclaiming, I would exhaust all my strength and pay any price to pull you back from the brink of death." Xiaotian, already reduced to tears, nodded resolutely, "I would, even if it means trading my life for yours. I would not hesitate." Upon hearing these declarations, a flicker of emotion danced in Wang Yaoshan's eyes, quickly replaced by a sly smile as he softly asked, "In that case, would you agree to one condition? To remain by my side for life, caring for me wholeheartedly, whether as servants or laborers?" "Without complaint." "Very well, it is a promise. As long as you live well, I will willingly do whatever you ask." Lu Yu and Xiaotian replied in unison, their gazes filled with determination and unwavering resolve. "All right, thank you. I can finally rest easy." Before he could finish, Wang Yaoshan slowly closed his eyes. Yaoshan, you scoundrel, don't scare me." "Oh, I shall not frighten you. Just remember your promises. No backing out with that, to the astonishment of the two women. Wang Yaoshan struggled to his feet, a smile gracing his face. Laney, call for an ambulance. Tiger, you carry Qingsu, at that moment. Everyone stood in stunned silence. You dare deceive me, you scoundrel, Lu Yu exclaimed, pinching Wang Yaoshan's side. Tian Xiaotian, equally surprised by this rascal's jest at such a moment, shot him an exasperated glare. I am truly injured, and quite severely. The mist is toxic and causes my divine energy to deplete rapidly. I am not lying. You agreed to this. At that moment, Tian Yu cast an admiring glance, thinking to himself that Wang Yaoshan's performance could earn accolades at various film award ceremonies. He was a living testament to the industry. The two women felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, playfully chastising Wang Yaoshan for his trickery. Chapter 45. The three speculations. Wang Yaoshan lay in the hospital bed, a flicker of fear in his gaze. Not for any other reason than that his lies had finally caught up with him over the past 2 days. Lu Yu's relentless teasing left the already injured Wang Yaoshan to endure further torment. Heaven forbid she recalls this incident. If she does, I'll surely be in for a beating. Tian Xiaotian opted for the cold treatment, her eyes growing distant. What a predicament this is. Qingshu, what do you think this mist truly is? Wang Yaoshan had no choice but to shift the conversation. Master, from what I know, many divine powers utilize mist as a means of attack. Generally, this mist is toxic, affecting the surface or internal organs. However, the type we encountered that directly dissipates celestial energy and accelerates its loss is unprecedented to me. President Wang, how are you faring? Lao Jin's voice resonated from just outside the hospital room. As he entered with a travel bag, as if embarking on a vacation. Hey, Lao Jin, I'm quite well. Wang Yaoshan greeted him warmly, his face alight with a radiant smile, his balding head gleaming. He ambled over to Wang Yaoshan's bedside. Beginning, President Wang, that day you single-handedly toppled 3 golden zombies. You truly possess remarkable abilities, boundless as the Buddha's teachings. No, it's the natural way of the Tao. Lao Jian slapped his forehead, lamenting how he always misphrased his words at critical moments. Oh, come now, Lao Jin, please refrain from such excessive flattery. Wang Yaoshan waved his hands, a humble and grateful smile gracing his face. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not acted decisively, rushing to dismantle those 3 arrays, I might have already become a wisp of a lonely soul seeking you out. What you say is untrue. Without you, would those 3 golden zombies have remained docile? Would they have spared the innocent? You are the one who selflessly puts others before yourself. If we speak of heroes, it is undoubtedly you. Lao Jin's sincere gaze left Wang Yaoshan momentarily stunned. Only Wang Yaoshan knew that Lao Jin's flattery had improved significantly. Flatter away. Keep it coming, and I'll be a widow. Lu Yu grumbled, her dissatisfaction evident. Tian Xiaotian shared Lu Yu's sentiments, both harboring ire and disdain as they rose and exited the room. What is the matter with those 2 ladies? Have I offended them? Lao Jin found himself perplexed. Had he stepped on a landmine? President Jin, do not mind them. They are upset with me, not you. Just as you arrived, let us refrain from engaging in mutual flattery. Shall we discuss the matter at hand? Indeed, Lao Jin, have you not noticed that I am still here? Qingsu gazed at the latter with a hint of dissatisfaction. Qingsu, my dear brother, one must never forget you. As he spoke, Lao Jin began to pull out various supplements from his travel case, without exception, presenting 2 of each to Wang Yaoshan and Qingsu. He lamented the limited space that hindered his efforts. Mr. Wang, that formation is known as the Gathering In Array. Anyone with a modicum of cultivation can set it up. However, this array is notorious for its sacrilegious nature, requiring one to withstand the heavenly Tao's retribution. Lightly, it may shorten one's lifespan, and severely, it could lead to instant death. We are already aware of this. My master and I encountered a toxic mist capable of dissipating our internal celestial energy at the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Your vast knowledge is needed to assist us. Such a situation has indeed arisen. Lao Jin began, his tone grave. After extensive contemplation and meticulous analysis, it appears that there are only 2 possible explanations. The first is likely the enigmatic Xian descending mist. The second, with considerable probability, is the 100-eyed toxic fog. His deep-set eyes betrayed a flicker of worry and unease. Wang Yaoshan and Qingsu exchanged glances, for Lao Jin was indeed well-versed in such matters. What distinguishes these two? Wang Yaoshan inquired. Theo speak of the inscrutable Xian descending mist is to delve into a tale steeped in antiquity, tracing back to the cataclysmic war of gods. In those days, the heavens and the earth were in turmoil, with deities and demons alike vying for supremacy in a grand spectacle. Amidst this protracted conflict, a mysterious fog drifted in from an unknown origin, silently enveloping the battlefield and rendering all combatants temporarily devoid of celestial power. Some deities claimed that this mist was an unparalleled divine art wielded by an ancient god, aimed at disrupting the battle. Others speculated it to be an artifact of immense power, possessing the ability to alter fate itself. Regardless of the truth, since that time, the Xian descending mist has become an eternal enigma, enticing countless seekers to uncover its hidden secrets. Lao Jin took a sip from his teacup and continued, "As for the hundred-eyed toxic fog, I trust you have heard of it. Do not keep us in suspense, Lao Jin. Please elucidate," Qing Su interjected, exasperated by the preamble that seemed to indulge in flattery. "Very well. This is a treasure in the possession of the hundred-eyed demon lord. In times past, when this fog was unleashed, it could obscure the sky and plunge the world into chaos. Countless eyes shimmered with a sinister glow, releasing toxic miasma that withered flora and fauna in its path. Even those of profound cultivation found it nearly impossible to evade its grasp. Mildly, they would suffer grievous injuries. Severely, they would meet their demise." Wang Yaoshan pondered for a moment, reflecting on his own experiences, and remarked, "Neither of these scenarios aligns with what I have encountered. Does Lao Jin have any other possibilities?" "Certainly, there must be more. The three realms are vast. There are surely existences unknown to us, be they artifacts or divine powers. Based on your account, coupled with my experiences, we have discerned that someone is deliberately targeting us. They first exerted mental control over the 3 students residing with Jiajia, specifically crafting the Gathering In Array. This individual possesses considerable celestial prowess. They orchestrated the array, yet the one who faces the heavenly Tao's punishment is not this shadowy figure, but rather those 3 students who have become scapegoats. After their demise, this mastermind buried them within the 3 Gathering In Arrays, transforming them into zombies. This method bears resemblance to Buddhist practices." Qing Su murmured his speculation. Wang Yaoshan disregarded Qing Su's conjecture and continued, looking back, "Lu Yu killed Jiajia, yet Jiajia's soul did not report to the underworld, indicating that someone siphoned his soul or enlisted him as a pawn. During our negotiations with the souls, no one detected these 3 Gathering In Arrays. Later, the tiger-headed monster informed me and Qing Su that a mysterious figure, shrouded in mist, directed his actions. During our first encounter, this individual donned a Taoist robe. This implies that the mist-enveloped figure concealed the immense energy of the formation right beneath our noses. Could it be that old centipede?" Lao Jan ventured. "Lao Jan, considering this mastermind's meticulousness, I suspect they would not leave us any clues regarding the souls. As for my 3 classmates, there is no need to interrogate them. I believe they are utterly unaware. Furthermore, could you request Maureen envoys from the underworld to patrol Hygiene City? This is a time of turmoil. It is better to be prepared. Additionally, we must ascertain the identity of this elusive figure." Wang Yaoshan articulated his suspicions, troubled by the uncertainty of who was targeting him. He had not encroached upon Buddhist interests, so there was no reason for an attack against him. His master, Hongjun Laozu, was aligned with the heavenly court, and Lao Jin was a close confidant. Who, then, could it be? Rest assured, Mr. Wang, since the adversary has made a move, there will undoubtedly be flaws, and no matter how they attempt to obscure the truth, it will be impossible to hide. I will dispatch Maureen envoys to gather intelligence. You need not worry. At this moment, the 3 remained ensnared in their unending contemplation and discussion. Chapter 46. The new member with the big head. 2 days later, Wang Yaoshan and Qing Su officially discharged from the hospital. In truth, they had long since regained their celestial energy, but the hospital had never encountered such a virus, thus prolonging their stay by an additional day. However, on their very first day out, new friends came to welcome them. Besides Lao Jin, Tianyu, the tiger-headed monster, and Li Jing, there was also an unfamiliar face. The individual approached Wang Yaoshan with a few swift strides. "Mr. Wang, greetings. I am the Southern Pole Immortal, commonly referred to as the God of Longevity. My descent to the mortal realm has caused you some trouble. my senior brother. You arrived rather promptly. Qing Su greeted the god of longevity warmly. Wang Yaoshan harbored no fondness for this big-headed figure, even feeling a deep disdain. This is my disciple, Xiao Bai. Previously, there were some minor conflicts with Mr. Wang. Please do not hold any grudges against him. Go on, bow to your master. As the big-headed figure spoke, he urged the white deer disciple to pay his respects to Wang Yaoshan. A child of 6 or 7 years emerged from behind the big head. Staring intently at Wang Yaoshan, his expression predominantly one of hatred, tinged with a hint of fear. That won't be necessary. You two may conduct yourselves accordingly, Wang Yaoshan replied with a cold demeanor, completely ignoring the two. What audacity! After committing such heinous acts, you dare to return to the mortal realm. I truly regret not having extinguished your souls directly. Seeing this, Qing Su hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Quickly pay your respects to your master. How can you be so inconsiderate? After some reluctance, Wang Yaoshan accepted the white deer disciple's homage. Very well, let us return to the courtyard and discuss further. Qing Su gestured invitingly to Wang Yaoshan. Over the past few days, Qing Su had been inseparable from Wang Yaoshan, sharing their days and nights together. Through this intimate companionship, Qing Su had come to understand Wang Yaoshan's character thoroughly. He knew that his uncle was upright and loathed evil, often filled with righteous indignation at the injustices and malevolence in the world, never tolerating or condoning such behavior. However, despite his sternness in confronting wrongdoing, his heart was exceedingly kind, as long as others sincerely repented. His uncle would often choose to forgive rather than hold grudges for long. As time passed, Qing Su realized that even if his uncle became angry over a matter, it would merely be a fleeting emotion. With patience, once his uncle's anger subsided, all would return to normal, as though nothing had ever transpired. The journey was silent, and half an hour later, they returned to Qing Su's courtyard. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian had prepared a sumptuous array of ingredients. They had not gone to pick up Wang Yaoshan, as the three had been together constantly, from the start of hospitalization to that very morning, never parting ways. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian had only just returned that morning, eagerly awaiting Wang Yaoshan's arrival for a hearty meal. Upon entering the courtyard, the big-headed figure announced, Master, your disciple, the Southern Pole Immortal, pays his respects. He knelt and bowed to Wang Yaoshan. Wang Yaoshan did not intervene, thinking, bow as you please. May it lead to your demise. Get up. There is no need for such formalities, he replied, then turned to Lao Jin and added, Lao Jin, I need your assistance with something. Given the multitude of envoys under Lu Yu's command, we cannot allow them to be without a proper base, Mr. Wang. I have a plot of land nearby that I am willing to make available. Part of it can be used to construct a city god temple, while the rest you may utilize as you see fit. Oh, Lao Jin, you have truly rendered me a great service. Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, embracing Lao Jin warmly. Mr. Wang, you are far too courteous. It is my duty to contribute. Your gratitude makes it seem as if I have sacrificed much. How can I bear such a burden? Rest assured, I will contact a construction team immediately, and they shall commence work at once. Expected to be completed in about half a month. Very well, then we shall not stand on ceremony. In merely a fortnight, the project is set to conclude. Wang Yaoshan pondered, will this not be too hasty? He thought, I hope you are not attempting to deceive me with a shoddy construction. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, this construction team is also under our group's umbrella. You can be confident in both quality and progress. Lao Jin, perceiving Wang Yaoshan's apprehension, understood that it was indeed hard to believe a project that was originally slated for completion in 6 months could wrap up in less than half that time. Qing Su, with a glint in his eye, spoke up, Master, how shall we arrange for my senior brother? What are your skills? Wang Yaoshan's expression changed more rapidly than the face changes in a Sichuan opera. Just moments ago, he had been amiably laughing with Lao Jin, but now he sat on a stone bench, disdainfully eyeing De Lao Dai and Bai Lu, his face devoid of any mirth. In response, Master, my apprentice and I excel in cultivating medicinal herbs and concocting medicines. You may not be aware, but I specifically brought many seeds from the celestial realm this time to atone for our past mistakes and better serve the mortal world. De Lao Dai's earnest declaration somewhat softened Wang Yaoshan's prejudice against him. Very well, you too shall reside here. Lao Jin, how many acres of land are available after completing the city god temple? Wang Yaoshan turned to inquire of Lao Jin. Mr. Wang, the total land area is 100 acres. But it depends on the specifications for the city god temple, I suggest allocating 20 acres for its construction, which will be sufficient to accommodate all the Yin officials in reserve. The remaining 80 acres can be distributed at your discretion. Agreed. Let us finalize it this way. I will allocate an additional 10 acres for Dalaudai to manage. From this day forth, you two shall work in unison to plant those rare celestial herbs and miraculous medicines. Remember, do not engage in any actions that harm living beings, for this not only pertains to the welfare of all sentient beings, but also is a significant accumulation for your own cultivation journey. I hope you will tend to these celestial herbs and medicines with utmost care, to benefit more people, Wang Yaoshan stated with righteous fervor. Rest assured, Master, we will surely correct our mistakes and serve the people diligently. Oh, and the special medicine you develop can be placed under Lao Jin's DCA group. After excluding packaging and promotion, you may divide the profits and returns amongst yourselves, and no need to give me anything. I require none. Master, you are indeed a sage. In comparison, we feel instantly diminished, Dalaudai exclaimed, elated at the prospect of earning money. After all, his descent to the mortal realm was to accumulate merit. How could he gather incense offerings without serving the people? Lao Jin was equally surprised that Wang Yaoshan could assist him in resolving the issue of incense offerings in the underworld. Mr. Wang, I hardly know how to express my gratitude. I shall transfer this 100 acres of land into your name. Take a break. That villa and the money from the last time were already taken by the criminal investigation team. Let's not repeat that, Wang Yaoshan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Tian Yu looked around in confusion, as though she had traversed realms, wondering if this was still her brother Shan. Brother Shan, what can I do? You should arrange something for me, Tan Yu said, with an air of authority. Li Jing, Li Gu? Come here. Wang Yaoshan called out loudly. Li Jing, who was washing vegetables, rushed over without even drying his hands. What's up, brother? Li Gu, I have troubled you for quite some time. However, I have also delayed your time, and you have not received much incense or merit. I plan to have you teach this brother martial arts. You can practice on him first, and once all goes well, I will establish a martial and literary school. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. After all, he struggled to educate his own son. How could he dare to potentially harm others? Realizing this, he quickly waved his hands in refusal. Don't decline yet. Hear me out. I remember you once told me you wished to see the truest smiles of the common folk. That sentiment is etched in my memory. Deep down, you yearn to do real and righteous deeds for the people, which aligns remarkably with my own aspirations. Therefore, based on this intent, I believe you will excel as the principal. Can I truly do it? Upon hearing this, tears welled in Li Jing's eyes, and his voice trembled as he spoke each word. Li Gu, believe in yourself. I believe in you, Wang Yaoshan said, rising from his seat. He intended to offer Li Jing encouragement with a firm handclasp, but to his surprise, Li Jing seized him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother," and burst into tears. Everyone present was moved, except for Tian Yu, who gazed on with a dazed expression, proclaiming, "I am merely the test subject." Chapter 47. The congratulations from the underworld personnel. Wang Yaoshan had taken half a month's leave from school, armed with a doctor's note, leaving him unperturbed. Although Dalaudai had not acted honorably, he was now part of their team and deserved to be treated as such. Lao Jin's few royal chefs continued to showcase their acrobatics, a sight that had become mundane to all save for Dalaudai and Xiao Bai, who watched with rapt attention. However, after a short while, they too found it dull, as it merely involved cleaning the stove without any cooking. They dispersed to find their fellow team members to chat. After the serious matters were addressed, Wang Yaoshan finally found a rare moment of relaxation, reclining peacefully in a rocking chair as he listened to Li Jing instructing Tian Yu. If you don't practice, you'll turn useless. Don't look at him. Practice quickly. Qing Su and Dalaudai set up a chessboard, and before long, Qing Su exclaimed, "Check. I'll see if you can escape," followed by Dalaudai's pleading, "Take it slow, take it slow." They could also hear the tiger-headed monster seeking advice from Xiao Bai on animal cultivation techniques. "Hai Yin, do be mindful." This was an excerpt from a comedic skit Lao Jin had seen on television. However, Wang Yaoshan's gaze remained firmly fixed on Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian, who flitted around the kitchen like two delicate butterflies, never pausing for a moment. Their slender fingers deftly handled the fresh vegetables, cleaning, trimming, and neatly arranging them beside the stove. The bustling figures in the kitchen formed a beautiful and warm tableau, stirring a wave of warmth within the otherwise listless Wang Yaoshan. This scene, brimming with the essence of life, prompted him to reflect. It truly feels like a home. From behind, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian could easily be mistaken for top models. Lu Yu stood 2 centimeters taller than Xiaotian, and unlike Xiaotian's alluring figure, Lu Yu's curves seemed to possess a divine quality, akin to an unblemished porcelain piece basking in sunlight, revealing a play of light and shadow, with specks of dust gracefully drifting in the sun's rays. To put it simply, one would immediately think, this courtyard needs cleaning. The two of them placed the clean vegetables before the chef and then approached Wang Yaoshan. Yaoshan, who are these newcomers? Why does that loud eye also call you master? Indeed. Stinky egg, we have new team members. Why haven't you introduced us? It became clear that these two were still unaware. Wang Yaoshan, speaking in a tone audible to the three of them, indicated, this is the Southern Pole immortal. And that is the deer we encountered the other day? Ah. Both women exclaimed in surprise, momentarily frozen in place. No worries. These two have now turned over a new leaf, and we will supervise them. Rest assured, nothing will happen, he said, gently placing his hand on their shoulders. The sudden physical contact jolted Tian Xiaotian back to reality, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Yu, however, was more assertive, pinching Wang Yaoshan's side, insisting, be careful. I do not wish for you to push yourself. If you get hurt again, I shall have to deal with you. Ugh, you won't get hurt, right? Wang Yaoshan, wincing from the pinch, lowered his hands. You needn't worry. I'll surely perish at your hands. Why can't we have a civil discussion? Must you resort to violence? He glared at Lu Yu with irritation. Lu Yu, now a city god, had gained even more strength. Moreover, she possessed a unique skill that allowed her to control Wang Yaoshan's Tian Tong armor. Whenever she wished to strike him, the armor would inevitably fail. This had led to Wang Yaoshan suffering quite a few secret losses. Just as the three were playfully bantering, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Lao Jin, upon hearing it, rushed towards the door. Come in. A procession of 14 to 15 individuals, arranged by height, entered the small courtyard. Aside from Tian Xiaotian, everyone else burst into hearty laughter at the sight of the new faces. Not for any other reason, but simply because this group was a delightful mix of heights and sizes. The shortest stood at around 1 meter and 20 centimeters, while the tallest was nearly 1 meter and 90, all standing in a neat row. Their hairstyles were strikingly unique, rivaling any non-mainstream fashion. Each bore a uniform smile, as if attending a festive banquet. Lao Jian cleared his throat, and the group promptly brought their previously hidden hands forward. Their synchronized movements could rival a National Day parade. They approached with hands full of gifts, and at the command of the shortest among them, they collectively shouted, Congratulations, Mr. Wang, on your successful discharge from the hospital. Lao Jin, who are these individuals? Wang Yaoshan inquired, suppressing his laughter. With utmost seriousness, Mr. Wang, these are several kings and judges from our underworld, Lao Jin replied, introducing each in turn. This shortest one is King Qingguang, Zhang Xian, he said, as the petite chubby figure approached Wang Yaoshan. Mr. Wang, I wish you eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. Wang Yaoshan accepted the gift and politely shook hands with him. Thank you. Though he spoke graciously, internally he cursed Lao Jian repeatedly, thinking, what kind of people has Lao Jian brought along? This punk with the red hair is King Chu Jiang. Li Wan, Lao Jian continued, grinning widely as he introduced another. This one appears somewhat more normal. Wang Yaoshan mused, Mr. Wang, may your skills be unrivaled and your magical powers boundless. I knew there would be no kind words. Has the old immortal of the star constellation been changed? Wang Yaoshan's complexion has turned a shade of green. Yet he suppresses the urge to strike, accepting the other's gift with gratitude. At this moment, Qingshu behind him is nearly beside himself with joy. Ha, Uncle Master, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. I am heading inside. Old Jin remains unfazed. Before he can finish, Wang Yaoshan interjects, no need for individual introductions, Mr. Jin. I am acquainted with the 10 kings of hell, except for the 2 just mentioned. The rest are Song Emperor Wang Yuqin, the king of facial features El Dai, Yama Wang Baozhang, Biancheng Wang Bai Yuan Bin, Taishan Wang Dong He, Urban Wang Huang Zhongyong, Equality Wang Lu Yu, and Will King Shueli. With each name Wang Yaoshan recites, the respective king presents his gift as they prepare to speak. Wang Yaoshan preemptively acknowledges their hard work and encourages them to continue striving. He shakes hands with each of them. The first two's congratulatory remarks were rather lackluster, and anticipating that the subsequent ones would be no better, Wang Yaoshan takes the initiative to speak, aiming to prevent any further awkward speeches that, "Oh dear. Look how much Chairman Wang cares for our work in the underworld. He knows each of your names. You all must strive harder. You cannot disappoint Chairman Wang's expectations." At this moment, Old Jin delivers a summary speech. Wang Yaoshan thinks to himself, "What exactly do I expect from you? Why is Old Jin's flattery regressing? Oh right, he must not have performed well in front of these subordinates." Before he can finish his thoughts, Old Jin continues, "These four are the judges of the underworld. I know them. Wei Zheng of the Kindness Rewarding Department, Zhong Kuei of the Evil Punishing Department, Lu Zhidao of the Investigation Department, and Cui Ju of the Yin Law Department. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Old Jin is truly pushing my buttons. I must stay focused." Wang Yaoshan shakes hands with these judges in turn, emphasizing the importance of grassroots work, maintaining a proper attitude, and avoiding any bureaucratic airs. "You need not fear my embarrassment. I do not fear yours. Let us embrace mutual discomfort." After the handshakes, Wang Yaoshan declares, "Since you are here, stay for a meal." He glances at their expressions, which clearly reveal their hunger. Arriving just at mealtime, it would be impolite to send them away. "Chairman Wang, please, you need not be so courteous. If they do not eat, they will feast on fragrance instead." Old Jin turns to the dozen or so individuals. "You may all return. Today is a day off for you." The kings and judges of the underworld struggle to contain their joy. Bowing deeply before bidding farewell to in the courtyard, and for 5 kilometers around Hygiene City, not a single wandering spirit can be seen. Meanwhile, in the suburbs 5 kilometers away, 3 wronged souls have already sprinted onto the highway. A. Why are we running? Why can't we rest during the day? B. Did you not receive the news? The 10 kings of hell and the 4 judges have come to Hygiene. Have you not noticed the dark energy around the Fuan apartments? If we don't run, we'll be waiting for death. If we delay, we might lose our very souls. Are they cracking down on us? Which scoundrel has committed such a grave sin? C. Could it be they are here to capture us? I haven't done anything that terrible. I merely stole a couple of garlic bulbs. B. Enough chatter. It must be because of you. Who knows if that garlic was some precious artifact? Hurry and run. Chapter 48. The troubles of a crowded room after the others leave. Wang Yaoshan looks at Old Jin, who is brimming with pride and excitement. "Mr. Jin, why are you being so courteous? Did they all bring gifts?" "Chairman Wang, they all insisted on coming after hearing about your deeds. They wanted to visit some time ago, but it was unfortunate that you and Qingshu were hospitalized then, so I didn't let them disturb you." "My deeds? What are you talking about?" "Chairman Wang, what troubles you? You truly have a forgetful nature. Just a few days ago, you persuaded those souls who were initially resistant to return to the underworld. You don't know, but they willingly engaged in production and construction upon seeing the changes in the underworld. Not a single one wishes to rebel anymore." Old Jin puts his hands together and bows to the suddenly enlightened Wang Yaoshan. "Your deeds have spread widely in the underworld. You are now a hot topic. Every worker considers it an honor to meet you. Mr. Jin, I haven't done much. Can we skip such meetings in the future? Also, the kings and judges have their struggles too. Please take these gifts back to them." "Chairman Wang, that might not be appropriate. They genuinely admire you, and no matter how sincere, they must not send me gifts. Take them back and tell them to work diligently, prioritizing the happiness of the souls in their efforts. That is the best gift I could receive." After Wang Yaoshan finishes speaking, he no longer looks at Old Jin. "Chairman Wang, enough, Old Jin, we are brothers. No need for flattery. Come, sit beside me." Wang Yaoshan gestures for Old Jin to join him. "Chairman Wang, let me supervise their cooking first, and I will join you shortly." Old Jin does not approach, but Tian Xiaotian comes over, gracefully making her way to Wang Yaoshan's side. She slightly leans closer, whispering in his ear, "You are becoming increasingly authoritative." Her voice is melodious, akin to a yellow oriole singing. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan is momentarily taken aback. Then a bitter smile appears on his lips as he helplessly responds, "All right, even you are teasing me now. Have you learned from Lu Yu?" As he speaks, he instinctively raises his right hand, poised to playfully swat at Tian Xiaotian. However, just as his palm is about to descend, he suddenly seems to realize something and halts the motion. Their current position is rather awkward, and many curious gazes are directed their way. Fortunately, Qingshu walks out from the house at that moment. "Old Jin, is the meal ready? I'm starving. Don't forget, I'm still a patient. Brother Qingxiu, have some tea first. It will be ready shortly, Old Jean replies, calling out to the chefs to hasten their pace. A manager of one realm has become a kitchen taskmaster in this small courtyard. Tian Yu has now been trained by Li Jing like a police dog. Lying flat on the ground, panting heavily, a brother, save me. Wang Yaoshan glances at his brother's predicament and cannot help but interject, Li Gu, take it slow. He is a homebody and not accustomed to much exercise. This sudden intensity is too much for him, Dado. This brother certainly has a strong will. That's commendable, Li Jing commends, giving Tian Yu a thumbs up. Tian Yu pays no attention and just wants to get closer to Wang Yaoshan. He slowly crawls towards him. I want to write suffering on your leg. Wang Yaoshan hurriedly goes to assist him. You should communicate more with Li Gu. If you face difficulties, you must express them. How can others know if you don't say anything? Just as he settles Tian Yu, a large bone appears before him. Xiaobai and Hu Tu Guai spot De Yang and Er Yang and promptly drag them out of the pen. The four animals frolicking with glee, De Yang tosses the bone, which lands at Wang Yaoshan's feet. Before he can pick it up, Hu Tu Guai rushes over, grabs the bone, and runs back. You two are playing rather rough. You four must not fight. Oh dear, I worry too much. Being a guardian is not an easy task. Before he can finish his thought, Er Yang and Xiaobai begin to tussle. What's with you? Sulking? Are you unhappy? Lu Yu approaches after speaking with Tian Xiaotian. Wang Yaoshan finally reaches his breaking point. Like a distraught poet, he flails his arms, tears streaming down his face as he grabs Lu Yu's arm. Overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate his grievances. Not a single one of you brings me ease. Lu Yu glances at the four pets, swiftly dodging over and delivering 2 swift kicks. Just like that. The four are confined back in the pen. They cease their fighting. Lu Yu returns and embraces Wang Yaoshan, resting his head on his lap. The posture resembles a mother soothing her child. There, my dear. It's all right. Although separated by denim, the fragrance of Lu Yu wafts gently to Wang Yaoshan's nostrils. When Wang Yaoshan reaches to embrace Lu Yu, a sharp pain jolts through his ribs. So many people are watching. Please refrain from your antics. Lu Yu quickly stands, scanning the surroundings, relieved to find no one observing them. However, Wang Yaoshan is not so fortunate. With a loud thud, his head connects intimately with the ground. Curse it, so many people. He finally succumbs to tears. Wang Yaoshan's cries attract the attention of others. They gather around, witnessing Lu Yu standing before Wang Yaoshan, her face a mask of embarrassment, her body trembling slightly. Seemingly at a loss at this moment, she appears caught between a rock and a hard place, wanting to step away yet feeling an invisible force binding her in place. Remaining here, however, leaves her feeling utterly awkward and exposed. Miss Lu, you have the right to remain silent, Qingxiu interjects. But what you say will serve as evidence in court, Old Jean adds. You could seek legal counsel, Little Sweet chimes in, and the three share a light-hearted clap. Dante asks, they must have just been watching TVB. Wang Yaoshan springs to his feet. Mr. Jean, the meal is ready. The chefs call out in unison, and Qingxiu and Old Jean assist Wang Yaoshan towards the dining table. Are you two escorting a prisoner? You might as well bind me up. Whoever helps another by pulling their shoulders back like that. Having just watched television, the two individuals spoke in unison and promptly released their hands. It is high time to refrain from indulging in frivolous dramas. At such an age, how can one still behave like a child? Is it not merely a matter of learning and imitation? Seething with unexpressed anger, Wang Yaoshan swiftly took it upon himself to educate the two. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaotian stuck out her tongue and made faces behind them, eliciting uproarious laughter from Lu Yu. What you say is indeed true. Master Uncle, they replied, bowing their heads like wayward children. This expression only served to amuse Wang Yaoshan further. All right, let us hasten to the table for dinner. Big Head, your apprentice is in the circle. You ought to bring him out for a meal as well. Understood, Master Uncle. The group gathered at the table, devouring the food before them with the speed of a whirlwind. Wang Yaoshan no longer had the strength to engage in idle chatter. Both Qingxiu and Old Jean realized that speaking at this moment would only invite discomfort. It was best to remain silent. However, Lu Yu raised her glass and expressed her gratitude to everyone for their care during this time for both herself and Chodan. With that, she downed an entire cup of baijiu in one swift motion. Well done. Miss Lu, you are truly a woman of valor. Old Jean exclaimed, clapping his hands loudly. Indeed, her spirit surpasses even that of celestial beings, Qingshu added, flattering her. The others raised their glasses in agreement. Who would have thought this woman could so adeptly uplift the atmosphere? Wang Yaoshan mused inwardly. Lu Yu leaned toward Wang Yaoshan and whispered, "Why the long face? They may be a bit rowdy, but surely you need not react this way. Look, they are all too afraid to speak now. Want to learn from a donkey and take it home?" Upon reflection, he realized he had merely focused on their boisterousness, failing to acknowledge that in times of peril, each had stood steadfast and resolute. Old Jin often claimed he owed him, but in truth, it was Wang Yaoshan who owed everyone. With this thought, Wang Yaoshan raised his glass, his earlier irritation now transformed. "Regardless of what lies ahead, you are all my brothers. Cheers!" With this declaration, the banquet reached its zenith. Whistles and praises resounded, and everyone returned to their previous demeanor. Learning from a donkey? Look at that, Wang Yaoshan whispered conspiratorially to Lu Yu. Chapter 49. Educating the young. At this moment, Old Jin slowly rose, pouring wine for Wang Yaoshan. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned in and said, "Wang, during your hospitalization, I took the liberty of having the staff from the underworld reseal the demon suppression arrays. In Hygiene City, only one of the 3 arrays has had a demon escape." Observing Wang Yaoshan's good spirits, Old Jin felt emboldened to discuss recent progress. "Hygiene has 3? After you reseal those 2? Can you ensure they are secure? Will they not be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals to release demons and wreak havoc upon the world?" Wang Yaoshan maintained his smile and clinked glasses with others, speaking in a tone only Old Jin could discern. "Rest assured, even if the original seals had weakened, each array now has at least 11 layers of seals. These are not solely my seals. The 10 Yama Kings have contributed their own unique skills. It will not be easy to break free." At this, Old Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yaoshan slowly raised his glass, asking, "What of the array that has been breached by the demon?" "Wang, I sense not a trace of magical flow from that array. We inspected the site meticulously and concluded it has not been compromised in at least a century, likely 300 to 500 years. Old Jin downed his drink in one gulp and smiled at Wang Yaoshan. "Very well, thank you for your hard work, Old Jin. Please return to your seat and enjoy your meal." Before Old Jin could reclaim his place, Big Head stood up, declaring, "Master Uncle, I toast to you, I acknowledge my errors, and I implore your forgiveness for my blinded eyes, which led me to commit such unforgivable acts against the principles of heaven. My time on earth has inspired me to serve the people and atone for my past misdeeds." Big Head spoke. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Old Nan, since you are here, do not stand on ceremony. Your past regrets are futile. You must indeed strive to rectify your wrongs. I am pleased to see your sincerity, but you must demonstrate tangible results. Now, let us drink." They both emptied their cups. Wang Yaoshan was not one to easily alter his perception of a person, yet he understood the importance of maintaining a faade for the sake of his brother's disciple. Being excessively harsh could hinder his own path forward. Xiao Bai observed his master's expression. Feeling an inexplicable sorrow, he stood and, with a tone of reproach, questioned Wang Yaoshan. "Master, the natural order of all things is one of mutual existence and conflict. Humans are no different from animals and plants in this world. Are they?" Wang Yaoshan was well aware of the direction the young one was taking and merely gestured for him to continue. "The Buddhist teaching states that all beings are equal. Another of my masters expressed that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. If there is no distinction, then why should humans not serve as nourishment for the celestial?" "What nonsense are you spouting? Kneel." Big Head pressed down on Xiao Bai's neck, forcing him to the ground. "You insolent brat, do you seek death? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my master." Upon hearing Xiao Bai's words, Qingshu could no longer contain himself. He understood Wang Yaoshan well. While he would not take minor grievances to heart, any affront to principles would incur ruthless retribution. He intervened to safeguard Xiao Bai's life, motivated by his concern for his own apprentice. Sitting quietly, Old Jin remained silent, though his eyes had turned a striking gold. Li Jing slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "How dare you bark like a dog here? Everyone, please sit down. Is this how you educate the young?" Through oppression, Wang Yaoshan gestured for them to cease their forceful treatment of Xiao Bai, signaling to Li Jing to calm down. Observing Wang Yaoshan's gesture, Qingshu and Big Head released their hold, perplexed that he remained so composed despite the gravity of the situation. Wang Yaoshan disregarded the others and addressed Xiaobai, saying, "Your question is quite astute. Have you ever pondered for whom the deities serve?" "The deities serve the heavenly court, of course," Xiaobai replied, unafraid of the pressure from those present. Speaking his mind freely, Wang Yaoshan smiled and continued, "And for whom does the heavenly court serve?" The realization began to dawn on Xiaobai as the weight of the question pressed upon him. Wang Yaoshan's voice rose in intensity. "The heavenly court exists to serve humanity." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's head drooped as if deflated. "Xiaobai, while the notions of equality among all beings and the indifference of heaven and earth are indeed valid, you must not forget your responsibilities. You exist to benefit humanity, not to bring them harm. Your powers are bestowed upon you by the people. Without their offerings and belief, you are nothing." Wang Yaoshan paused before continuing. "How many years have passed? Have you turned against those who provide for you?" The chilling realization gripped Xiaobai as he contemplated the consequences of his thoughts. If all deities shared your perspective, the world would surely descend into chaos. But if chaos ensues, who will trust you? The deities. Without faith, your powers will vanish. And should the heavenly court cease to exist, will you still retain your lofty status as a deity? I assure you, you will not. Humanity will label you as demons and monsters. As Wang Yaoshan's words resonated, cold sweat broke out on the brows of all present. With a heavy thud, Xiaobai fell to his knees on the cement floor, tears streaming down his face. "Master, I was wronged and I understand now. Our powers are granted by humanity, and our duty is to protect them. I comprehend everything now," he sobbed. The arrogance and disdain had vanished from his eyes, replaced by genuine understanding of why Wang Yaoshan was so cherished and trusted by others. Wang Yaoshan stepped forward and offered his hands to help Xiaobai rise. "Get up, you, my boy, possess remarkable abilities. When we first met, I was taken aback." His words were intended to impart truth and wisdom to Xiaobai. Having now grasped the reality, he was no longer an adversary but a potential ally. Thus, Wang Yaoshan sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Unexpectedly, not only did Xiaobai remain kneeling, but also Hu Tudai, Li Jing, Qing Xiu, Big Head, and Old Jin followed suit. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian exchanged contemplative glances, while Tian Yu continued to mindlessly stuff her mouth with food. "What on earth are you all doing? I am not dead yet. Why are you crying? You are all so disheartening. Master Uncle, your admonition to him is no less a lesson for us." Qing Xiu wept as he spoke. "Master Uncle, I finally understand why my master chose you as his disciple." Big Head, too, wept openly. "Wang, you are my idol, my guiding light." Even Old Jin, stirred by Wang Yaoshan's piercing words, felt a surge of blood coursing through him. "Wang, Master Uncle, it is time for you to eat." Lu Yu imitated their tone, speaking softly. Tian Xiaotian could no longer contain her laughter, letting out a giggle. "Do not kneel before me. I am not worthy of your reverence. It is this world you should kneel before. Arise, everyone." "Ah, Xiaobai, you should rise first. Remember, being obedient does not equate to being a good child. Possessing independent thought is the true hallmark of a virtuous youth." Wang Yaoshan lifted Xiaobai effortlessly and placed him in his seat. The others, too, complied with Wang Yaoshan's directive and resumed their seats. As Wang Yaoshan returned to his own place, Lu Yu whispered in his ear, "You truly resembled a great hero just now. I nearly shed tears, though not blow into my ear. I am sensitive." "Was I intentionally blowing?" the little rascal retorted, then pinched Wang Yaoshan's side. Wang Yaoshan raised his glass and stood, evading Lu Yu's playful attack. He then proclaimed, "Come, everyone. The fact that we gather here today is indeed a matter of fate. Let us toast to this destiny." The crowd raised their glasses once more, synchronously exclaiming, "To the world." Chapter 50. I have a salary now after partaking of the wine. The previously subdued atmosphere began to warm as the guests gradually relaxed. Xiaobai raised a glass to Wang Yaoshan. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian made no effort to intervene. "Let him drink. It's rare to see him happy that if needed, I can always use my mystical arts to dispel his intoxication." After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, only Tian Yu and Huchuoguai remained sober. Tian Yu fiddled with his phone, engrossed in a game, while Huchuoguai was nearly climbing onto Tian Yu's lap. His eyes fixated on the tiny figures on the screen, he inquired, "Are those little figures in there yours?" Tian Yu replied, somewhat exasperated, "This is called a mobile game. It's high technology. You wouldn't understand. Huchuoguai, with a blank expression, returned to his seat and pondered for a moment before quietly asking Lu Yu, "Do I have a salary?" He was cautious, fearing his words might provoke this formidable lady. It must be said, Huchuoguai was astute. He had already deduced that Wang Yaoshan was the leader of their group, and they all adhered to his ideology. However, the only one who truly instilled fear in Wang Yaoshan was his own superior. "Ah, indeed. I haven't inquired about my salary yet," Wang Yaoshan replied. "Little tiger, wait a moment. I'll go ask." Were it not for Huchuoguai's reminder, Liu would have forgotten to inquire about her compensation. "Mr. Jin, do I now belong to the Disha Group as an employee?" Liu called out loudly, not one to conceal her intentions. Wang Yaoshan heard Liu's inquiry and chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Jin, ISNT Liu also under your leadership?" "President Wang, how could I dare say that? You speak as if you would undermine me," Lu Chenghuang exclaimed. "Please, just call me Old Jin." Old Jin, sweating profusely, glanced at the two questioners, then shot a glare at Huchuoguai, as if to say, "Why bring this up?" Huchuoguai, catching Old Jin's gaze, obediently lowered his head and pitifully took 2 more bites of the roast chicken. "Old Jin, spare me the subtlety. Please speak plainly. This constant beating around the bush is tiresome." At this moment, Wang Yaoshan had consumed enough wine to speak without a hint of restraint, his true nature shining through. "Mr. Wang, under normal circumstances, Lu Chenghuang would certainly be considered an employee of the Disha Group. However, given our unique relationship, your words imply that you do not regard me as a brother." Old Jin muttered, his head bowed, his tongue seemingly tied. He had also indulged, having toasted to nearly everyone, and others had reciprocated, leaving him with 2 bottles of wine to himself. "Brother, let us not dwell on anything else. I owe you gratitude for the matter concerning the Qinghuang Temple. Let us have another drink, brother old. You are indeed my kin. It is only right." Old Jin began to act more casually. Qingshu could no longer contain himself. Hey, my master uncle is drunk and calls you brother, and you actually agree?" "His brother is my master," he exclaimed, emphatically patting Old Jin's arm. Yet, regardless of Qingshu's calls or shakes, the two seemed to have lost all awareness, sitting there unresponsive. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian, witnessing this scene, displayed no surprise. They had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. Wang Yaoshan, despite excelling in many aspects, had one glaring flaw, his abysmal tolerance for alcohol. Yet, despite this, he favored drinking with those who could drink copiously. A true embodiment of the phrase poor skill yet eager to partake. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian exchanged knowing glances, and after a silent agreement, they divided their tasks. Lu Yu stood to face Wang Yaoshan, while Tian Xiaotian swiftly approached Old Jin's side. In unison, they waved their hands swiftly before the eyes of their respective targets. Miraculously, the moment their hands passed, the previously dazed and drunken Wang Yaoshan and Old Jin suddenly appeared as if freed from a spell. Instantly regaining their lucidity, "Mr. Wang, what were we discussing just now?" Old Jin asked, bewildered as he looked at Wang Yaoshan beside him, confusion etched on his face. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Qingshu erupted like a lit powder keg, his face turning pale with excitement. "What were we discussing? I see it that my master uncle calls you brother, yet you refer to him as a sibling. Does that make sense? Is there no hierarchy or decorum left?" Qingshu exclaimed, waving his arms in indignation. "Ha ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan burst into laughter, entirely unperturbed by matters of status or hierarchy. "No worries, Old Jin. We may have indulged a bit too much." Wang Yaoshan glanced at Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu, quickly grasping the situation. Lu Yu, somewhat irritated, remarked, "You shouldn't have been drinking. I asked Mr. Jin if I belonged to the Disha Group, and if you hadn't caused a ruckus, I would have found out long ago. Lu Chenghuang undoubtedly belongs to our Disha Group as an employee, receiving a fixed monthly salary, part of which consists of earthly currency. Additionally, there are offerings from the temple. Mr. Wang and I have already agreed that construction on your Qinghuang Temple will commence immediately, and the offerings will be split 50-50, allowing you to provide for your subordinates." Old Jin stated, eager to please, knowing full well that Huchuoguai understood such matters. "What is the amount of earthly currency?" Lu Yu, being the type to probe until she had clarity, pressed on. Old Jin, glancing at Wang Yaoshan, asked, "Mr. Wang, what do you think is appropriate?" "I am not in charge of the underworld. Old Jin, do not hesitate. Whatever the amount is, it should be stated plainly. Wang Yaoshan replied, somewhat exasperated that Old Jin was deferring to him. After pondering for a moment, Old Jin finally responded, the base salary for the position of Chenghuang is 8,000 units of earthly currency, but due to the Underworld S decision, we recognize Lu Yu as an outstanding employee, elevating her to the position of Chief Chenghuang, responsible solely for Hygiene City. Her base salary will thus increase to 20,000, in addition to bonuses and performance incentives. I wonder if Lu Yu has any objections? Wow, that's quite a sum, little rascal, did you hear? I've been promoted, Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly to Wang Yaoshan. Now that she was to receive a salary, how could she not be overjoyed? Yet, Lu Yu's thoughts remained quite innocent. She had not contemplated why she was deemed an outstanding employee or why Old Jin would offer her such a generous salary. Come, Old Jin, let us drink again. Wang Yaoshan understood that Old Jin's actions were meant to uphold his reputation. All right then, Old Jin replied with a beaming smile, downing another drink before continuing, Lu Chenghuang. Your subordinates belong to the Disha Group but are not part of the underworld. Their salary and earthly currency will be provided by the Disha Group, but they will receive no underworld salary. However, they may convert their earthly currency if needed. You need not worry about this. Old Jin's generosity was indeed substantial, swiftly resolving the fundamental concerns of these employees. Mr. Jin, I raise my glass to you in gratitude. Lu Yu lifted her glass towards Old Jin, her joy uncontainable, her smile nearly stretching to the heavens. Let us not be formal. Ha 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 ha. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to come to me. The group continued to toast and drink. Upon hearing Old Jin's declaration, Hu Chuoguai clenched his fists in excitement, though his demeanor remained nonchalant. I can finally buy a phone. Chapter 51. How shall we arrange this? After the feast, Wang Yaoshan did not leave. He took the lead in clearing the remnants of the meal. Master Uncle, please do not trouble yourself. Go rest. Allow us to handle this, Qingshu said with a beaming smile as he grasped Wang Yaoshan's arm. Wang Yaoshan, perplexed, was not pleased by Qingshu's words. What's wrong? Am I not human? Am I merely to eat and not do my part to assist you? Do you truly consider me a pig? Qingshu was left bewildered. What had come over his master uncle? Had he drunk too much? Why was he lashing out at everyone? He had not spoken anything particularly outrageous. Old Jin had begun to tidy up alongside Wang Yaoshan. Explaining to Qingshu, what Mr. Wang means is that we are all equal. How do you not understand this? Xiaobai, organizing the wine bottles, added, Master Yi wishes to convey that there is no distinction of high or low among the three realms. All must serve one another. There is no special treatment. Oh, you've become quite clever. Wang Yaoshan beamed with joy, completely disregarding the grease-stained hands he bore. Eagerly, he turned around, yearning to embrace Xiaobai. However, just as he was about to reach Xiaobai, Lu Yu, standing nearby, hastily interjected, Hey, take a look at your hands. They're filthy with oil, and observe how clean and tidy this child is. You must be careful not to soil him. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Wang Yaoshan froze, his outstretched hand retracting as if struck by an electric shock. He stood there, dazed, a hint of awkwardness and helplessness etched on his face. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaobai took a few tentative steps towards Wang Yaoshan and opened his arms wide. Embracing him tightly, ha, isn't this perfect? Lu Yu's thoughtfulness shines through, Xiaobai exclaimed, glancing up at Lu Yu with his big, sparkling eyes, brimming with innocent charm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon quickened her pace to reach Xiaobai. Crouching down, she gently enveloped him in her embrace. In that moment, a wave of indescribable warmth and joy surged within her. It had been ages since anyone had affectionately called her sister. This unexpected term seemed to touch the softest recesses of her heart, stirring memories of her beloved younger brother from her past life. Perhaps it was this shared sentiment of familial affection that endeared Lu Yu even more to the adorable little fellow before her. Xiaobai, with his wide, expressive eyes, gazed intently at Wang Yaoshan and said, Why don't you hold me for a while? I'm about to suffocate. Realizing her grip had been too tight, Lu Yu quickly released him, affectionately ruffling Xiaobai's hair before returning to her dishwashing. Master, although Xiaobai has been reborn as a human and possesses a physical form, he retains his memories, albeit appearing as a child of 6 or 7, Qingshu remarked, having completed his task and now approaching Wang Yaoshan. Yes, I understand. This child is indeed quite endearing, Wang Yaoshan replied. After a brief flurry of activity, the group finally settled down in the courtyard for a moment of respite. Wang Yaoshan stood in the center of the small yard, his brows knitted in concern. Today, this modest courtyard was simply inadequate to accommodate such a multitude of guests. Casting a glance around, he shook his head in resignation. The small dwelling comprised only 3 bedrooms. Li Jing had already claimed one, while Qingshu naturally occupied another. That left only one room for Dada and Xiaobai to share. Thus, all 3 bedrooms had been accounted for, leaving no spare space. Yet, a dilemma arose. What of the tiger-headed creature? Surely, he could not sleep outdoors. Wang Yaoshan pondered this and concluded that the only solution was to bring the tiger-headed creature back to his own home. Lu Yu and Tian Yu would certainly return to their own places, but as for Xiao Tian. With this thought, Wang Yaoshan quietly approached Tian Xiao Tian and asked, Xiao Tian, today, will you come back to my place? Or will you return to your own home? As he spoke, a rosy hue crept across his fair complexion, his lips quivering as he hesitated, his gaze flitting nervously away, unable to meet hers. Meanwhile, his long fingers fidgeted with the fabric of his clothing, sometimes tugging at the hem, other times caressing the collar, as if to ease the tension and unease within him. For someone like Wang Yaoshan, who had yet to navigate the complexities of life, confronting this situation left him utterly at a loss for words, for any expression might lead others to suspect he harbored ulterior motives. Upon hearing his inquiry, Tian Xiaotian turned her gaze toward Wang Yaoshan. She keenly sensed his unusual demeanor, and the shyness that had once lingered in her heart vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming urge to tease and provoke this young man. Therefore, she deliberately blinked her enchanting eyes and allowed a mischievous smile to play at the corners of her mouth. Where would you like me to go? She countered, refraining from answering directly. Wang Yaoshan's cheeks flushed crimson at her response. I'm fine with anything. Maybe you should come with me. You and Lu Yu are good friends, after all, and it would be nice to have some company. His voice dwindled to a whisper, so faint that even he could scarcely discern his own words. What are you two whispering about? Lu Yu observed, her eyes fixed on the pair. She understood that Wang Yaoshan harbored feelings for Tian Xiaotian, and that Xiaotian reciprocated those sentiments. Given her own unconventional background, she held no qualms about a man having multiple partners, yet jealousy still stirred within her. Yaoshan just asked me where we'll be staying tonight. Tian Xiaotian said, casting a glance at Wang Yaoshan and speaking loudly enough for all to hear. Women, beware of falling into the whirlpool of love, Lu Yu thought, noting the shift in Tian Xiaotian, who had transformed from a poised and graceful lady into someone playful and teasing. Before Wang Yaoshan could explain himself, Lu Yu interjected, of course, you'll be staying with me? Isn't there already a place for you at Dudeness? Why would Xiaotian want to go back to her own place? Xiaotian, you needn't stay alone. If you're worried about being bored, you can bring your little dolls along. They'll keep you entertained and ward off any lecherous men. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan wished he could vanish into thin air. The implications were far too blatant. Who is the lecher? I'm over 50 chapters in. Have I ever done anything remotely lecherous? The group stared in surprise at Lu Yu's words. Qingshu quickly approached Wang Yaoshan, saying, Master, it seems it's your turn now. When will you give me a little junior brother to play with? Old Jean stepped up beside Wang Yaoshan. Admiration etched on his face. Wang, Xiaotian is famously known as the Frost Goddess, rarely even glancing at others. You truly are my idol. What has gotten into you all? She says one thing, and you all jump to conclusions. A little junior brother? What will he do, grow a beard? Wang Yaoshan retorted, feeling the weight of the situation. I'm merely concerned about the cramped sleeping arrangements and thought of Xiaotian, hence my inquiry. Wang Yaoshan realized that he could only play the fool, for no one was there to rescue him. Just then, a surprising interjection came from Tianyu. Sister, you ought not to speak so carelessly. Friends' wives should not be trifled with. If you continue, I may have to sue you for defamation. Thinking Lu Yu was referring to him, Tianyu quickly stepped forward to clarify his stance. You are indeed quite impolite. Wang Yaoshan shot a glare at him, yet inwardly grateful for his brother's timely intervention. Laney, should I become emperor in my next life, I shall undoubtedly make you my prince. Chapter 52. We are brothers amidst laughter and farewells. The tiger-headed creature approached. From today onward, you shall reside with me. Wang Yaoshan instructed the tiger-headed creature who was about to return to his own quarters. Oh, the creature replied, displaying little emotion. acquiescing to whatever Wang Yaoshan decided. Oh, and make sure to bring those two Jin beasts along. With that, Wang Yaoshan, Lu Yu, and Xiao Tian exited the courtyard at that moment. Silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the tiger-headed creature walking slowly towards the Jin beasts. Each of his powerful strides seemed to resonate with weight. The previously peaceful sheep, disturbed by the creature's movement, blinked awake. "Little tiger, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? What are you up to?" The big sheep grumbled, rubbing its bleary eyes with mild annoyance. "Exactly. We were just having a good sleep, and now you've roused us. How inconsiderate." The second sheep chimed in, echoing the complaint. "Humph, we are not of the same kind. And we have no interest in you. Don't think you can sleep with us." The big sheep scolded the tiger-headed creature without restraint, words firing off like a barrage. Hearing the reprimand, the tiger-headed creature felt a twinge of embarrassment but stood firm. Replying, "You both have misunderstood. Wang Yaoshan sent me to bring you back to his home." With no other recourse, he had to invoke Wang Yaoshan's name, knowing full well that the two horned creatures possessed greater magical prowess than he. "Oh, then let us hurry," the second sheep urged, impatient with the creature's slowness. The tiger-headed creature sighed inwardly, wishing to remain silent. Ever since following Wang Yaoshan, he hadn't had the chance to cultivate it all. His days were spent cleaning and performing menial tasks. Under another's roof, one must bow their head. Meanwhile, Wang Yaoshan and the others had already ventured quite far, feeling a sudden gust of wind behind them. In the blink of an eye, the wind rushed forth, bringing the big and second sheep, their faces distorted by the breeze, to Wang Yaoshan's side. "Master, where are we heading?" the big sheep inquired. "Are we going to Xiaotian's house?" "I don't want to go there. Xiaotian always feeds us dog food. I don't like that stuff," the second sheep added. "Both of you, close your mouths. Your chatter is too loud. We're not going to Xiaotian's, but to my own home. You've never been there, right? I promise I won't feed you dog food. You can have leftovers instead." With that, Wang Yaoshan silenced the two Jin beasts, who had been ungrateful for Xiaotian's kind offerings. He then turned to the tiger-headed creature. "Here, take this. When you return, let Xiaotian arrange a card for you." As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan produced a square box and handed it to the tiger-headed creature. "Wow, the latest model of the Yili 56 Pro Small." Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise as she watched Wang Yaoshan unveil the box. Just moments ago, as Wang Yaoshan stepped out the door, he curiously inquired, "Why does that tiger look so lethargic and disinterested today?" At that moment, Tianyu happened to pass by, and upon hearing his words, couldn't help but chuckle, casually replying, "Haha, you don't know? Earlier, it saw me playing a game and came over to ask if the little figures running around on my screen were my pets. It's adorably clueless. I bet this fellow has never encountered a smartphone before." With that, Tianyu laughed heartily as she walked past them. At that moment, Lu Yu seemed to suddenly remember something, slapping his forehead and saying, "Oh right, about the salary question at the dinner table. It wasn't me who first asked Lao Jin about the pay. It was that tiger who came over to ask me first. I found it quite strange at the time. And only later did I realize I should inquire about the specifics from Lao Jin. But you were already quite intoxicated by then, so you definitely didn't hear anything." I understand. You all head home first? "I'll be back shortly," Wang Yaoshan said without waiting for anyone else to speak. Disappearing from his spot, in an instant, he arrived at a store dedicated to selling Yili, with the crowd bustling. No one noticed him. Wang Yaoshan understood that a demon cultivator like the tiger, lacking foundation, strength, and background, would only face endless exploitation over at Qingxiu. All the dirty and exhausting work would inevitably fall upon him, leaving him no time for cultivation. This trivial matter plunged Wang Yaoshan into deep self-reproach. He simply wished for everyone around him to live fairly in this world, surrounded by care and love. After paying, he exited the store, seeking a secluded spot before instantly returning to Lu Yu's side. Before Lu Yu could speak, the Jin beast had already approached them. This was the sequence of events. The tiger-headed monster opened the box handed to him by Wang Yaoshan with eager anticipation, revealing a finely crafted smartphone in his hands. However, at that moment, he suddenly trembled, tears welling up. "Wang, just call me Yaoshan like everyone else. Or you can call me Brother Shan. Please don't always refer to me as Wang Shangxian. It makes me sound like some sort of deity." Wang Yaoshan dreaded it when others cried, for he lacked the ability to console. He could only strive to lighten the mood and bring joy to others. Brother Shan, thank you, the tiger-headed monster said, attempting to kneel. But Wang Yaoshan quickly assisted him up. No need for that. We are all grown men here. It wouldn't be good for others to see us like this on the street. Stop crying. We are brothers now. When we get back, Tianyu will teach you how to play. Technology has advanced so rapidly that it takes most people a while to adapt. Wang Yaoshan earnestly comforted the tiger. Don't worry, with me around, you'll surely master it in no time. If you want to play games together, I can take you along, he assured. Tianyu could fully empathize with the tiger's feelings. After all, it was only because of his connection with Wang Yaoshan that he had entered this unfamiliar world. This was the first time since joining Wang Yaoshan that the tiger felt the warmth of home. At that moment, he realized that the hardships he had endured were not burdensome at all. All right, Brother Shan. All right, Brother Tianyu, the tiger exclaimed, instantly transitioning from tears to laughter. It was indeed worth celebrating to be acknowledged by others, especially when those who recognized him treated him as family. Let's go. Let's go. Wang Yaoshan took hold of the Zhen beast's leash and strode purposefully in the direction of home. Within half an hour, they returned to Wang Yaoshan's luxurious mansion. The sight before the tiger and Zhen beast left them utterly spellbound. Master, with your abilities, why do you still let us endure such hardships? De Yang quipped. Without experiencing poverty, one cannot truly live. Without facing adversity, one remains eternally naive. Heroes are forged in the crucible of suffering. Wealth and power are transient. Who becomes angry in a drunken stupor, with a horse and spear? One can dominate the world. Do you understand? Don't argue with me. I'm trying to instill in you a spirit of hard work, Wang Yaoshan retorted. But we are not human, Yang countered. Then strive to become human. A dog that does not aspire to be human is not a good sheep. Wang Yaoshan's words even amused himself. The two Zhen beasts pondered what their master truly meant. Tianyu took the leash, leading De Yang and Yang to their den. Afterward, Wang Yaoshan gestured to the tiger-headed monster, who immediately grasped his intention, and the two concealed themselves around the corner. When Tianyu approached, they let out a howl, startling him. Once he recovered, he chased after the duo. At this moment, Xiao Tian and Lu Yu had already settled on the sofa, watching the three boys playfully tussling with each other, their hearts filled with unprecedented joy. Chapter 53. The Unexpected Letter. Brother Shan, Tiger, come quickly. There's a new mode in this game I'm playing. Brother Shan, help me strategize. Tianyu called out for quite some time, but received no response from Wang Yaoshan. Noting the silence, he plopped down on the sofa, slowly exploring the new mode. Lu Yu, initially engrossed in a magazine, heard Tianyu shout but noticed Wang Yaoshan's lack of response. Lousy egg, come here, Lu Yu called out. Hiding in the corner, Wang Yaoshan replied. What is it? Lu Yu, exasperated, urged. Hurry up with resignation. Wang Yaoshan replied. Speak your mind. Fuming, Lu Yu insisted. Come. In less than a second, Wang Yaoshan stood before Lu Yu, exclaiming, What is the rush? I was hiding quite well with the tiger. Your call just exposed us. Lu Yu didn't want to discourage him, but how could her silly egg be so oblivious? The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became, unable to resist saying, Some people are already sitting on the sofa playing games while you're still hiding. You are the silliest one, lousy egg. You act like a child. Before Wang Yaoshan could retort, the tiger-headed monster emerged from behind a pillar. Having overheard Lu Yu's words and couldn't help but interject, that's not called silly. That's called innocence. A man remains a boy until death. The tiger-headed monster naturally sided with Wang Yaoshan, for he was a good brother and family who could accompany him in carefree play. Whatever your title or position, it doesn't matter, Lu Yu declared, showing no mercy to the tiger. Wang Yaoshan, forcing a smile, quietly murmured, We are both in the same boat, and stifled his laughter. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, the tiger doubled over in laughter. Why does a tiger laugh like a duck? Wang Yaoshan remarked, unable to contain his amusement. Their laughter elicited eye rolls and curses from Lu Yu. Shameless, aren't you, lousy egg? Come sit down. Wang Yaoshan pondered what had gotten into Lu Yu, sensing her sudden irritability. It must be. He obediently sat beside Lu Yu, slowly extending his hand to rest on her abdomen. Lu Yu gasped softly, clearly startled by Wang Yaoshan's gesture. She glanced around, relieved that no one was watching them. Wang Yaoshan's action caused his face to flush crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Yet, he did not cease his actions. Lu Yu's previously agitated demeanor dissipated like mist in the wind, replaced by a tender, shy expression reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom in spring. She gently turned her head aside, gradually leaning against Wang Yaoshan's broad shoulder. At that moment, Lu Yu's voice softened, barely above a whisper as she asked, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." A hint of playful reproach laced her words. Wang Yaoshan, with a serious expression, replied, "I'm merely keeping your belly warm. You're on your period. You mustn't get angry or anxious. To hell with your period," Lu Yu retorted, delivering a punch to Wang Yaoshan's face. Caught off guard at such close range, he had no time to dodge. The sudden blow left him seeing stars, and the surrounding crowd was momentarily frozen in shock, as if the air had solidified. "Laney, go fetch me an ice pack from the refrigerator. My eye hurts," Wang Yaoshan shouted in pain. Lu Yu, realizing she had overreacted, briefly displayed a look of regret but stubbornly said, "Who told you to speak carelessly?" Wang Yaoshan, still holding his face, replied with a pout, "I thought you were unwell." Seeing the two still bickering, Tian Xiaotian approached and whispered a few words to Lu Yu. "Really?" Lu Yu's expression turned to one of astonished disbelief, her mouth agape as if she had heard some scandalous gossip. Tian Xiaotian nodded slightly, and even Wang Yaoshan, who was in close proximity, could not catch what they were saying. Upon seeing Tian Xiaotian nod, Lu Yu dashed upstairs to the restroom, shutting the door behind her. "Does it hurt? Let me see." Tian Xiaotian's gentle demeanor still managed to envelop Wang Yaoshan in warmth amidst the turmoil. Slowly, he lowered his hand to reveal the skin near his left eye. Now swollen and red, Tian Xiaotian merely blew gently on his eye, and instantly, the pain dissipated. Wang Yaoshan was astounded, exclaiming, "Xiaotian, you truly possess miraculous healing hands." He reflected on himself, wondering if he should learn the healing techniques left by his master. Having previously only pursued methods to enhance his abilities and offensive skills, it led to a situation where excessive drinking required others to bear the brunt of one's intoxication and injuries necessitated others to provide care. Just as he bowed his head in contemplation, the Zhan beast suddenly let out a frantic howl, as if sensing an imminent threat. Wang Yaoshan quickly gathered his thoughts, fully aware that the Zhan beast's cries were instinctual warnings, indicating the presence of something unclean nearby. "Deyong, Eryong, cease your howling," he commanded, rising to step outside. Peering through the peephole, he observed a mist swirling in the air, ethereal and elusive. "Poisonous mist," he exclaimed, hastily opening the door, only to find the streetlight illuminating an empty space. At that moment, the Zhan beast also ceased its frenzied barking. Something was amiss. He had clearly activated his clairvoyance, allowing him to see all manner of spirits and demons. There was undeniably a malevolent aura present, yet no trace was visible. Vigilantly, he prepared to close the door, but as he instinctively lowered his gaze, he noticed a letter quietly resting at his doorstep. Without further ado, he picked up the letter and forcefully shut the door, all the while setting a protective barrier. Upon returning indoors, the expressions of those present turned tense, for they too felt the oppressive presence of sinister energy, except for Tianyu, who remained oblivious, clutching an ice pack and gazing at Wang Yaoshan in confusion. "Brother Shan, here's your ice pack," Tian Xiaotian inquired. "Yaoshan, have you made any discoveries?" the tiger-headed monster added. "Is there something unclean about?" Wang Yaoshan scanned the surroundings, suddenly realizing Lu Yu had yet to descend. Instantly, he activated his divine powers, his spiritual light penetrating the confines of his home, directly locking onto Lu Yu's aura. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Though his face flushed with embarrassment, my abilities seem excessively potent, allowing me such clarity. Alas, how many thrilling chapters have I missed? He composed himself and spoke slowly. "Do not worry. There is nothing amiss. It is likely just a wandering spirit passing by." Wang Yaoshan reassured the group. However, Tian Xiaotian sensed Wang Yaoshan's unease and leaned closer to whisper, "Yaoshan, if you uncover anything, you must share it. Do not let me worry about you. I will certainly support you. I know you fear for their concerns, but have you considered who will ensure their safety if something were to happen to you?" As she spoke, Tian Xiaotian took Wang Yaoshan's hand firmly. Hearing her words, Wang Yaoshan suddenly comprehended, responding, "Xiaotian, you are right. At times I do indulge in a hero complex. I forget that our collective strength lies in unity. I discovered a letter outside," he proclaimed loudly, startling everyone. Just as Lu Yu began to descend the stairs, Wang Yaoshan scrutinized her closely. Nothing seemed amiss, save for her change from a dress to trousers. Chapter 54. The enemy that leaps forth is not to be feared. Lu Yu lifted her gaze. Locking eyes with Wang Yaoshan, she struggled to find the words to seek his forgiveness. Are you all right? Did you feel the intense dark energy just now? Wang Yaoshan, aware of her discomfort, deliberately shifted the topic. Seeing him divert the conversation, Lu Yu felt relief from her earlier embarrassment, yet the dark energy felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of. She pondered in silence for a while. Those around her withheld their prompts. Fearing to disrupt her thoughts, it resembled the dark energy encountered when rescuing her from the Criminal Investigation Division, and also the three ingathering formations. Before she could finish, Wang Yaoshan interjected, "You are correct in your feelings." He produced the letter, handing it to Tian Xiaotian. "Xiaotian, please read it aloud." Without hesitation, Tian Xiaotian opened the letter, reading, "Esteemed Immortal Yaoshan, I humbly present my regards alongside numerous spirits. Jiazhe inquires about Lu Qinghuang's well-being. I offer the bronze corpses as a gift, hoping to wish Lu Qinghuang a prosperous career. May you not forget us. Surely, Immortal Yaoshan, each time you recall this, it will remain etched in your memory. We await your esteemed presence in Shoshan, honored to partake in such an occasion. From today forth, all mundane matters of hygiene shall no longer concern us." Listening to Tian Xiaotian, Wang Yaoshan frowned, remarking, "What nonsensical ramblings are these?" Tian Xiaotian pointed out, "There is another letter in plain language." Following her cue, Wang Yaoshan took the envelope, extracting a sheet of paper. Unfolding it, he read, "Dear Immortal Yaoshan, greetings. I have heard of your cordial relations with the celestial beings of the three realms. A most fortunate affair. On behalf of myself and the myriad spirits under my command, I extend sincere greetings. I wonder if the esteemed Immortal remembers a certain classmate named Jiazhe. He has been deeply concerned for Lu Yu and has entrusted me to convey his warm regards. Furthermore, concerning the congratulatory gift from Hygiene, I trust you have received it. The three bronze corpses were meticulously crafted by me, and the formation originated from my hand. Alas, my abilities are limited, and this is all I could manage. Nevertheless, I sincerely congratulate Lu Yu on her ascension to the position of Qinghuang and anticipate her future success. I hope you shall not forget us. Regarding this humble gift, I wonder if it meets your satisfaction? Should there be any shortcomings, I hope you will be forgiving. Surely, whenever the terrifying image of the bronze corpses crosses your mind, you will naturally associate it with us. For us, that suffices. Yet, I harbor a small desire to meet you. Immortal Yaoshan, face to face, we await your arrival in Shanqing with great joy. One can only imagine the lively scene when you grace us with your presence. It would be a profound honor for me to witness such a historic moment. As for Hygiene, from this day forth, any unforeseen circumstances will have no bearing on us. Moreover, we solemnly promise never to set foot in Hygiene again. Should you not arrive in Shanqing within a month, we would not dare to impose. However, we must remind you that many mortals remain in your vicinity. As for their survival, we cannot make any promises. Should you perceive this as a threat, I must candidly admit, yes, it is indeed a blatant threat. Should you dare to reject our demands, I will relentlessly create various troubles and calamities for you, leaving you overwhelmed and suffering. Lastly, regarding my name, it is not of paramount importance. After all, the day will come when we shall meet in person, and everything shall be revealed then. Enjoy your remaining time. Yours sincerely, an anonymous individual. Having read the letter, Wang Yaoshan realized that the mastermind behind the entire affair had finally emerged. Albeit through such a direct approach. Yaoshan, at least Hygiene is safe for now. As for whether to go to Shanqing, we will follow your lead, Tian Xiaotian said gently. Humph, that scoundrel Jiazhe dares to greet me? Lu Yu, filled with disdain, retorted, the audacity. I can hardly contain my desire to shatter him into 1,000 pieces, obliterating his very soul. The tiger-headed monster, seemingly understanding, approached. Brother Shan, is this not a declaration of war? Wang Yaoshan nodded. You are quite astute, Tiger. But why would he so openly challenge us? Is it due to their lack of concern? I doubt it. They could easily avoid provoking me, yet they choose this method to incite my anger. The true meaning of this letter eludes me, yet one thing is clear. He seeks to bring us greater troubles and dilemmas. Fortunately, for now, it seems he does not wish to end my life. However, we must remain vigilant. Who knows how his intentions may shift as events unfold? After all, human hearts are unpredictable, and circumstances can change in an instant. Wang Yaoshan's analysis was spot on. The adversary had laid bare their intentions, using provocation to compel him to Shansheng. If they were truly deadly foes, they could have refrained from sending such a letter and continued their schemes in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. This would have been the simplest course of action. Tian Yu now grasped Wang Yaoshan's meaning. So, are you going to Shansheng? He asked, his brow furrowed, a look of deep concern etched on his face. He feared for his dear brother's safety. Yes, I shall certainly go. I still have much to improve within this month. Do not worry. You must trust in your brother, Wang Yaoshan assured him softly, having noticed the glimmer of tears in Tian Yu's eyes. At this moment, everyone was burdened with thoughts, and Wang Yaoshan recognized that he was the pillar of strength among them. Anyone could falter, but he must not. He realized that to increase their chances of success, he must practice diligently. In recent days, I have squandered much time, with little progress in my own ethereal abilities. In truth, the other party is also compelling me to advance. As long as I remain alive, every problem and predicament serves as a motivation for my growth. Chapter 55. The reason behind the name Tiger. Through today's correspondence, a new goal has emerged for everyone. As for Wang Yaoshan's current mental fortitude, it is unparalleled. Previously, he transcended the thunder tribulation, directly entering the realm of the profound immortal. Not to mention going without sleep for 2 or 3 days, he could easily engage in a week-long training session. Xiao Tian and Lu Yu are exchanging cultivation techniques, a choice that significantly aids their elevation in cultivation realms. Their situations are quite similar. They both practice a form of feminine, yielding energy, and being workers of the underworld. The entire room is suffused with a heavy yin energy. Wang Yaoshan continues his own practice, bewildered by the sudden influx of yin energy. What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said that one should not step into the sea? He feels a vast tide of yin energy rising from his own abode. Upon opening his enlightened eyes, the truth becomes evident. If he were to exchange his pure yang techniques with the two of them, he would undoubtedly fall into a state of madness. Alas, the yin is abundant while the yang is diminished. Wang Yaoshan sighs, not out of anything else, but rather because the tiger beside him has remained stagnant for 2 hours. Showing no sign of progress, it turns out that 2 hours prior, everyone had reached an agreement to exert their utmost efforts to enhance their realms and the proficiency of their techniques within this month, supervising and reminding one another. Apart from his own cultivation, Wang Yaoshan has taken on the role of mentor to the tiger. What choice does he have? After all, the tiger is male and practices a pure yang technique. If he does not teach, should he allow the tiger to learn from the two girls? Who knows what kind of monster that might produce? Yet, this predicament leaves Wang Yaoshan in a quandary. Although Qing Su and Danao called him Shishu, it does not imply that he has ever taken on disciples. The tiger has also become accustomed to self-cultivation without a master. Now, both are novices embarking on this journey for the first time. After inquiring about the tiger's condition and careful consideration, Wang Yaoshan presented 3 pure yang technique manuals to the tiger, all pertaining to damage skills. His primary concern is that the heart techniques of the celestial beings differ fundamentally from those of the demon race. Forcing the tiger to learn heart techniques or mental cultivation methods might do more harm than good. Wang Yaoshan helplessly remarked, "Look at others, look at you, and look at the oldly next door." Upon hearing this, the tiger-headed creature was momentarily taken aback, halting its flow of energy before responding, "Big brother, what heart technique are you speaking of? Who is the oldly? It's not a heart technique. It's a palm technique." Palm technique. Seeing the tiger-headed creature deep in thought, Wang Yaoshan couldn't help but admire its perseverance. At least it is diligently contemplating. But really, why must it cultivate? Why not simply enjoy life as an ordinary tiger in a zoo, where it can still earn its keep without worry? Why strive so hard? My point is, can't you see that this overwhelming energy has pervaded our room? After speaking, Wang Yaoshan shot the tiger a glare. "Big brother, wait for me. I will be right back." Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, the tiger-headed creature seemed to be stimulated and promptly exited the room. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback, not having the chance to inquire before the creature was already gone. Moments later, he heard the tiger-headed creature shout, "Listen carefully. I am the tiger-headed creature. If you continue cultivating in this room filled with yin energy, I will make it unbearable for you." Just as the last word was about to escape its lips, Two powerful streams of celestial energy surged towards the tiger-headed creature's face. This was followed by a series of clattering sounds that persisted for a full half-hour, disturbing even the slumbering Tianyu. What is going on? Are they cooking already? Those who cultivate are truly different, he mused, filled with envy, before turning back to sleep. Yaoshan, hurry and bring him back. I can't control Lu Yu. Can't control Lu Yu? It's as if you haven't fought before. Wang Yaoshan thought to himself but dared not voice it. All right, I understand. I don't know what has gotten into this child. Perhaps he has fallen into madness. Don't hit him. Keep an eye on your disciple. If you keep saying useless things, I'll hit you too. Lu Yu's furious shout echoed. Hearing her roar, Wang Yaoshan, who had just stepped out, retreated back inside. He pouted, mimicking Lu Yu's voice. I'll hit you too, with a face full of disdain. It's not like you haven't hit before. Humph. Only when he heard the door slam shut did he dare to exit the room. He hastened to the side of the tiger-headed creature and whispered, You are just causing trouble for me. Why are you provoking them? You are a real tiger. At that moment, the tiger-headed creature was already bruised and battered. Its head swollen to an impressive size. Its originally square head had been transformed into a round visage. It attempted to speak, but as soon as it opened its mouth, drool spilled out. Enough. No more talking. Let me help you inside, Wang Yaoshan said, suppressing his laughter as he assisted the limping tiger-headed creature back into the room. Once the door was securely shut, Wang Yaoshan resumed his normal tone. You truly have a lot of nerve. How dare you speak like that? Lu Yu is your direct superior. What will you do if she decides to make things difficult for you in the future? Upon returning to the room, Wang Yaoshan began to educate the tiger-headed creature. The tiger-headed creature was taken aback, its eyes wide. To say it resembled a transformed giant panda would not be far-fetched. For the area around its eyes had turned dark, it fixed a fierce gaze on Wang Yaoshan, as if to say, What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I can't understand you. Wang Yaoshan genuinely did not comprehend what the creature was saying. Seeing that Wang Yaoshan ignored him, the creature grew increasingly agitated. What do you mean? The Yin energy is furious. It continued to escalate. And soon, tears streamed down its face. Well, what do you mean? The Yin energy is furious. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yaoshan finally grasped the tiger-headed creature's meaning. Isn't it you who mentioned that the room is filled with Yin energy? Realizing this, Wang Yaoshan burst into laughter. I did say the room was filled with Yin energy, but I never meant for you to go out and provoke them. What I meant was that we must strive harder to surpass them. Aiming for a room filled with Yang energy. Stop crying, tiger. It's all right, I'll treat your injuries. Hearing Wang Yaoshan's comforting words, the tiger-headed creature understood that it had misconstrued his intentions. It wiped its tears and calmed down, then looked expectantly at Wang Yaoshan, urging him to take action. Wang Yaoshan thought to himself, this is a great opportunity. He had never mastered any healing techniques. Typically, he relied on Tian Shoutian and Lu Yu when he drank too much. Without their help, he would just end up vomiting. However, during these 2 hours, he had learned the entire celestial healing technique. Although he had grasped the theory and could recite the incantations fluently without practical experience, he was unsure of his current capabilities. Just when everything seemed ready, the moment he had been waiting for arrived. Thanks to the tiger-headed creature. With a serious expression, Wang Yaoshan treasured this opportunity. He began chanting incantations. Waving his hands, miraculously, the tiger-headed creature's injuries vanished, and its round head transformed back to its original square shape. The tiger-headed creature felt no pain anymore, though it could not comprehend why the room was still so dark. Wang Yaoshan looked down and could no longer hold back his laughter, erupting into a fit of joy. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 56. The Giant Sword of the Great Tongue. Wang Yaoshan found it impossible to contain himself. The tiger-headed creature was no longer recognizable. The ears that once grew on either side had migrated to the top of its head, while the eyebrows remained in place, but where the eyes should be was simply a mouth. With the nose sitting below, the eyebrows now resembled whiskers. Although it was amusing, what had happened to the tiger's eyes? Surely, they hadn't vanished. Wang Yaoshan pondered this as the tiger-headed creature opened its mouth to ask, Why is it so dark now? Oh, it's better now, it flickers. He noticed the creature's eyes spinning wildly within its mouth. Ha ha ha. Tiger, listen carefully. Do not speak, and keep your mouth shut. Wang Yaoshan warned as he prepared to perform the celestial healing technique once again. The tiger-headed creature, perplexed by Wang Yaoshan's laughter, instinctively touched its face. This touch, however, sent it spiraling into tears once again. Did you move my entire being? It was just healing. Why did you rearrange my features? What? Stop crying. Just keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'm frightened to look. Frightened? No, it's just too funny to behold. Wang Yaoshan struggled to stifle his laughter, but he could not help it. Tears streamed down his face as he pressed his body against the wall. I can't take it anymore. Just wait a moment. Let me laugh a bit longer. Remember, don't say anything. The tiger-headed creature patiently waited for Wang Yaoshan to finish laughing, thinking to itself, it can't get any worse than this, can it? I might as well cooperate with him. Let us treat this as a last-ditch effort. After 5 minutes, Wang Yaoshan regained his composure and began anew, chanting the incantation in his heart and waving his hands. Miraculously, the disarray of features returned to their rightful places. The tiger-headed creature immediately reached out to touch its face, confirming that the nose was indeed a nose, and the ears were where they were supposed to be. It excitedly gazed at Wang Yaoshan. Big brother, you're truly amazing. Enough flattery. This is merely my standard performance. Tiger, have you ever watched animated series? Wang Yaoshan inquired earnestly. Big brother, I've often watched them after transforming. I am not sure which one you mean. The tiger-headed creature straightened up, sensing the seriousness in Wang Yaoshan's expression, which likely pertained to their cultivation. There's an animated series called Pokemon. Have you seen it? The tiger was adorned with a head full of question marks. He had never even heard of this animated series. What is there to it, brother? You've never seen it, he exclaimed, reminiscent of the character Dazabe from Pokemon, with eyes seemingly sprouting from his mouth. Before Wang Yaoshan could finish his sentence, he erupted into hearty laughter. Half an hour later, the two resumed their training. Wang Yaoshan was just about to circulate the energy within him, striving to reach the celestial realm, when the tiger-headed creature interjected, Brother, why have you given me 3 volumes of celestial arts, all named after sword techniques? Look, this one is called Heavenly Sword Technique, this one is Silver Sword Technique, and this one is Great Sword Comparison. Upon hearing the inquiry, Wang Yaoshan candidly expressed his thoughts. Tiger, have you ever heard of the 18 weapons? The tiger-headed creature, beaming with a triumphant smile, thought to himself that he had finally hit the nail on the head. He hastily replied, Indeed. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, whips, clubs, hammers, flails, staves, poles, rods, and meteorites. I am well versed in every form of weaponry, whether they wield hooks, points, blades, barbs, or even the famed May needles and chains, proficient. Wang Yaoshan casually replied, as if reciting memories etched in his mind. Mundane. Thank you, brother, for your flattery. I often hear this from Qingshu Zhenjuan, the great bodyguard. The tiger-headed creature, brimming with pride and gratitude towards Wang Yaoshan, was taken aback by the fact that the latter could seamlessly connect with him. Wang Yaoshan shook his head, pondering the frightening nature of his own theories. Well, since you are aware of these 18 weapons, then you must know that the sword is the king of all weapons. The tiger-headed creature nodded in agreement. Wang Yaoshan then inquired, Are you not called Shanjun? Indeed, I am called Tiger, also known as Shanjun. The tiger-headed creature seemed to have found a glimmer of understanding. It is quite fitting, isn't it? They both bear the title of Jun. Moreover, these 3 volumes are all pure yang techniques, which will not conflict with your own cultivation methods. They align perfectly with your disposition, so learn them. They are all knowledge. With that, Wang Yaoshan stroked his non-existent beard, adopting the demeanor of a mentor. Only you could achieve such balance. Others would fail miserably. The tiger-headed creature listened to Wang Yaoshan's explanations, feeling a sense of helplessness. He hung his head, several times on the verge of retorting, yet each time suppressing his words. Let us practice. Although it may seem futile, at least it is harmless, as long as it doesn't lead to my demise. The tiger's instincts and methods of attack were entirely beyond Wang Yaoshan's contemplation. The tiger-headed creature had previously encountered foes relying solely on his sharp claws and swift movements to exploit their weaknesses, aiming for a swift kill. Now, however, having become Wang Yaoshan's disciple, he was learning sword techniques. In the future, when facing adversaries, this refinement might indeed grant him an advantage. June. Nevertheless, he secretly rejoiced, relieved that he maintained a humanoid form. Had he retained his original beastly shape, this brother would undoubtedly have clipped all his claws. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the previously tranquil surroundings, reminiscent of the resonant chimes of a temple bell. The sound surged like waves, ringing in the ears with a numbing intensity. It resonated a full 18 times before finally subsiding. A thick wave of sinister energy surged toward Wang Yaoshan's chamber. With a resounding bang, the tightly shut door had yet to be fully pushed open when a crisp and exuberant voice burst through the gap like a bolt of lightning. "Stinky egg. Ha ha ha. This young lady has now stepped into the Shenxian realm. How about that? Isn't it impressive? From this moment forth, our realms are perfectly aligned." The voice belonged to Lu Yu, who seemed unable to contain her inner joy and excitement. Before she could finish speaking, she dashed in like the wind. "You are remarkable, extraordinary, a rare talent among thousands." Wang Yaoshan responded, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Observing her expression and listening to his flat tone, Lu Yu's anger boiled over. "Do you even understand what emotional value is?" she roared, seething with indignation. Beside them, the tiger-headed creature trembled in fear. Having already endured a beating, he wished to avoid further entanglement. He slowly shifted his body, attempting to turn his head toward the wall while silently chanting, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Stop obsessively playing on your phone. Refrain from consuming those toxic platitudes. And quit always seeking a fight. I am the one being beaten daily. Don't expect emotional value from me. If I truly had emotional value, wouldn't we just be sparring?" Having said that, Wang Yaoshan felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Lu Yu, however, was relentless, glaring at Wang Yaoshan. "I don't care. I am upset, so you must congratulate me again. You are demanding labor from a widow." Wang Yaoshan proclaimed loudly, "Your breakthrough is indeed worthy of celebration, but have you considered our feelings? Have you thought about the emotional value you owe us? We made no progress throughout the night. Did you comfort us? You come here demanding our congratulations. Is that not a fatal blow?" Wang Yaoshan's voice grew increasingly louder. He had long grasped a fundamental truth. Stones from other mountains can serve to sharpen jade, and one can counter a method with its own. If the other party refuses to be reasonable, one must be even more unreasonable. It seemed as though he understood this principle not just once,